#C401 Black Pandas. The two's voices echoed in the stands, making Jiang's face look extremely ugly. He said gloomily, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Faced with such a threat, both Rongzhe and Kolei showed an indifferent look. After so many years of getting along, they have long understood the character of the man in front of them, and said with a fearless smile, "Hee, this is not a bad rule for us. Brother 2 will not touch Xiao Han's hair if he goes over, but if you take action, the nature of the matter will be completely different. Do you really have the heart to see the people of Jing'an suffer? For such a little guy who has not even reached level 4, it is not worth it." Seeing that the two had no intention of giving in, Jiang's face became very ugly, but he didn't know what to do for a while. Under the stands, Tu Ningque, who was running wildly, kicked the iron-eating beast away with one foot, and then immediately chased after it. While running, his palm quickly swelled up, and 3 bone-white claws stretched out from his fluffy palm. The sudden change made Xiao Han's face look very ugly. He had never expected that Tu Ningque's reaction would be so big just because he summoned a pet. More importantly, Jiang's response really disappointed him. This kind of indecisive character is not suitable for being the lord of a city. If he was not stronger than others, he might have died without leaving any residue. Damn, is this a problem? The only trump card was pressed to the ground by Tu Ningque. Even if Xiao Han wanted to help, he was powerless. His current strength was too weak. Even if he rushed forward, he would probably be slapped away. Whoosh! At this moment, a light sound came from his ears again. Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he dodged sideways without hesitation. Puff! Although his speed was very fast, the flying sword still passed through his neck. If he hadn't dodged in time, the carotid artery might have been cut open. A burning pain came from the neck. Xiao Han was about to take action, but the air around him suddenly pressed down like a mountain, making it extremely difficult for him to move. It's over. At this moment, Xiao Han was full of despair. He originally thought that this should at least be a fair duel with a dominant pet, so he agreed with full confidence. But now it seems that he was a little too naive. Hu Zheng's speed of controlling the flying sword has exceeded the speed of sound. Even if Jiangzhe came to save him now, it would be too late. What's more, there were Rongzhe and Kolei in front of him who had no intention of retreating. "My lord, Xiao Han cannot die." Seeing the situation suddenly evolve to this point, Guohuai looked anxious, and Jiangzhe still looked hesitant, so he had to raise his hand and take out the pistol at his waist. Roar! Suddenly, there was an extremely angry roar from the stands. Before Guohuai could pull the trigger, he saw the target he was aiming at fell headfirst. What's going on? Is he exhausted? A trace of doubt arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. As far as he could see, the cute panda just now had disappeared, and a huge black bear with a black body appeared in its place. Its body size had almost doubled, and there was a pure white light circle on the ground under its feet, with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Where the light circle touched, all the weeds turned into ashes, and streams of black gas emerged from these ashes and poured into its body. At this time, it no longer had the cute and adorable look before, and it exuded an evil breath. Fuck! What did Xiao Han materialize from the game? The shocked words echoed in the stands, making everyone's eyes instantly focus on him. Although there was such speculation before, Jiangzhe couldn't help but ask, "Is this thing really materialized from the game?" Boom! Before Guohuai could answer, the black panda slapped down, and Tu Ningque just stood there in a daze and was slapped on the forehead. Then, as the black bear paws continued to fall, heavy slapping sounds continued to sound. Boom! 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 Tu Ningque, who had transformed into a tiger, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a human-shaped pit appeared where he was. Seeing this scene, not only Guohuai was stunned, but even Jiangzhe on the side was stunned, and the two people who stopped him changed their faces. Hurry, we can't let Brother Two get into trouble. Rongza roared, pushed his hands forward, and flames appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his palm, it quickly condensed into a blazing flame knife and flew straight to the black panda. At the same time, Kolei did not dare to delay at all, and jumped down to the stands. While still in mid-air, his body began to swell, and his yellow skin turned into grayish-blue rocks. The moment he landed, he had already turned into a 3-meter-tall stone giant. The power comparison in Jing'an City has always been dominated by the Evolutionary Alliance, but with Jiangzhe's successful breakthrough, this comparison has slowly changed. They are gradually at a disadvantage now. If they lose to Ningque, a beastman, with level 5 strength, the situation will be even more grim. In all these years in Jing'an City they would fight, snatch, and even fight. But when facing Jiangzhe, they would still stand on the same line without hesitation, because they all knew that only by pulling together, they would have more say. So at this moment, both Rongza and Kolei were doing their best. Whoosh! The speed of the flame knife was faster than Kolei. In a flash, it flew into the range of the white light circle, and with the blazing firepower, it chopped the black panda's body. While burning the black hair, it also left a charred wound of more than 20 centimeters. Roar! The intense pain made the black giant bear roar, and it suddenly raised its head and stared at the figure on the stands. At this time, above the stands, a flame spear had condensed into shape again, and with Rongza's right hand swung violently, it shot over with a whistling sound. Roar! The black giant bear roared, stretched out its hand to pull Tu Ningque out of the deep pit, and threw it at the flame spear. Then it moved its feet and ran straight towards the stands. Seeing this scene, Kolei snorted coldly and rushed forward with his chest puffed out. At this time he just happened to touch the white light circle moving with the black giant bear, and suddenly felt his body suddenly sink and his face instantly became ugly. #C402 Demonization. Kolei suddenly stopped, and more than 10 people in the stands all showed a trace of confusion. Someone immediately asked, "What's going on? Why did he stop suddenly?" This kind of doubt is what everyone wants to know. But at this time, no one can answer such a question. Kolei, who was at the edge of the white light circle, had a gloomy face as if water was about to drip out. He wanted to move, but it seemed that a heavy object weighed down his body. Even if he used up all his strength, he could only barely take 2 steps back. "What's going on? Why is it like this?" Kolei shouted wildly in his heart, and his eyes were full of fear. At this time, he finally understood why Tu Ningque was pressed to the ground without any resistance when the black and white panda was completely blackened. Roar! In the sky, the spear condensed by the flames suddenly disintegrated, and the figure thrown out bang hit the stands. This made the black bear furious, and it turned its eyes and immediately stared at Kolei, who was already in the white light circle. Meanwhile, several figures in the stands rushed to Tu Ningque. After a brief inspection, they immediately said with a heavy face, "He's still alive, but he has multiple fractures all over his body. There are also some signs of corrosion on the places where he was hit. What the hell did Xiao Han, that bastard, materialize from perfect world?" The voice of fear echoed in everyone's ears. Whether it was Jin or Rong Zay, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Although they didn't know much about the things in the game, they were not completely unfamiliar with them. Everyone was very curious about what grade of pet would burst out with such combat power. "Hey! This time I hit the iron plate." Guohuai, who was not far away, felt a little happy in his heart. He looked at Liang Shuquan not far away with a gloating arc at the corner of his mouth. Although he had not been in contact with Xiao Han for a long time, he could tell from what happened in the game that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. Now that he has such a powerful fighter, Liang Shuquan will probably have to keep his tail between his legs from now on. If he accidentally falls into Xiao Han's hands, he will be skinned alive even if he doesn't die. Whoosh! Rongzhe's face was completely gloomy after seeing Tu Ningkue's fate. Seeing that the black giant bear had already rushed towards Ko Lei, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. As he waved his hands, the red flames rose again, and in an instant a flaming spear was condensed, rushing away with a roar. Roar! The red spear attacked again, and the black giant bear roared, ran 2 steps on all fours and rushed straight to Ko Lei. The black bear paw suddenly raised up and slapped on the face of the stone giant. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and Ko Lei, who had turned into a stone giant, was unable to make any evasive movements and fell straight down. This scene shocked everyone. What's going on? Why doesn't Ko Lei hide? No matter how strong his defense is, he can't be beaten like this. Isn't this courting death? Why do I feel that he can't hide? The discussion continued, and Rongzhe's face had completely darkened. He had never thought that things would develop to this point. Even if they were facing Jiangzhe, who had the strength of level 6, they would not be defeated so easily. But now, although Tu Ningkue is not dead yet, he has been knocked unconscious. Although Ko Lei is still struggling on the ground, everyone can see clearly that such a struggle is in vain. How is this possible? 3 level 5 evolvers. At this moment, as the owner of the iron-eating beast, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. Rongzhe, Ko Lei, and Tu Ningkue are all level 5. How could they be blown up in less than a minute? With such strength, even if he meets Xingkai now, he doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Hihi. The demonization is so awesome. With a happy laugh, Xiao Han felt the pressure on his body, and the excitement on his face could no longer be concealed. As the light circle slowly moved towards the stands, he suddenly felt his body lighten and immediately stood up. Boom! 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 The huge bear paw slapped again and again. The roar continued and the ground was shaking. It's really violent. With an irrepressible smile on his face, Xiao Han continued softly. But I like this kind of violence. These guys just deserve to be dealt with. I thought I was finished today, but I didn't expect such a magical turn. 1 meter in front of him, the black flying sword was lying quietly on the ground, which made Xiao Han still a little scared at this moment. If the iron-eating beast hadn't suddenly demonized, he might have died just now. That white light circle, could it be the gravity field? With his eyes flashing, Xiao Han had a guess in his mind, but this was in reality, and he had no way to observe the properties of the iron-eating beast. As for what it is, he may never know. In the game, he has learned the art of controlling spirits, which allows him to have simple communication with his pet, but in reality, he has no way to use such a skill. Forget it, no matter what this ability is, as long as it is useful, it's fine. Muttering softly, Xiao Han suddenly remembered something and looked at the figure lying on the ground not far away. At this time, Hu Zeng, who had been confident of victory before, had already been lying on the ground motionless, and the blood flowing out of his body. Also dyed the surrounding soil red. The gravity field of the demonized iron-eating beast did not cover a large area with a diameter of only about 20 meters. If Hu Zeng had been a little luckier, he would not have ended up like this, outside this range. But if a person is really unlucky, it would be really hard to drink cold water. When Tu Ningkue appeared, he kicked the iron-eating beast 7 or 8 meters away, putting him on the edge of the gravity field. The sudden increase in gravity, let alone he was only a 3rd level telekinesis evolver, even if he broke through to the 4th level or even the 5th level, he would probably fall headfirst. After all, under such gravity, even Tu Ningkue, who was a 5th level beast, was beaten up without any resistance, let alone the evolvers who were absolutely inferior in strength. Although more than 10 meters is not high, the physique of a level 3 evolver is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. In theory, even if you fall down, there will be no danger to your life, but under the blessing of the gravity field, the concept is completely different. Even if there is only soft grass below, it is actually no different from hitting a stone, so it is not surprising that you will die. All three of them are dead, and the next one is Wei Jiangwo. After saying this softly, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, which was so cold that it made people tremble. Because of the insignificant 5 million, Jiang Xiaoyun is still in the intensive care unit, and he will not let this matter go. Hashtag C403 Blackmail 1. Boom! 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 The violent slapping sound continued, and Ko Lei lay on the ground without any resistance. In the air, a red spear suddenly flew past, like a meteor in the night sky, falling towards the violent black giant bear. Roar! The angry roar sounded again, and Ko Lei, who had transformed into a stone giant, was suddenly grabbed and swung his hand to hit the red spear. With a loud bang, the flame spear splashed sparks all over the sky, making the dark night sky suddenly brighter. A pool of charred marks also appeared on the stone giant's body. This time, the black giant bear did not throw Ko Lei in his hand away, but hugged his right leg tightly and slammed it heavily on the ground, and then 2 black bear paws continued to slap heavily. Boom! 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 Amid the explosion, the faces of all the people in the stands changed, especially Rongze, whose expression was very interesting, even uglier than eating a pile of shit. How could this happen? While muttering to himself, Rongze took a deep breath, slowly stretched his arms to both sides, and the temperature around him suddenly rose at this time. 5 red spears with flames were condensed at the same time. Give up. Such an attack is useless to it. Jiangzhe frowned, stood up and said slowly, if you don't want Ko Lei to die early, it's better not to continue to irritate that big guy. Humph, now you are happy. The 3 of them attacked together but ended up with such a result, which Rongze never expected. But at this time he also understood that it was completely impossible to save Ko Lei with his own strength alone. After a slight hesitation, he could only disperse the flame spear that had just condensed, staring at Jiangzhe with a serious face, and said, our Jing'an is not strong. Do you really want to watch him die? There is a level 7 mutant beast in the direction of Jiangcheng, and I don't know when it will come. Once that mutant wolf really appears, not many of our tens of millions of ordinary people in Jing'an will survive. Humph, are you scared now? Jiangzhe snorted coldly and said with a straight face, as long as your life is not threatened, you will never lecture me, right? Over the years, the direct and indirect deaths of evolvers and beastmen have more or less something to do with you. Even if those people are not good, at least there can be a few level 4 evolvers. Since they know there is such a big threat, why do they still do such a self-destructive thing? What's the point of saying this now? Rongze's face condensed. He asked in a deep voice, now that things have come to this, just tell me whether to save them or not. For the sake of the overall situation, I can help. Jiangzhe looked at Ko Lei, who was still being beaten below, and said, seriously, but this is my last compromise, there will be no next time. If there are still evolvers who disappear inexplicably in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Okay. For the last time. Rongze showed a hint of joy on his face, and quickly promised, I will restrain them in the future and promise not to mess around. Sir, don't believe them. Isn't this enough? Guohuai's face changed, and he hurriedly advised, at most 3 or 5 days, once Ko Lei and 2 Ningkue recover, they will immediately return to their original state. And even if the mutant wolf comes, is there any difference between having 1 more level 5 evolver and 1 less level 5 evolver? I know. But if we want more people to survive, we have no choice. Jiangzhe said with emotion, and no longer explained anything. In such an era, there are not many things left for him to choose. If you want to survive and protect more ordinary people, you must compromise and give in on some things. Boom! 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 The slapping sound continued. Jiangzhe looked at the black giant bear dozens Of meters away, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "The future of Jing'an may be in his hands." Thinking so in his heart, he raised his foot and jumped down. After a few ups and downs, he stood in front of Xiao Han. Seeing his gloating look, Jiang Zhe didn't know what to say for a while. After all, when Kolei rushed over, he failed to stop him. And now he has to stop Xiao Han and let him let Kolei go. This is somewhat unreasonable. "Sir, what are you doing?" Seeing Jiang Zhe's hesitation, Xiao Han actually knew what he was doing. He had heard the conversation on the stand just now. Although he understood this approach, if he just let Kolei go, it would be too easy for them. So he pretended to be stupid and asked, "These guys broke the rules. My little bear shouldn't have to bear any consequences for killing them, right? You don't be smart with me." Jiang Zhe chuckled and shook his head and said, "Although we are dozens of meters away, didn't you hear what I said just now? There are some things I hope you can understand me. Although they are hateful, they are not to the point of being unforgivable. When the mutant beasts attacked the city, they also led the way. Even if there is no merit, there is hard work, so I hope you can comfort that big guy and don't really beat Kolei to death. I can't persuade you about this." Xiao Han pointed at the iron-eating beast and explained in a deep voice, "What state is it in now? I think you can see a little bit. In the game, this state is called demonization, and even I can't control it." "Is this really the case?" Jiang Zhe said without comment with a serious face. "If you can't make it stop, then I can only take action. I can't guarantee what the final result will be." After finally realizing an overlord-level pet from the game, Xiao Han didn't want to use it once and then lose it. As for whether he could transform the iron-eating beast back from its demonized state in reality, he was really not sure, but he always had to give it a try, so he hurriedly said, "Actually, it's not that there are no other ways, but the price is a bit high." "What method? Is it difficult?" Jiang Zhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "What is the price you mentioned?" "It's not difficult, but it's a bit expensive." There was a trace of embarrassment on Xiao Han's face, and he continued, "This thing is a panda, you must have noticed it too. When it was in the game, it was a foodie. After it became demonized, it would be calmed down with food." "Food?" Jiang Zhe was stunned, and then said nonchalantly, "Whatever it usually eats, I will have someone get it immediately. Actually, it's not a good thing." Xiao Han showed a smirk on his lips and continued, "When I was in the game, I always gave it Peiyuan pill, 2 pills. Every time. The few remaining Peiyuan pills were all used up. Right now, if you want it to be quiet, I think it's best to use a beast core. It's best to have 5-level beast cores. Give me 6 for now. Hashtag C404 blackmail, 2. Level 5 beast cores? 6 more?" Jiang Zhe's eyes widened and he couldn't help but say, "Do you think that level 5 beast cores are just cabbage in the ground, and you can have as many as you want? It's impossible for them to agree to such conditions, and even if they agree, they won't be able to come up with it. Then there's nothing we can do." Xiao Han spread his hands and said, indifferently, "Anyway, I don't care at all about Kolei's life or death. Perhaps after he dies, the little bear will have a chance to have a full meal, and he won't even need me to feed him, and he will be able to naturally exit the demonic state." "Ha, you bastard!" Jiang Zhe laughed and scolded and continued, "The blackmail has come to my head. Didn't you just say that you only need 2 Peiyuan pills for each feeding? Why do you want 6 pills now? This is a bit inappropriate." "Why is it inappropriate?" Xiao Han's face turned bitter and he cried out, "Do you know how much I have lost in order to solve this trouble? And if you show it in advance, do you know how big the damage to Jing'an City will be?" At this time, Jiang Zhe was a little confused and asked confusedly, "It's just pet. What can you lose, and can you have anything to do with Jing'an City?" "Oh, that's because you don't understand." Xiao Han sighed and explained in a muffled voice, If you want to learn the slave beast technique, you must reach at least level 30. And after learning this skill, you can only enslave the cubs. It's only been a day since I reached level 30. Do you know what this means? After being questioned repeatedly, Jiang Zhi didn't understand what Xiao Han wanted to express, so he asked directly, "What exactly do you want to say? Can you be more direct? If this continues, Ko Lei will die. Then let him die," Xiao Han said angrily. Seeing that Jiang Zhi's face looked very ugly, he could only continue to explain. "The panda I manifested is still a cub. Please stop talking nonsense." Seeing Xiao Han opening his eyes and telling lies, Jiang Zhi quickly interrupted. "Such a big guy. You tell me it's a cub? That's the truth." Xiao Han spread his hands and said, "Nonsense. When I manifested it, it was only level 21. You have to know, this is a dominant pet. As long as a 20-level pet appears, it will have the power to crush a 5th-level evolver. If I can train it to level 70 in the game and then manifest it, even if the level 7 mutant wolf you mentioned comes, it will only be pushed to the ground and beaten." Seeing Jiang Zhi's dumbfounded look, Xiao Han said again, "Actually, I don't want so many, but since I have manifested it, I have to keep it, right? While in the game, feed him 2 pay yuan pills every day. But in reality, how can I have so many manifestation talismans to manifest the pay yuan pill in the game? Now that we don't have pay yuan Dan, we have to order something else. Otherwise, how could I possibly afford to feed this big eater? Jiang Zhi stared at the black giant bear that was still slapping Ko Lei and asked with disbelief on his face. "When it was manifested, was it really only level 21? Why did you lie to me?" Xiao Han continued to talk without blinking. "I have just reached level 30. How high can its level be? More importantly, if you want to quickly improve your pet's level, pills are the only way. I have looked for blood ginseng before. Players who have a little knowledge of the game know that blood ginseng is the main material for refining Peiyuan. Done. It's also because of eating the Peiyuan pill that its level has improved so quickly. But in reality, what should I feed it? Those bastards. These bastards. I really want to kill them alive." Upon hearing the news, Jiang Zhi's face turned livid. If Jingon really has a level 7 panda guarding it, the security level will immediately rise several levels. And he had seen clearly just now that when the panda was first summoned, its strength was only around level 4. If it were cultivated to level 70 and then manifested, wouldn't it have the strength of level 8 once it was demonized? At that time, let alone a 7th level mutant wolf, even if 3 or 5 of them come together, their fate will not be much better than Ko Lei. But there is no point in regretting it at this time. It is just a panda with level 5 combat power, which is far from being able to protect Jingon City. So now Ko Lei can't die yet. Suppressing his anger in his heart, Jiang Zhi said, extremely depressed, "Let's change the conditions. 6 level 5 beast cores are impossible. Although there have been several mutant beasts attacking the city over the years, the total number of level 5 mutant beasts that can be killed is less than 10, and some of the beast cores taken out have been used one after another. Now even if you search the entire Jingon City, you won't be able to find 3. No one will keep such resources in their hands forever." "That's it," Xiao Han pondered, then changed his words. "If there is no 5th level beast core, a 4th level beast core is also acceptable. But according to the current exchange ratio, that's 120. Guess they won't be able to get it either. Fortunately, I am a very generous person and can let them pay in installments, whether it is 2nd level or 3rd level or even the flesh and blood of mutant beasts, as long as the final price is equal to 6 level 5 beasts. Just nuclear. But now I must have 2 level 5 beast cores, otherwise I can't restore the demonized panda." "You are so brave." After listening to Xiao Han's words, Jiang Zhi said with emotion and said in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid that Rongzhe will go crazy and run to die? With you. Humph, it's not that I look down on him. Does that coward have the courage to do so? Xiao Han snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, if you want to save Ko Lei, they must admit this account, and I hope you can give me this guarantee. Those guys are not trustworthy. I don't plan to use these materials on myself, but I want to train the panda. Once Jing'an has a level 7 combat power, then there is no need to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city. The materialized pets are actually not much different from those mutant beasts. High-level mutant beasts have absolute dominance over low-level mutant beasts. Yes. Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, if Jing'an has a level 7 mutant beast, even if it only emits some smell, low-level mutant beasts will not even dare to approach here. Thinking of this in his heart, he no longer thinks that such a price is too high. His eyes flashed and he continued, I will go and talk to them. Time for those guys to pay something. They occupy so many resources, but they are not even willing to defend the city. There is no such good thing in the world. #C405 Greedy. Seeing Jiang Zhe return to the stands and negotiating terms with Rongzhe in a strong tone, Xiao Han showed a smile on his lips. He had been worrying about how to feed the iron-eating beast before he revealed it. It saves trouble now. 6 level 5 beast cores are converted into level 4 beast cores, which is a ratio of 1 to 20, that is 120. The exchange ratio between level 4 beast cores and level 3 beast cores is even higher, reaching 1 to 50. After all, even outside the city, there are very few mutant beasts above level 4, and there are many mutant beasts stuck at level 3. There are as many as 600 level 3 beast cores, enough for an iron-eating beast to eat for a long time. Even if you take 4 pills a day, you can last for about half a year. If he had half a year as a buffer, the pets he could materialize in the game would be more than just an iron-eating beast. By that time, even raising an army of pets in Jingan City would be a piece of cake. 6, even 1 less is not enough. If you don't agree, then let Ko Lei die. At this time, the quarrel in the stands continued, and Jiang Zhe continued, without giving in. Anyway, with that panda, Jingan City's strength has not declined, but has actually improved. Now 1 more of you is not more, and 1 less of you is not more. I will leave my words here today. After this matter is over, you must send people to garrison Wuqing. Jiang Zhe, don't think that I'm afraid of you because you're at level 6. Rongzhe's eyes filled with anger, and he said angrily, if you push me too hard, we might break up in one fell swoop. Hey, a breakup? He reached out and pointed at the giant black bear that was still holding the blaster Ko Lei below. The regret in Jiang Zhe's eyes became even stronger, and he asked in a cold voice, with it here, what are you going to do to break up with me? If Xiao Han hadn't stopped, do you think Ko Lei would still be alive today? Although his defense is very strong, you don't have much time to think about. Make a decision quickly. Promise him. At this moment, Tu Ningque slowly sat up from the ground, covered his chest, and said with a painful expression, we can agree to the conditions you mentioned, but we really can't get the 2 level 5 beast cores in the early stage. As far as I know, only Li Feng seems to have one, but he left the city a few hours ago. So, you are not willing to take out any of them now? Jiang Zhe's face darkened and he continued, without the 5th level beast core, even Xiao Han can't stop the violent black bear. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I really can't take it out. Seeing Ko Lei being blasted by the blaster, and even the rocks on his body were cracking, Tu Ningque's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, I only have 6 level 4 beast cores in my hand, and Rongzhe should have at least 5 in his body. For now, let's start with, can you give him 10 level for beast cores? 10? Jiang Zhe rolled his eyes and said angrily, I cut the price by 3 quarters at once. Do you think Xiao Han will agree? It doesn't matter whether he agrees or not, as long as you agree it will be. Fine. Tu Ninkue pointed at Kolei and said anxiously, "You are a level 6 evolver. Isn't it easy to save him? Why should I save him?" Jiangzhe continued with an ugly face. "Do you too, bastards, know that by doing this now, Jing'an will lose a 7th level combat power? If you two weren't of some use, I would even consider killing you." "What level 7 combat power?" Tu Ninkue looked confused. At the same time, Rongzhe, Yinjin, Guohuai and others on the side were stunned and asked in unison, "What do you mean? How come Jing'an suddenly loses a 7th level combat power?" "Huh? You have the nerve to ask me why?" Jiangzhe's face darkened and he explained in a cold voice, "That black bear is an overlord level pet. Logically speaking, it can be cultivated to level 70. But because of you, Xiao Han materialized it from the game when it was level 21. Don't you know what this means? It's only level 20, but it already has the power to crush level 5 evolvers. Once it reaches level 70 and manifests itself, do we still have to worry about the level 7 mutant wolves in Jiangqing? What the hell? A level 7 panda?" As soon as Jiangzhe finished speaking, Guohuai couldn't help but cursed. Then with a movement of his body, he kicked Yinjin in the face with a bang, and shouted angrily, "You guys who fail to achieve anything but fail more than others. Can't you practice hard? Why do you always want to steal other people's things?" His roar now represented the military's attitude. At this time, Rongzhe and Tu Ninkue finally understood why Jiangzhe was so tough now and had no intention of compromising. The two looked at each other and communicated silently. After a few seconds of silence, Rongzhe said, "We really can't get out the 2 level 5 beast cores. Even if it is a 4th level beast core, I only have 7 in my body. If Xiao Han agrees to save people, we will give him all 13 beast cores. We are also willing to give him 2 3rd-level beast cores in installments every day. We can only take out so much at the moment. Whether he wants it or not, that's all. 13 is still a little too little." Jiangzhe frowned and muttered, then thought for a while and said, "I still have a level 5 beast core and 2 level 1 beast cores in my hand. I will help you with them for the time being." This can almost convince Xiao Han. "But you must keep your promise for this installment payment."
I promised to guarantee Xiao Han.
"If you regret it, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Don't worry, I won't regret it this time." Rongzhe breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "Although 2 level 3 beast cores are a bit difficult, it is not impossible. Go and persuade Xiao Han quickly. If you delay it any further, Kolei really can't stand it." "Humph! If I knew this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?" Jiangzhe snorted coldly and continued, "Don't stand there. Give me the beast cores quickly, in order to ensure that the strength of the Evolver Alliance will not suffer too much loss." Rongzhe and Tu Ninkue had to take out all the level 4 beast cores obediently, even though they were reluctant. After all, if it was delayed any further, Kolei might really not be able to bear it. After getting 13 level 4 beast cores, Jiangzhe did not delay any longer. He jumped off the stands and rushed to Xiao Han. He said directly, "You should have heard what we said just now. It's great to have such a result. Let's save people quickly." "Yes, I heard it all." Xiao Han nodded and said excitedly, "It's okay to save people, but it's not enough to exchange only 2 level 3 beast cores every day. You go and discuss with them. In addition to 2 level 3 beast cores, you have to add 2 level 3 mutant beast corpses, which means they have to exchange for every day." Jiangzhe smiled and shook his head, took out a cloth bag and handed it over, and said with a speechless smile, "Hey, you are such an insatiable little guy. But this condition is not excessive. I agreed to it on their behalf. You take the things and go to save people quickly. #C406 I don't mind robbing myself." Holding the cloth bag given by Jiangzhe, Xiao Han walked straight towards the furious iron-eating beast without any nonsense. Although in reality the spirit control technique could not be used, but he was not worried at all. Even though there was no way to communicate with the iron-eating beast now, Xiao Han had a strong feeling that he should be able to calm it down. He raised his foot and walked into the white light circle and immediately felt his body suddenly sink. Even though the true energy kept flowing through the meridians of his legs, it was still very difficult to raise his foot and take a step forward. Boom! 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 At this time, the violent slapping sound continued, and Kolei, who was pressed to the ground, had no power to resist and could only passively endure such attacks. Fortunately, he had completely turned into a stone man at this moment, and his defense was several times stronger than two Ninkue. Even after being beaten for so long, he was still alive, but the stones on his body were slapped with some cracks. Hey, you're really asking for trouble. The guys in the stands were all looking at this side, and Xiao Han couldn't delay any longer, so he took out a level 4 beast core and greeted them. But the iron-eating beast in the demonized state was not moved at all. He thought for a while and had to pour out another Peiyuan pill from the porcelain bottle. After all, the iron-eating beast had eaten several of this thing when it was still young, and it should be more familiar with this taste. Roar! The smell of medicine spread in the air, and the iron-eating beast suddenly roared, and the crazy clapping of the bear paws finally stopped slowly. Then it sniffed its nose and turned its head to look in the direction where the smell came from. Seeing that the Peiyuan pill had an effect, Xiao Han didn't hesitate and immediately threw it over. Roar! The roar sounded again, but this time it was less irritable and more happy. Facing the Peiyuan pill, the demonized iron-eating beast, which was more than 2 meters tall, suddenly jumped up and opened its mouth to catch the pill in the air. The moment it landed, the white halo suddenly disappeared. As he felt his body lighten, he could also see that the black color on its body began to slowly fade away, and its size also shrank rapidly. Seeing the iron-eating beast come out of its demonic state, Xiao Han couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If this state lasts for an hour, it will be a big trouble. Although it has been materialized from the game, he has no idea whether it can be perfectly controlled without the slave spirit technique and the control spirit technique. Once it loses control, the consequences will be serious. Woo! 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 After coming out of the demonic state, the iron-eating beast immediately returned to its cute nature, ran over with a bit of grievance and hugged his thighs tightly. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xiao Han's mouth, and he could only touch his head and give some comfort. In the deep pit 10 meters away, Kolei released the state of the stone giant and crawled out of it with a grunt. Seeing this scene, everyone in the stands jumped down. Two Ninkue covered his chest with a painful look and asked in a deep voice, "How are you? Are you okay?" "Fortunately, I won't die for the time being," Kolei said, turning his eyes to the direction where Xiao Han was looking at the cute and adorable panda with some fear. Until now, he couldn't believe that the little guy was obviously less than level 4, but the fighting power he burst out was so terrifying. He and two Ninkue were both level 5 evolvers and level 5 beastmen. But even so, when facing it, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Although he had the ability to petrify, he could still feel the severe pain all over his body at this moment. He was silent for a while and said, "Let's go. Since we are defeated, we have to admit it." After that, he didn't care about other people and walked straight to the outside of the football field. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately shouted, "Don't forget, 2 level 3. Mutant beasts every day, no matter the beast core or the beast meat, I want them. If my pet has nothing to eat, I don't mind letting it go to you in person." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Han saw that the bodies of several people were all stiff and they stopped immediately, but then they left at a faster speed. "You!" Jiangzhe shook his head speechlessly and laughed and scolded. "It's already like this, why do you still want to stimulate them? Those guys are not honest." Now that there are iron-eating beasts, Xiao Han doesn't care about their feelings and said indifferently, I must remind them, otherwise they may forget it one day. You gave me a guarantee today. If Rongza and others don't fulfill their promise, I don't mind taking it myself. If it really comes to that, don't blame me for not following the rules. Don't worry. Zhangzhe narrowed his eyes, thinking of Jing'an losing a level 7 combat power. He was still very sad, so he was silent. I won't compromise so easily this time. Guohuai, you will be responsible for contacting Xiao Han, Rongzhe, Kolei, and others in the future. If they are not honest, you can tell me immediately. Okay, I will. Guohuai's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately said, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better for Han Su and I to move to Tianshui Yaju? Once Xiao Han enters the game, will he encounter danger in reality? More importantly, I think since he can materialize a dominant pet in such a short time, it won't be too difficult to materialize another one after 10 days or half a month. Well, what you said makes sense. Zhangzhe lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly said, that's fine. I'll leave his safety to you. Next, I need to study the game Perfect World carefully and increase my investment in it. In our Jing'an city, even if only 1 in 1,000 ordinary people can materialize a pet, the strength will be increased several times. Yes. Guohuai nodded quickly and said solemnly, after all, the probability of the appearance of evolvers and beastmen is too low, but Jing'an City has tens of millions of ordinary people. This is a low investment, high return thing. It's worth a try. Seeing that the two were getting more and more excited, Xiao Han was worried about Zhang Xiaoyun in the intensive care unit, fearing that she would have an accident. But after standing aside and waiting for a long time, seeing that they still had no intention of stopping, he could not help but interrupt and said, well, can you stop for a while and go back to study slowly? Things here are over. I want to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Xiaoyun is still lying in the intensive care unit. I have to go to see her. Quickly. Oh, then you go quickly. Zhangzhe was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said to Guohuai, if you have any ideas, write a plan. I will study it and implement it as soon as possible. Okay. Then I will accompany him to the hospital first. Guohuai responded, and immediately interrupted the topic. Seeing this, Xiao Han hurriedly said a few polite words to Zhangzhe, then greeted the iron-eating beast, turned around and ran towards the exit of the football field. #C407 Stunning appearance. Tianshui Yaju. Xiao Han held a bowl of porridge with vegetables and shredded pork, walked up to Zhang Xiaoyun with a smile and said softly, I have been cooking this porridge for 2 hours. Drink some while it's hot. After responding softly, Zhang Xiaoyun still couldn't adapt to such tenderness and said with a blushing face, put the porridge down, I can do it by myself. Don't be brave. You forgot what happened 2 days ago. Xiao Han's face darkened. He picked up a wooden spoon and scooped out a spoonful of vegetable and shredded pork porridge, and said with an unhappy face, I feed you, so it's so hard for you to accept it? That's not the case. Zhang Xiaoyun was silent for a moment and said softly, I just think you should focus your time on more important things. It feels really good to have you with me all day since I got hurt. But I know that Guohuai has already looked for you several times, right? Instead of staying with me all day, I would rather you spend time in Perfect World. It's okay. It's only been a few days. Xiao Han put the wooden spoon close to Zhang Xiaoyun's mouth and said with a smile, even if I don't go online for a month or 2, people like Xingkai and Hao are still no match for me. In just a few days, I will become the strongest man in Perfect World. I know. Zhang Xiaoyun took a mouthful of porridge and said with a frown, but if you keep fighting in the game, you will be stronger. I don't want what happened in Jiangcheng to happen again in Jing'an. I hope you and I can live in this city safely. Compared to this short-term companionship, I hope to always have your company by my side in the countless days and nights in the future. Such simple love words made Xiao Han stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face and he said happily, "Don't worry, as long as I am here, Jing'an will not be captured. It's just a few days, don't worry too much. When your body fully recovers, I can fight in the game with peace of mind." "How many days are there?" "You have been with me for 11 days. Jiang." Xiaoyun frowned and said with an unhappy face, "I don't want to be that kind of troublemaker. If you are really good for me, go in as soon as possible. Let's play. If you agree to this request, can I give you some rewards in advance?" Reward. Some scenes inappropriate for children appeared in Xiao Han's mind. He quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it. With your current body, I don't dare to touch it casually." "Oh, where did you go?" Jiang Xiaoyun's face turned red, and he quickly used his powers to transform into Lu Yen. Then he defended himself and said, "I'm talking about this kind of reward. Don't get me wrong. Okay?" As the words fell, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! At the same time, he clearly heard an unusual sound coming from Jiang Xiaoyun's chest. Xiao Han knew very well what caused this. Because this is not the first time, Lu Yan's mind is extremely broad. And, if she wants to completely become like him, the current cup size cannot control such a mind. It's not surprising that it collapsed from the front. "I'll go. Don't be like this, change back quickly." Even though Jiang Xiaoyun was still lying on the bed, Xiao Han could still imagine his curvy body under the towel. Bang! 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 At this moment, his heart was beating violently and uncontrollably. He quickly urged, "Your body is not recovered yet, so don't use your powers indiscriminately. Hehe. How about such a reward?" Seeing Xiao Han's embarrassed look, Jiang Xiaoyun felt inexplicably proud. While dispelling his powers, he said with a smile, "As long as you promise me to enter the game as soon as possible, I can become whoever you want me to be. In the future." "Become who?" "It's better not to." Xiao Han shook his head and said softly, "Just keep your original appearance. Although it is not the most beautiful, it is the most memorable." "Humph. What you say is true." Jiang Xiaoyun snorted coldly and continued, "When I just turned into Lu Yen, I clearly saw your eyes changed. I don't mind it anymore. Just admit it. And I dare say that there is no one more beautiful than me in this world, so I am not afraid of you changing your mind. Let me tell you a secret. I once changed my figure and appearance according to the characters in anime. Fox girls, elves, succubus, cat women, etc. are all not difficult for me. Damn it. Please don't tempt me. Okay?" Although he was very excited and his adrenaline was soaring, Xiao Han still did not dare to show it on his face. Because women are such strange creatures, and often there is no reason to explain. If you really want to believe her, you might never have a good life in the future, even if the woman in front of you looks very gentle and has no shortcomings in all aspects. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han said bravely, "I like you as you are, your cooking skills, your gentleness, and the way you work hard for me." "Humph, you lied." Even though he knew that such words were 30% true and 70% false, Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't help but blush, but the smile on his face could not be restrained. As her smile spread, her figure and appearance quickly changed. After a while, a stunning face appeared in front of Xiao Han. Although Jiang Xiaoyun's shadow can still be seen in this appearance, the feeling is completely different from before. The eyes are a little bigger, the nose is a little higher, the cheeks are a little thinner, and even the red lips, which were a little big before, have become a little smaller than before. After this subtle adjustment, her appearance was directly improved by several levels, even slightly better than Lu Yen. When such an appearance appeared in front of him, Xiao Han was immediately stunned. He was stunned for a while and then said, I mean let you become your original appearance and don't use your powers. Hee, you're stunned. Jiang Xiaoyun smiled proudly and said with confidence, "This is what I look like without using my powers. Isn't it very beautiful? Even more beautiful than Lu Yan, right? It is true that she is more beautiful than her, but is this really you?" Xiao Han was a little stunned, but still looked in disbelief. "What? You're not happy that I've become beautiful?" Knowing the doubts in Xiao Han's heart, Jiang Xiaoyun patiently explained, "The appearance before was my helpless disguise. All women love beauty, and no woman wants to be ugly on purpose. But you also know that in this world, if I appear with my current appearance, do you think I can still appear here?" On the way to Jing'an, too many beautiful women died tragically. Xiao Xiao was not like this before. Why did she become so shameless? She was not forced by the world. She had no choice but to use this method to protect herself. "I know, so I have never looked down on her." Xiao Han was silent for a moment, and comforted softly, "Don't think about this. Now that I am here, I will never let you experience this kind of danger again." "Yeah, I know." Jiang Xiaoyun calmed down, leaned over and hugged Xiao Han, and said slowly, "Do you know why I was separated from Xiao Xiao and the others when I received the helmet in the administrative hall? #C408 enter the game again." "Why?" Xiao Han was stunned. Regarding this question, he was still a little strange in his heart. After all, several people went out together, so they should come back together. Logically speaking, since Wu Qi took action, there was no reason for everyone else to be arrested and only her to be released. Even if someone needs to report the news, the most suitable one should be Yi Xiaoxiao. But the situation was already very urgent at that time, and he had neither time nor mood to inquire in detail. Later, Jiang Xiaoyun almost lost his life in order to save him, so he never mentioned this issue again. Because a woman is willing to die for him, so there is nothing to doubt. Seeing her taking the initiative to raise this issue, Xiao Han took advantage of the situation and said, "Actually, I was a little surprised at the time. How did you escape? After all, if you are with Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao, even if you can change your appearance, you can't do it instantly. And even if you immediately become a different person, where can you hide in full view of the public?" Hee. Jiang Xiaoyun smiled proudly and continued, "That's because my appearance has never been successfully scanned, and they were very anxious, so they went out first. When I'm in the administration hall, I have to make sure that everyone doesn't notice me so that I can return to my true self. But it's precisely because of this that I found someone staring at me. At that time, I felt something was wrong, so I immediately went to the toilet to change my appearance. As soon as I came out of the administrative hall, I saw them being taken away." After explaining so much in one breath, Jiang Xiaoyun was a little out of breath, but he still pointed at his face and said seriously, "So my current appearance is the most real look. You make me feel like I'm living in a dream." Staring at Jiang Xiaoyun intently, Xiao Han said with emotion, "What did I do in my previous life to make you my wife? Hee. You must have saved the universe." Jiang Xiaoyun said jokingly and then added, "Actually, I was not like this at the beginning. Before my powers were awakened, although my appearance was pretty good, I wasn't as beautiful as this. But after my powers were awakened, it was just the same every day, and slowly it became what it is now. Even I can't believe it." "Don't say you can't believe it. I feel like I'm in a dream now."
Xiao Han
continued to observe seriously, and said with a serious face, "Your appearance. Now, no matter how I look at it, I feel like you have stepped out of a painting. It's so unreal." Hee. "Then take a good look at it now." Jiang Xiaoyun was very happy to receive such a compliment and said with a smile on his face, "If you still stay with me like this every day, you won't see me anymore in the future. Are you so cruel?" Xiao Han said jokingly, scooped up a spoonful of vegetable and shredded pork porridge and continued with a smile, "In order to see you at your most beautiful, It seems that I have to continue to work hard. Eat this bowl of porridge first, and I will enter the game later. Regardless of my absence these days, Xing Kai, Xiao Han and others have already reached level 40 or 50. After I get up there, I can still make them cry for father and mother. TCH, just brag. Zhang Xiaoyun took a mouthful of porridge with an expression of disbelief on his face and said excitedly, "If you really have this ability, go and kill him and show me. Don't provoke me. Once you finish eating this bowl of porridge, I will kill you immediately. In other words, give it a bite." The bowl of green vegetable and lean meat porridge was quickly finished. Xiao Han put down the bowl and immediately picked up the gaming helmet on the bedside table. Compared with 10 days ago, Zhang Xiaoyun's condition has become much more stable and his life is no longer in danger. Even if she doesn't come to persuade him, it's time to enter the game in the next 2 days. After all, for him, perfect world is the foundation of everything. He needs to rely on it to improve his strength, and he needs to rely on it if he wants to protect everything he has now. With a talent like a 100-fold reward, even if he is not online for more than 10 days, although it will have an impact on him, it will not be too big. After all, in terms of harvest, 1 day for him is almost equivalent to 100 days for other people. Let alone more than 10 days, even if you don't play the game for a month or 2, it doesn't matter. Putting the gaming helmet on his head, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and then warned a little uneasily, "If you feel uncomfortable in any way while I'm away, you must call me immediately." "Well, I understand. Feel free to go in." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded and continued, "And I also have Brother Guo's phone number. If there is anything wrong, he will bring the doctor to his home. You really don't have to worry about me so much. This will put a lot of psychological pressure on me, and it may also affect the speed of recovery." "Okay. Then I'll go in." Without saying anything more, Xiao Han immediately lay down next to Zhang Xiaoyun. The familiar feeling came again, and when he opened his eyes, he could smell the scent of medicine next to him. This is the place where he logged off before, the medicine refining room of Baozitang. In fact, although he has not been online during this period of time, he has also sorted out the gains and losses during this period. By the way, we also made some plans for future development. For now, the most important thing is to refine a pill that can quickly increase one's cultivation level. After all, the diamond level elixir embodiment talisman has been in the Rui belt for a long time. If it cannot be fully utilized, it is actually a piece of paper. So I still have to rely on Yichou's soul-seeking rat and help them upgrade. But before that, I have to fulfill Zhang Xiaoyun's promise and let Xiao Han and Xing Kai taste the taste of death again. I opened the friend list and took a look. I found that Bai Xiaoxing was still online, so I sent a message directly. Then I immediately spread the medicinal materials in the backpack on the ground and lit the medicine furnace next to it. In order to save Zhang Xiaoyun before he materialized a lot of things in reality, including muscle-growing pills, blood-replenishing pills, advanced life essence, etc. A gold-level embodiment talisman can materialize 50 muscle-growing pills or blood-replenishing pills. It is precisely because of this that there are not many of these two kinds of pills in his backpack. Since he wants to make trouble for Xiao Han and Xing Kai, these two kinds of potions are indispensable. Now there is no Peiyuan pill, and the iron-eating beast has also been materialized. If it is besieged, it will be very dangerous. Beep, beep, beep. But just as the rootless water was poured into the medicine furnace, a rapid, ringing sound rang in my ears. Hee hee. Bai Xiaoxing must be waiting anxiously. With a light laugh, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then put down the things in his hands and answered the video call. #C409 High-Level Alchemist. As soon as the light screen appeared, Bai Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a slightly anxious voice, "Hey, let me go, brother, are you finally online?" If the informant hadn't told me that the territory of the 3 core associations was divided up and Hu Zhang never showed up again, I would have thought you were killed by him. Hey, it's not that easy to kill me. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. It's just that I did encounter some dangers, so I couldn't go online during this period. By the way, do you know where Xing Kai, Shi Hao, and Chen Su are? What do you want to do? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened and he said in shock. During your absence, Jingan City has just calmed down a bit. Is it possible that you just entered the game and you want to stir up trouble again? In the past 10 days they have all reached level 40. I even heard that Xing Kai is now level 51. Are you sure you can still kill them like you did before? Is this difficult? Xiao Han smiled nonchalantly and continued. Originally, the revenge has been avenged and the things have been taken back. I don't plan to cause trouble to them again. But if I promised one person today to kill them again, then they will have no choice but to consider themselves unlucky. Okay, I'm going to check now. Bai Xiaoxing had no choice but to nod and said, Stormwind City doesn't have you, they have a lot of high profile, it should be easy to find out. I wonder if you have time now. Let's go to Piaoxiang Tower to meet. Let me kill Xing Kai first before we talk. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then asked, but is there anything that can't be said here without having to meet in person? Forehead. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, and said speechlessly, don't you think that you have forgotten something very important? Is there any? Xiao Han frowned and thought for a while but was still confused and said with a puzzled look on his face, what are you referring to? Why don't I remember it? The most important thing is the golden manifestation talisman, but that's what I gave to you. Go ahead. You are so big-hearted. Bai Xiaoxing covered his forehead and said with a speechless face, if Wantong intermediary hears this, how happy he must be. 3 pieces of diamond equipment and 11 pieces of dark gold equipment. Have you forgotten all of them? This is what you're talking about. Xiao Han slapped his forehead fiercely and suddenly thought about it. These dozen pieces of equipment were ejected from Lang Yi when he was in the Hongyan mine. After returning to the city, they were handed over to Wantong, intermediary for processing. It's just that when I suddenly encountered such a thing in reality, I didn't care about it. If Bai Xiaoxing hadn't suddenly mentioned it, he really couldn't remember it. For a while, so he smiled and asked, how was it? How much did those equipment cost? Hey, I thought you really didn't care. Bai Xiaoxing chuckled and continued, I don't know the exact number, but it should not be less than 100 million. Whenever you have time, I'll call him up and meet him at Piaoxiang Tower. Also during your absence, a lot of things happened in the game. I think you need to know about it. Yes, I understand. Xiao Han responded without refusing. He hasn't played games for more than 10 days, but he learned about some major events through game forums. For example, the Red Shirt Club spent 5 full days building the first town. In Perfect World, that was completely controlled by players. But they invested so much manpower and material resources and finally made wedding dresses for others. Xing Kai teamed up with Fengyun Guild, Sun Moon Guild, and Datong Guild to launch a sneak attack as soon as Hongshan Town was built. In less than 2 hours, it was renamed Tang Town. It was also during this period that Rus, Name, and Shiming also built their first villages one after another, and there were more than one. Fortunately, there are villages built in Yuhai City and Ice City within the scope of Yanhua. Generally speaking, during the 10 days he was away, many important things happened and many masters worth mentioning emerged. But these are some big events that everyone knows, but there are still many things he doesn't know. Whether in the game or in reality, information is extremely important, so it is necessary to understand it. But now she has to fulfill her promise with Zhang Xiaoyun first, and she cannot be kept waiting too long. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said directly, there is no need to rush into the meeting. You can help me check the news about Shi Hao, Xing Kai, and Chen Su first. Whether we can kill them or not, we will meet at Piaoxiang Tower in 2 hours. Okay. Bai Shaoxing continued without further persuasion. I'll contact Wantong intermediary first and ask him to free up his time. By the way, Lan Xiaodai has been asking me for news about you these days. You are really enviable for a beautiful woman to be so worried. I'm jealous of you. Don't fucking think about it. Xiao Han's face froze, and he explained helplessly. I promised to sell her 2 sets of muscle pills, but in the end I let her go. I didn't expect this woman to be so persistent. Hey, don't explain to me. I don't care about this. After Bai Shaoxing finished speaking, he hung up the call without any hesitation. Doing this made Xiao Han feel like he had become a scumbag. But now, even if he wanted to explain, he had no one to talk to, so he could only give up. Regarding the matter of the muscle-growing pills, he did something a bit dishonest. Now, not only did he stand up Lan Xiaodai, but he also owed Guanglong more than a dozen sets. However, he was still very surprised that the boy had not sent a message to ask during this period of time. Now, he had to hurry up and refine more muscle-growing pills. He couldn't go back on his word about what he had promised. In any case, he had to settle these 2 accounts first and then talk about other things. It should be possible to refine 1 set in an hour, which is only a dozen hours. After muttering softly, Xiao Han saw that the rootless water in the medicine furnace had begun to boil. He no longer hesitated and immediately picked up a porcelain bottle and poured 3 drops of evergreen stone milk into it. 2 minutes later, he picked up another blood essence grass and threw it in. As time passed slowly, he soon heard 3 system prompts in his ears. Ding, you have successfully refined 4 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 4 primary muscle-growing pills. Ding, you have successfully refined 3 primary muscle-growing pills, gaining 4 proficiency points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 400 proficiency points. Ding, your alchemist skill proficiency is full, and you have been promoted to a level 7 alchemist. Please keep up the good work, and I wish you a happy game. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's face flashed with a hint of excitement. At this moment, he has become a senior alchemist. Because of the improvement of skill level, not only the success rate of alchemy has increased by 30%, but also more pills will be obtained when the furnace is open to produce pills. In this way, he will be able to refine more intermediate muscle-growing pills. In the same time, with a hint of excitement flashing in his heart, Xiao Han quickly took out the pills from the medicine furnace and immediately poured another portion of rootless water into it. Ding! Just when he was about to continue refining, a light sound came from his ears. #C410 All members are present. There is another world at the end of Gray Mist Valley? Xiao Han's eyes lit up when he saw the message from Bai Shaoxing. With the appearance of Redwood Town. No, it should be called Tang Town now. Because of the appearance of Tang Town, the teleportation array was quickly built, and it became very easy for players to go to the Dark Forest. In the past, it took more than an hour to run around the periphery. But now, as long as you pay a few silver coins for the teleportation fee, you can go directly into the Dark Forest, and you can encounter wild monsters above level 40 when you leave the city. Because of this, the Tang Dynasty Guild, Fengyun Guild, Sun and Moon Guild, and some guilds in the Magic City have made a lot of money. After teleporting to Tang Town, whether you want to leave the city, enter the city, or want to teleport back, you need to pay. Although a large number of players are dissatisfied, they can only swallow their anger because of their strength. And at present, Stormwind City only has this one town. In the absence of other places to go, Tang Town has become the only choice. Everyone crowded into one place, and the development of the Dark Forest also increased steadily. In less than 3 days, someone discovered that there was another world behind the Gray Mist Valley, and a foggy jungle appeared in front of everyone. Because it was rarely visited, there were not only many rare medicinal materials but also wild beast cubs that were rarely seen in other places. They were not uncommon in the foggy jungle. More importantly, even if you kill ordinary wild monsters, there is a very small chance that the manifestation talisman will appear. It is precisely because of this that even if you need to pay some extra silver coins to go to Tang Town, all the players can only accept such exploitation. Humph! My town building order is not so easy to get. With a cold snort, Xiao Han no longer had the mind to continue refining pills. Compared with the sensation caused by killing Xing Kai, Shi Hao, and Chun Su, it would be more satisfying to snatch Tang Town back. At the same time, this incident was also used to remind everyone. The great devil Han Xiao is back again. Just thinking about this in his mind, Xiao Han felt very excited, and directly sent a message to Bai Shaoxing, asking him to help contact Han Ren, Guanglong, Baofenggui, Lan Xiaodai, and other guild leaders. Discuss the ownership of Tang Town and meet in Piaxianglu in an hour. Hey! I'm really looking forward to it. After sending the message, Xiao Han chatted with Bai Shaoxing for a few more words, and then he turned his attention to the medicine furnace again. Since he was going to attack Tang Town, recovery pills such as intermediate regenerating pills were definitely indispensable. The more fully prepared at this moment, the smaller the price will be, and the higher the possibility of success will be. Seeing the rootless water boiling in the medicine furnace, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately dripped 3 drops of evergreen stone milk into it. Time passed slowly, and the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding, you have successfully refined 8 bottles of advanced life recovery potion, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 8 intermediate muscle-growing pills. The recipe for the advanced life recovery potion is a 4th-level recipe. After the 100-fold reward, even if he is a 6th-level alchemist, he can still gain proficiency. But now he is already a 7th-level alchemist, and there is no way to gain proficiency by refining such pills. Although this is a pity, after becoming a high-level alchemist, there are actually 8 pills in one furnace, which Xiao Han did not expect at all. 5 minutes per furnace. If each furnace can harvest 8 pills, it would be great. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's movements did not slow down at all, and a portion of pure rootless water was poured into the medicine furnace again. In the alchemy room, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. But at this time, Stormwind City became undercurrents because of his message. Han Ren, who was in the graveyard of the dead, received the message from Bai Shaoxing. At the same time, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes, and there was also a trace of excitement. Then he turned around and ran towards Stormwind City. At the same time, Guanglong also received the same message, and a trace of joy flashed on his face. He whispered, "This guy is finally online. Hu Zeng didn't kill him, which is really a bit surprising. But it's good that he's alive. For our Guanglong guild, it's more beneficial than harmful." As the guild leaders received such information, they put down their work and ran quickly to Stormwind City, discussing the ownership of Tang Town together. Such things can't be missed. Although Han Xiao hasn't been online for more than 10 days, no one doubts that he has such strength. After all, until now, even if the level has been raised to more than 40 levels and even a set of diamond equipment, but the maximum damage caused to the target, almost no one can exceed 20,000 points, and even the damage value of 15,000 points, there are not many people who can reach it. And more than 10 days ago, the damage caused by Han Xiao to the target had exceeded 50,000 points. As Han Ren, Guanglong, Bao Fengrui, and other guild leaders entered Piaoxiang Lu, Xiao Han finally began to pick up the herbs on the ground. 11 furnaces were refined in an hour, and a total of 88 intermediate muscle-growing pills were harvested. Because he was a senior alchemist, each furnace could harvest about 7 to 10 pills, which was almost doubled compared to before. Hey! I wonder if it will be the same when refining Pei Yuan Dan. Thinking so, Xiao Han quickly ran to Piaxianglu after paying the bill. This time, there were less than 3 minutes left before the 1-hour deadline. Fortunately, Baozatang was near Piaxianglu. With his speed, he didn't have to worry about being late. Ding! At this moment, a light sound came from his ear. Xiao Han took a look and found that it was a message from Bai Shaoxing. He was obviously a little anxious. "Don't worry, I'm here," he replied and ran faster. It took less than 2 minutes for him to see Piaxianglu not far away and rushed in without hesitation. At the door of the box, Bai Shaoxing was already standing outside waiting. As soon as he saw the real owner coming, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You are finally here? I thought you forgot." "Heh, you don't believe me so much." Xiao Han chuckled and continued to ask, "Have all the guilds I mentioned been notified?" "Yes, they have all been notified." Bai Shaoxing nodded quickly and said with a smile, "You have a lot of face. Although you haven't been online for more than 10 days, none of them are absent. 10 minutes ago they were all here. Hey, if anyone wants to be absent from such a good thing, they are really stupid." "That's right. The income of Tang Town makes everyone jealous," Bai Shaoxing responded and pulled open the wooden door at hand. #C411 Fried Tiger Whip Recipe. Inside the box, 3 men and 2 women all seemed like strangers, only Guanglong and Baofengui were chatting casually. As the wooden door was suddenly opened, their eyes all shifted over. "Hey! Everyone is here." Seeing the familiar figures in the box, Xiao Han smiled. There were 5 guilds coming this time, namely the Red Shirt Guild, the Guanglong Guild, the Baofeng Guild, the Blue Butterfly Guild, and the Purple Moon Guild. Since entering the game, although his relationship with these guilds was not very good, he got along well with them. He could not do it alone to capture Tang Town, where 6 guilds were stationed together. Among these guilds, the comprehensive strength of the Datong Guild was the strongest. Among the top 10 guilds in Stormwind City, they were capable of entering the top 3, followed by the Fengyun Guild, which could also be ranked in the top 10. Before the main force of the Moyan Guild was arrested and imprisoned, their strength was actually stronger than the Fengyun Guild, only slightly weaker than the Datong Guild. However, because of a battle, he missed the best opportunity and fell out of the top 10. In addition to these 3 guilds, the Great King Guild, the Blood Evil Guild, and the Sun and Moon Guild are stationed in Tang Town. Although the strength of these 3 guilds is weaker, it is also relatively speaking. In general, they all have the strength of the top 20. Such guilds have core members, and the number will not be less than 500, and if the peripheral members are counted together, the total number is at least more than 10,000. Even if he is personally strong, it is impossible to kill everyone. So if you want to capture Tang Town, it is necessary to pull Han Su, Quang Long, Bao Fengrui, and others. Walking into the box with a smile, Xiao Han continued, "Since you are all here, you should also know my plan. Do you have any ideas?" After the voice fell, there was some silence in the box. After waiting for a long time, Han Ren broke the silence and said with a serious face, "Are you serious? You are not kidding. Hee. I am so idle. I have nothing to do to make fun of you?" Xiao Han chuckled and said seriously, "It shouldn't be difficult for our 5 guilds to unite and capture Tang Town. It's not as simple as you think." Guanglong frowned and said in a deep voice, "I know you have an intermediate muscle regenerating pill that can restore 4,000 health points in 1 second. If everyone has more than a dozen pills, it may be possible. But you are only one person. Even if you are refining pills 24 hours a day, how many sets can you come up with? From what you said, it seems that you are not optimistic about my action this time." Xiao Han was stunned and asked with some doubts, "I heard that there are only 6 guilds stationed in Tang Town. Unexpected situation under these circumstances, it shouldn't be difficult to attack it." "Alas, it might not be difficult 2 days ago," Han Ren sighed and said, depressedly, "but now it's not that simple." "Why?" Xiao Han was a little confused and asked in a deep voice, "It's only been 2 days, is there any difference from before? You haven't been here these days, so there are some things I don't know." Before Han Ren answered, Kuang Long interrupted and said, "Just 2 days ago, arrow towers appeared on the wooden walls of Tang Town. Someone has tested the attack power of those arrow towers. The attack frequency is as high as 3 per second, and each arrow can cause a constant damage of 5,000 points to the target. Even if we have intermediate muscle-growing pills, it is not easy to attack the top of the city. Alas, it would be great if you were online 2 days earlier."
Han Ren sejt.
Again and Tuk Gua Kuanglong interrupted. "But if you can provide 30 or 50 Peiyuan pills, that's another story. Don't say that they only built a first-level arrow tower. Even if it's a second-level arrow tower, I have the confidence to capture Tangtown with Xing Kai, Tang Taizong, Fengyun Batian and others all here. Hee, you're thinking pretty well." Xiao Han laughed and continued, 30 or 50 Peiyuan pills are not difficult, but how much money is that? Don't you have any idea in your mind? I know this request is a bit excessive. Han Ren's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, "But if you can really take it out, can we still discuss it? The daily flow of people in Tangtown is at least more than 5 million. Whether leaving the city or entering the city, you have to pay a silver coin. The daily income is at least more than 10 million. If you can provide the required Peiyuan Dan, we will also divide it according to the proportion like Xing Kai and others, and you can take 25% for yourself. How about that?" "Not very good." Xiao Han shook his head and refused flatly. "I am not short of money. What's the use of that thing? I can provide Peiyuan Dan, but you have to exchange it with materials. Of course, if there are no materials, cooking recipes, potion recipes, equipment, forging drawings, and other things can be exchanged. But how much can be exchanged? I have to see it before I can decide." "That's not difficult." Han Ren frowned and said in a deep voice, "But for the time being, where can you let us get these things?" "On the city wall of Tangtown, the number of arrow towers is less than 50. Now, but if a few days pass, it may be 100, 200, or even 300. If that time really comes, even if there are 30 or 50 Peiyuan Dan, it is probably impossible to capture it." "Heh! Don't be so pessimistic." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Since I've called you here, I just want to solve this problem today. It doesn't matter if the formula and materials are not available for the time being. You can buy on credit." As he said, he took out the material formula of the blood-colored ring and continued with a smile, "Each portion of this material can be exchanged for a Peiyuan pill. But now I will only exchange 50 portions, and the exchange will end when they are sold out. Of course, the formula and drawings are not included. As long as I like them, I will exchange as many as I can." "Are you serious?" A trace of excitement flashed across Kuanglong's face, and he immediately took out a piece of white paper and said with a smile, "This is a fried tiger whip formula. How many do you think it can be exchanged for?" "Fried tiger whip formula?" Xiao Han was stunned, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He has been thinking about this formula for a long time, and now he must get it no matter how much he pays. When he killed a red-eyed flaming tiger in the dark forest, he not only got the tiger roaring flaming blade and the purple fire thunder ring, but also got a tiger whip of the fiery flame winged tiger. This is at least the tiger whip of a boss above the emperor level. If it is made into a dish, how much attack power will it increase? The elite level red flame tiger, after its tiger whip is made into a dish, can increase his attack power by 3,000 points. If it is replaced with a fiery flame winged tiger, it can at least increase it by more than 100,000 points. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and quickly took the paper and took a look. He couldn't help but said in surprise, "You can explode the 5th level formula? It's really not easy. I don't have this formula. I can exchange it for 5. Oh my God! So many." Kuanglong stared and asked in disbelief, "Then how many?" can be exchanged for the 3rd level formula and the 4th level formula. Hashtag C412 if you don't have it, then steal it. Half an hour later, Han Ren, Kuang Long, Lan Xiaodai and others left one after another with a smile on Xiao Han's face. Although the purpose of this gathering was not achieved, the harvest was still great. Because of the Arrow Tower, even if they attack Tangtown at this time, not only the probability of success is very low, but they will also suffer huge losses, so this matter has been shelved for the time being. But no one gave up on the idea, and the shelving was only temporary. As long as the materials are gathered and a sufficient amount of Peiyuan pills are available, the attack on Tangtown will be put on the agenda immediately. After all, the benefits of a town cannot be ignored by anyone. Oh, it's just a few dozen Peiyuan pills. Is this difficult? After muttering softly, Xiao Han lowered his head and looked at the white paper in his hand, the smile in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. The refining of Peiyuan pills is not complicated. As long as the materials are complete, 30 or 50 Peiyuan pills can be refined in just 1 hour. At most. Except for the blood jade ginseng, he had asked Wantong to collect other materials more than 10 days ago. Some of the medicinal materials in the formula are indeed uncommon, but you can still find them with some effort. As for the most important blood jade ginseng, although it is not easy to find, with Yi Qiu's spirit-seeking rat, things will become much simpler. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately opened his friend list, only to find that their profile pictures were all gray. It's strange. Why are they not here? Is Xing Kai still targeting them? At this time, both of them were not here. Xiao Han was still a little confused, but there was nothing he could do. Without the help of the spirit-seeking rat, it is almost impossible to find the blood ginseng by one's own strength, so I can only put this matter aside for now. Turning to look at Bai Shaoxing, Xiao Han said with a smile, "Didn't you say before that there are many things happening in the game and it is necessary for me to understand them? While the Wantong agent hasn't come yet, let's talk about some important things." Haha, I was just about to tell you this. Bai Shaoxing smiled and continued, "A lot of things have happened during this period, so I'd better start with Stormwind City. As the #1 guild in Stormwind City, Hanren is really miserable this time. But this matter is actually foreshadowed. How could such a large-scale personnel transfer be hidden from everyone? If he had been more cautious, he would not have ended up in this situation. It's unlikely that we can take Tangtown back now, even if you can provide 30 or 50 Peiyuan pills in a short period of time. The outcome will only be a 50-50 outcome." Seeing Xiao Han's disbelief, Bai Shaoxing continued, "You may not know that the second-ranked Pancher Guild has an unusual relationship with the Tang Guild. If you really want to take action against Tangtown, the strength gap between these 5 guilds is not even small. I'll go." "Then why didn't you say anything just now?" Xiao Han was stunned and couldn't help complaining. "According to what you said, it's almost impossible to take Tangtown back. Well, after all, you set up this game, I can't just come up and ruin it for you." Bai Shaoxing sighed and continued, "What's more, although the possibility of success is not high, it does not mean that it is completely impossible. If you can still do what you did before, even if you are surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people, you can still kill nearly 10,000 people. Then capturing Tangtown will not be easy." "Well, this may be a bit difficult." Xiao Han touched the tip of his nose and said a little depressed, "It's been more than 10 days, no matter how stupid those top guilds are, they can still gather dozens of sets of armor-breaking equipment. That's why I said the possibility of success is not high." Bai Shaoxing felt a little emotional and continued in a deep voice, "Top guilds like Pancher and Datong will prepare no less than 100 sets of armor-breaking equipment. If you encounter such a concentrated fire, how many seconds do you think you can withstand it? Peiyuan Dan is indeed very powerful, but it can only restore 20,000 health points per second. If it is hit by 100 players at the same time, their damage value should not be less than 50,000. If I go, then I won't be able to last even 2 seconds. Xiao Han frowned and said somewhat depressedly, "It seems that I have to find a way to get some damage reduction equipment." "What are you talking about, damage reduction equipment?" At this moment, the wooden door of the box was pushed open, and Wantong, intermediary, stepped in and said with a smile, "It's not easy, you are finally online. If I don't enter the game again, I will be ready to take the money and abscond." "Hey, why don't you run away?" Xiao Han chuckled and teased. "Do you think more than 100 million is a bit too little, and it's not worth running away like this?" "Haha, I really have this idea." Wanong intermediary didn't mind Xiao Han's joke and continued, "I just heard what you were talking about damage reduction equipment. What on earth is going on? Do you want to buy damage reduction equipment? Or what? I received news yesterday that a magician seems to have a piece of equipment like this and is ready to sell it, but the price is very expensive." "Let me go. You have such a broad path," Xiao Han exclaimed and said quickly, "Injury reduction equipment is extremely rare. I am just trying to get some such equipment." "Has his equipment been sold? Can you contact him now?" "I can't contact him now. I don't have his contact information." Wantong agent found a seat and sat down and continued, "But this is not difficult for me. After all, I specialize in this. As for whether the equipment has been sold, I can't say for sure. But according to his price and conditions, it should not have been sold yet." "Price and conditions?" Xiao Han was stunned and asked in confusion, "Is his price very high and the conditions difficult?" "Well, that guy said that he would only exchange for the same level of mage weapons, and there must be 2 special effects, and it is not a 1-to-1 exchange. In addition, 80 million Yenhua coins must be added." "Fuck. So arrogant?" Xiao Han couldn't help cursing, and asked curiously, "What level of equipment is this?" "It can't be above the legendary level." "That's not the case. It's just a diamond equipment." Wantong agent thought for a while and continued, "If I remember correctly, it seems it is a level 50 diamond shield that can reduce damage by nearly 10,000 points. It is really awesome. But because of its good attributes, he is unwilling to sell it at a lower price. It is estimated that it will not be easy to exchange it for a mage weapon in a short time." "It is not easy." Xiao Han nodded and said a little depressed, "And it is a mage weapon with 2 special effects, which is even more difficult. But if what you said is true, then this shield is worth the price. Let's do this. You go get his contact information first. As for the weapon, I will find a way." After thinking for a while, Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he muttered to himself, "It must be a diamond-level mage weapon with 2 special effects. Even if I have 100 times reward, it is impossible to get the specified equipment from the boss at least in a short time. Since I don't have it, I can only find a way to rob it from players who have such equipment." #C413 Blood-Crying Ring. With this idea in mind, Xiao Han immediately asked Bai Shaoxing to help find out the news in this regard to see who has such a magic weapon. Anyway, the phantom mask can change one's appearance, which is just right for killing people and robbing goods. At the same time, he also took back 112 million yuan in payment from Wantong intermediary, as well as 20 medicinal materials for refining Peiyuan pill. However, among these medicinal materials there is no most important blood jade ginseng, so Peiyuan pill still cannot be refined. Since Yi Qiu is not here, let's make the blood-colored ring first. Bai Shaoxing and Wantong intermediary had already left. Xiao Han muttered, and left Piaxianglu. As early as more than 10 days ago, he could have made the blood-colored ring. But Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly got into trouble, and Jiang Xiaoyun almost lost his life in the end, so this matter has been delayed. If it weren't for this matter, maybe the phantom mask could be upgraded to the legendary level. After finding a jewelry store nearby, Xiao Han went through the formalities with ease and immediately walked into the studio in the backyard. After tidying up the desktop a little, he immediately took out the aquamarine and the blue spider's silk thread. The blood-colored ring is a gold equipment. To make it, the jeweler's level must be upgraded to level 5, and he is only a level 4 jeweler now. So before that, he had to make a few blue crystal necklaces to improve his proficiency. Taking out a water blue stone, Xiao Han observed it for a while, sketched a rough outline in his mind and then quickly polished it. Because he had a successful experience once, he was more handy this time. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer water blue stones on the desktop, and the system prompt sounded again and again, until a certain moment. Ding, your jeweler proficiency is full, promoted to level 5 jeweler, please. Keep up the good work. I wish you a happy game. After successfully being promoted to level 5 jeweler, Xiao Han no longer had the heart to make blue crystal necklaces. There were still some unused materials on the table, and he was too lazy to put them away, so he just casually swiped them to the ground. Although these things were still worth some money, it would take time to sell them. For someone like him who made hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, it was not worth even putting them back in his backpack. After cleaning the table, Xiao Han immediately took out the materials for making the blood-colored ring and laid them out one by one. Then he immediately opened the attribute panel and began to study the forging method recorded on the drawing. Half a quarter of an hour later, he exhaled lightly and smiled. Compared with the blue crystal necklace, the blood-colored ring is a little more difficult to make, but compared with the dog tooth ring, it is much simpler. After all, the production of the blood-colored ring does not require carving. This not only saves a lot of time, but also makes it relatively simple, making it more likely to make high-level equipment. According to the steps on the drawing, Xiao Han first took out the red gold. This is a relatively soft metal material, which needs to be gently tapped with a small hammer to make it look like a ring. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp knocking sound rang out rhythmically, and the silver-white metal hammer flew up and down in Xiao Han's hand. When working seriously, time usually passes quickly, and the system prompt sound may be late, but it will never be absent. Ding, you successfully made the gold equipment blood ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the diamond equipment weeping blood ring. Ding, you successfully made the diamond equipment weeping blood ring, gaining 1 proficiency, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 100 proficiency points. Hearing such a system prompt sound, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, and a flash of excitement flashed across his face, and he immediately looked down at its attributes. Weeping blood ring, diamond level 25, attack plus 680, strength plus 340, agility plus 340, stamina plus 340, special effect. Weeping blood, absorb 20% of physical damage converted into health. Fuck! Blood-sucking special effect. The moment he saw the equipment attributes, Xiao Han's eyes couldn't help but glared fiercely. His eyes were full of surprise. With this equipment, there is no need to be afraid even if you are besieged. With his current physical attack power, he can easily deal more than 30,000 points of damage. If he uses the sudden slash, he can even deal more than 50,000 points of damage in one hit. In proportion, that means instantly recovering 10,000 points of health. But this is not the most powerful thing. The sudden slash is only a single attack skill. Even if you are lucky enough to get a critical hit, it can only cause more than 100,000 points of damage to the target at most. And the shock is different. It is a group attack skill. Although its single target damage is far less than the sudden slash, its attack range is 2 meters in radius. If it is in a crowded place, it is not too difficult to hit a dozen targets. Xiao Han really wants to know how many points of health can be instantly restored if he steps on it. Hee. There is actually such a special effect. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Although the special effects of the weeping blood ring are very top-notch, it does not have the attribute of armor penetration, which undoubtedly reduces his practicality a lot. He now has 2 rings on his hands, and he can only wear 2. One of them is the purple fire thunder ring that exploded from the red-eyed flame tiger. This is a legendary ring, so of course it is impossible to replace it. The other one was the soul-breaking ring that exploded from Shinkai. The attributes of this equipment are indeed far inferior to those of the blood-crying ring, but it has a very practical special effect: armor breaking. If it is replaced, the armor-breaking effect will not be 100%. Damn, why can I only wear 2 rings? Xiao Han muttered softly, feeling very depressed, wishing he could wear rings on all 10 fingers. But he also knew that this was impossible, so he could only throw the blood-crying ring into his backpack immediately, take out a piece of red gold, and continue to hammer it. He had a total of 11 materials for making the blood-colored ring. Xiao Han could not know now how likely it was that the blood-crying ring would have the blood-crying special effect, but he was going to try and make more blood-crying rings. Maybe if he was a little luckier, he could get a blood-crying ring with 2 special effects. #C414 Go directly to Tang Town. Ding, you successfully created the gold equipment bloody ring, which triggers a 100-fold reward. You get the diamond equipment bloody ring. Ding, you successfully made the diamond equipment weeping blood ring, gained 1 proficiency point, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 100 proficiency points. The materials on the workbench continued to decrease, and 1 weeping blood ring was being created one after another. Xiao Han quickly lowered his head to look at its properties. Weeping blood ring, diamond level 15, attack plus 550, strength plus 270, agility plus 270, stamina plus 270. Sure enough, there are still no special effects. Xiao Han sighed in disappointment, looking a little depressed. 5 weeping blood rings have been created in a row, but except for the first one, all the others have no special effects. Even the equipment level is between level 5 and 15. It seems that although the skill level has been improved, the crafting technology still needs to be improved.
Xiao Han muttered softly, and Xiao Han
understood why this was the case. For some unknown reason, he has never been able to enter that state of selflessness. Without being able to enter the state in which the Shadow Sword was originally created, it is of course impossible to create diamond equipment with dual special effects. Judging from previous experience in building equipment, the more energy and time you invest, the higher the level of the equipment will be, and the probability of special effects will also increase. There are still 6 materials. I don't know if I can create the equipment I want. Although the diamond equipment without special effects still had some value, Xiao Han was too lazy to sell it and simply threw it to the phantom mask to be devoured. Looking at the materials on the table, he hesitated, wondering whether he should continue. After all, in the current situation, it is really not possible to create high-level diamond equipment. Bite! At this moment, a light ringtone rang in his ears, interrupting his hesitation. Xiao Han immediately opened his friend list and took a look. In the list belonging to Xinghin, a female avatar is beating from time to time. Hey, it's finally online. It's not easy. On the way to the jewelry store, he had already left messages for Yi Qiu and Lin Xia respectively, expressing his intention to borrow the spirit-seeking rat. Clicking on the unread message that was jumping quickly on the profile picture, Xiao Han took a look, and then a smile appeared on his face. After turning his appearance into a star mark, he called back without any hesitation. Beep. As soon as the video call rang, it was connected immediately, and then a handsome face appeared on the screen, saying slightly excitedly, "Brother, Xinghin, you haven't been online for a long time." "Well, I've been busy in real life lately, so I haven't had time." A smile appeared on Xiao Han's face and he continued, "Do you have time? Need some blood ginseng to make potions, and I would like to borrow your soul-seeking rat." Of course I have time. Ichio nodded quickly, but then he boasted and said, with a depressed expression, but I can't get out now. Those players in the Magic City act like they are crazy when they see me. So, Shinkai is still targeting you? Xiao Han frowned and said unhappily, it's okay as long as I'm here they are. Nothing but a piece of cake. Hee hee. Okay then. Ichio grinned and said happily, then where are we going? Is it still the dark forest? Well, it seems that blood ginseng is only found there. Xiao Han nodded and continued, and I heard that there is a misty jungle on the other side of the dark forest and there are more medicinal materials in it. If you have time, I will take you to see it together. Okay. Please wait for me for a moment. A flash of excitement flashed across Ichio's face and he said anxiously, I'm going to clean my backpack. See you at the South City Gate in 10 minutes. Why are you going to the South City Gate? Xiao Han was stunned and asked, directly, is it because of Shinkai that Tangtown restricts your entry? That's not true. It's just that there are more Magic City players over there. A trace of depression flashed across Ichio's face, and he explained bitterly, if you leave Stormwind City, as long as you are careful, you still have a chance to leave the city safely. But if you leave Tangtown, it's no different than sending yourself to death. Holy shit! Are you so arrogant? A cold light flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he said coldly, it's been more than 10 days and you're still holding on to me. Then what can I do? Ichio said helplessly, I can only try to avoid whoever makes him rich and powerful. No need to avoid it. Once the backpack is cleared, you can go directly to Tangtown. Xiao Han's face darkened and he continued, I want to see how many blind people there are. As long as Shinkai dares to come out, I will let him experience the taste of the resurrection altar. Okay. I'll listen to you and go directly to Tangtown later. A trace of excitement flashed across Ichio's face, and there was even a hint of expectation. Even though she was a good girl, she was very troubled by the targeting during this period. Now that she finally had a master to help, she was really looking forward to. Ichio quickly hung up the video call and ran straight to the nearest Hongyue warehouse. She wanted to empty all her backpack so that she could bring back more equipment and medicinal materials. She was distressed by her last experience in the dark forest for a long time. There are so many medicinal materials and so much equipment, but because the backpack space is not large enough, I can only give them up. Hee hee. How many levels can I level up this time? Thinking this way, Ichio felt very happy. She reached out and touched the soul-seeking rat on her left shoulder and whispered with a smile, little guy, you have suffered a lot during this period. But don't worry, I will take you to eat good food today. When I look for blood ginseng later, you must help me. In the studio, Xiao Han quickly cleaned up the remaining materials on the table and walked out the door. Crunch! Suddenly, there was a light sound under his feet. He looked down and found that it was a blue necklace. This thing is useless to me, but Ichio should like it very much. Thinking this way, Xiao Han did not hesitate too much, bent down and picked up all 4 ice necklaces on the ground. While walking out the door, he looked at the properties of these necklaces. Hey! This level 20 ice necklace actually has special effects. After looking up and down, Xiao Han's face flashed a trace of surprise. When making the blue crystal necklace, because only proficiency was needed, he was always perfunctory. Even when polishing it, he was very casual. He even didn't bother to take a second look at the finished product, and threw it directly on the ground. He originally thought that these ice necklaces would be level 5 or level 10 equipment, but he didn't expect that there would be a small top-grade one. Although this thing doesn't look good, she should be very happy to receive the gift. Muttering softly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, threw the necklace into his backpack, and walked quickly towards the direction of the teleportation hall. #C415 I'm already there. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Han changed his appearance to that of Li Feng and went directly to Tang Town through the teleportation array. At this time, Yi Qiu had not arrived yet, which gave him time to observe this place carefully. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation hall with only one teleportation array, he saw rows of orderly wooden buildings outside. After a rough observation, Xiao Han found that this was a small town with a small area. From the overall point of view, it was an irregular rectangle. The distance between the north and south walls was about 1,000 meters, while the distance between the east and west walls was a little farther, but it did not exceed 1,500 meters. Because the town was relatively small and the flow of people was very large, seemed very crowded here. At the same time, there were many people setting up stalls to sell things, and the endless hawking sounds kept drilling into the ears. Don't miss it if you pass by. The level 40 silver wristband is only sold for 20 gold coins. Selling a large number of intermediate life recovery potions, vomiting blood. Sale. Buying clover, blood essence grass, evergreen stone milk, blood spirit grass. Unlimited purchase. Are there any brothers who want to cooperate for a long time? Level 30 silver equipment. Exchange for the same level of mage equipment. The players shouted at the top of their lungs, trying their best to sell their own things, making this place look unusually lively. Xiao Han was a little emotional, and at the same time felt sorry for Han Rin. If you want to set up a stall here, even in the most remote place, you need a stall fee of 5 silver coins per hour. If it is near the city gate with a large flow of people, the price will be at least 10 times higher. Hey! This money is really easy to make. Muttering softly, Xiao Han even felt that the daily income of this place was at least more than 30 million. It's a pity that Han Rin failed to keep what should have belonged to him. Looking up and looking around, arrow towers more than 10 meters high stood quietly beside the city wall. After a quick glance, Xiao Han found that there were no less than 70 such arrow towers. And this is just the number now. There are still many arrow towers under construction near the city wall, making this Tang town look like an indestructible fortress. Hee, it's just a first-level arrow tower. What's the use of building so many? With a sneer, Xiao Han muttered softly, "Wait until I make 200 payon pills. I want to see how you defend it." If this was just Tang town of the Tang Dynasty Guild, he really didn't have too many ideas. But Xing Kai is here, so I'm sorry, this place has to change its owner as soon as possible. And Stormwind City has been a little quiet recently, and it's time to make some things lively. At the same time, it was also announced in a high-profile manner that the great demon king Han Shao, who had disappeared for more than 10 days, was back in an invincible posture. "Hey, buddy, you are a warrior too." Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, and he grabbed his arm and said with a smile, "I have a level 40 silver armor here. Only 30 silver coins. Look at the armor on you. It should be just an equipment below level 20. You should know the truth that sharpening a knife does not delay chopping wood. This equipment of mine can not only increase the upper limit of 1,500 health points, but also 200 points of physical defense. This low-level equipment should have been eliminated long ago. It's time to change to a better one. Not needed for the time being." Xiao Han chuckled and refused without hesitation. "I have a better one. If this is a dark gold equipment, I can still consider it." Tisk. If there is really a dark gold equipment, why do I need to shout here? The young man sneered, knowing that the man in front of him looked down on this equipment. He immediately let go and started to greet others. Xiao Han shook his head, didn't say much, squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the city gate. He wanted to see if he could find some good stuff at these stalls, but it was obviously overthinking. At least along the way, let alone dark gold equipment, even gold equipment was rare. With the emergence of the manifestation talisman, the connection between perfect world and reality has become increasingly close and high quality. Equipment has always been in a state of supply exceeding demand. As long as the equipment is good enough, there is no worry about not being able to sell it, especially for some top guilds which almost purchase it in unlimited quantities. Moreover, for some equipment with armor-breaking properties, even black iron and bronze levels can be sold at a good price. So it is almost impossible to find equipment that he can use at these small stalls. Although Tang Town is not big, there are many people coming here. Whenever an equipment with decent properties appears, it will soon attract some wealthy guys to take it into their pockets. The purpose of visiting the stalls is actually to buy something that suits your heart. Since these stalls don't have what he wants, there is no need to waste time here. It took less than 10 minutes for Xiao Han to pay a silver coin and leave Tang Town. Looking at this place again, I found that this is a town built on a small hill. In terms of geographical location, it is also a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. No matter how good the place is, it is useless if the strength is not good. Said with some emotion, Xiao Han stopped where he was and carefully observed this small town built entirely of wood. At the beginning, the height of the surrounding walls was less than 3 meters. However, after the change of ownership of this small town, it has been repeatedly reinforced and increased in height. Now it is almost 5 meters high, and even the width has been widened to 2 meters. At this time, teams of players patrolled on the city wall from time to time. On those 10-meter-high arrow towers, some figures could be vaguely seen, flashing inside. Hey! The defense is really tight. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter, but he didn't have too much fear in his heart. After all, it was something that was robbed, and he would definitely worry about it being robbed back. However, doing so can only add some psychological comfort. In the face of overwhelming strength, such defense is not enough. At first, he thought that it would be impossible to capture this Tang Town without 30 or 50 Peiyuan pills. But now it seems that having more than a dozen is enough. There seem to be many arrow towers here, but evenly distributed on each side. Of the city wall, there are only less than 20, and there is almost one every 100 meters. If he was not worried about being killed by concentrated fire, he would even have the confidence that he could tear a hole in the city wall by himself. Just a few arrow towers. I thought they were something extraordinary. After a field inspection, Xiao Han shook his head in disdain, and then sent a message to Yi Qiu, asking her to go directly out of the north gate after arriving in Tang Town. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the message was sent, the phone came back. After the call was connected, Yi Qiu's voice came out immediately. I'm here, but there are more than a dozen Magic City players following me. What should I do now? Hashtag C416 Tiger Roar. Hey, you are really looking for death. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and Xiao Han said directly, It's okay, you can just come here. Don't be afraid. After comforting Yi Qiu, he turned his gaze towards the city gate and waited. Slowly, more than 10 minutes later, a thin figure wearing leather armor appeared. Behind her, there were 20 or 30 players in the distance. Although it was more than 300 meters away, Xiao Han could still hear what they were talking about. Hey, this girl is really not afraid of death. You can get 5,000 yuan if you kill her once. Where can you find such a good thing? Since you met it today, of course you can't miss it. It's a pity that the guy named Lin Xia rarely comes out, otherwise he would make more. How about we trap her here today and force that guy named Lin to come out? Otherwise only 5,000 yuan won't be enough. The unscrupulous chatter reached his ears. Xiao Han saw Yi Qiu's hesitation, and immediately sent a message. I have seen you. Don't be afraid. Just come out. As long as I'm here, those guys can't hurt you. While talking, he also sent a team invitation to Yi Qiu to prevent any accidental injuries. With such a guarantee, Yi Qiu finally felt relieved. After handing over a silver coin, he walked out of Tang Town openly. At the same time, she kept looking around, muttering in her heart. Strange, where is brother Xinghan? Didn't you say you've seen me? But there aren't many people here, so why don't you see him? Unable to find that familiar figure, Yi Qiu felt a little uneasy. At the same time, he also remembered the video on the forum more than 10 days ago. Li Feng was falsely accused of killing people in the city and is still in jail. It was also from that video that she learned that brother Xinghan, who was very friendly to her, had a prop that could change his appearance and could disguise himself as many people. Perhaps the identity she is in contact with now may not be real. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, for now, the relationship between them is just a cooperative relationship. They each get what they need. As long as the spirit-seeking mouse is still there, this relationship can still be maintained. Although her life was still worth some money, she wouldn't let such a master, who threw away his equipment casually and didn't bother to pick up coins to trick her out of the city. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Brother Xinghan will definitely be nearby. After comforting himself, Yi Qiu immediately became firm in his steps, pointed in one direction and ran quickly towards the gray mist valley. Hey, you want to run away? Now that you're out of the city, where else can you run? At this time, several sneers came from behind, and then dense footsteps chased him, causing nearby players to look this way. Out of trust in Xinghan, Yi Qiu ignored the people chasing behind him and just ran forward with his head buried in the ground. Boom! But at this moment there was a roar from behind, and then the sound of footsteps pursuing at high speed stopped suddenly, and screams of surprise also rang in his ears. Damn it! Who is this guy? He killed 7 or 8 people with one kick. It looks very strange. Why have I never heard of it? Is it a new expert? What a terrifying damage. But this explosion rate suddenly reminds me of a person. Hearing such comments, Yi Qiu quickly stopped and turned around to look behind him. A completely unfamiliar figure in her memory was holding a long red knife in his hand, waving his hand to slash at the Magic City players beside him. Minus 8,420. The moment nearly 10,000 points of damage floated out, the knight player who was hit stiffened and fell down with disbelief on his face. At the same time, he also exploded a pile of materials and a dozen pieces of equipment. This is Brother Xinghan. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and Yi Qiu murmured softly, "But this is too powerful. No one can withstand his sword. They are all instant kills. Humph. I made you want to kill me. Now you are in trouble." Looking at the equipment and materials all over the floor, Yi Qiu was very excited. She knew that Xinghan would definitely look down on those things on the ground. When all those people were killed, these things would be hers. Who dares to run wild in our Tangtown territory? Suddenly, there was a roar from the city gate, and a player wearing silver armor, riding a brown war horse, and leading a group of patrolling players, rushed out of Tangtown. Hey, this guy is in trouble. Even if he kills people outside Tangtown, the ones he kills are players from the Blood Fiend Guild and the King's Guild. That's right, this is their territory. Isn't this making you feel uncomfortable? That's not certain. I think things are far from as simple as they appear. If you don't believe me, just wait. The sudden appearance of a group of patrolling players made Yi Qiu's face look a little ugly, and he looked worriedly at the figure who was still fighting. Brother Xinghan, is something going to happen? With this thought in her mind, she prayed secretly in her heart. At this time, Xiao Han also saw the somewhat coquettish young man in silver armor at the city gate. A cold light flashed on his face and he said in a cold voice, "I advise you to go back wherever you came from. Don't give yourself any trouble." Feeling uncomfortable. After saying that, he waved his hand and struck another blow, killing another person in an instant. Such a scene made the young man in silver armor's face instantly turn ugly. His face darkened and he said angrily, "You are really looking for death. Want to see today why you are so crazy, noisy?" Seeing the silver armor general not giving up, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he rushed over with a sudden slash, and then slashed in the air. Oh my God! What does this mean? He is more than 10 meters away and he is going to cut for nothing. You don't understand this, right? That is an invisible sword energy that can kill people invisibly. Ordinary people like you can't see it. Fuck you, if you are more serious, I will really believe it. The players who saw this scene laughed out loud, because everyone knew that at least at this stage no one could release the sword energy. Roar. But at this moment, a tiger roar sounded. Above Xiao Han's head, an illusory tiger appeared out of thin air, and it roared to the sky, and an invisible sound wave instantly spread to the surroundings. As the sound fell, a series of damage values emerged. Minus 15,470. Minus 9,850. Minus 8,630. The next second, the silver-armored young general and the team of players behind him all froze and fell down in unison. Among the players watching the battle, several of them were too close and their health bars were instantly emptied. The laughter also stopped at this moment. Everyone opened their mouths slightly, revealing a confused expression, with disbelief in their eyes. After a while, someone said, "What the hell is this attack? It's too perverted." Hashtag C417 Misty Jungle. The silver-armored general and a team of patrolling players were killed instantly, and hundreds of equipment appeared on the ground instantly. This made the surrounding players talk about it, and a trace of greed immediately appeared in their eyes. They were eager to pick up the equipment on the ground. But when they saw the figure who killed a player with one knife, a trace of hesitation flashed across their faces, and their expressions were very entangled. Wait a minute, don't be too anxious. If you go to grab it now, it's no different from sending yourself to death. There are only 30 slots in the backpack, so many equipment and materials can't be taken away. Just wait a while. There are so many equipment, such a burst rate, it's almost comparable to the great demon King Han Xiao. Many discussions continued to come from dozens of meters away. Xiao Han didn't care. He listened to a series of system prompts, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. These guys are so poor that they don't even have a piece of dark gold equipment. Muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't even pick up the 3 pieces of gold equipment that the silver-armored young general dropped. He walked quickly to Yiqiu and said directly, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Let's go. Where to go?" Yiqiu's expression froze, and he said blankly, "Don't you want all the equipment on the ground? It's all garbage. What do you want it for?" Xiao Han curled his lips and continued disdainfully, "Come out with me. Your 30-grid backpack is not enough. Even if you pick up those things now, you still have to throw them away in the end. Why waste that time and energy?" "Well, that makes sense." Yiqiu's expression froze, and a trace of regret flashed across her face, but she was no longer so entangled. Seeing the strange figure beside her turn around and leave, she immediately chased after him. At this time, all the players showed a confused expression. No one could believe that, with so many equipments, that guy didn't want any of them and just left like that. The atmosphere was a little silent at this moment, and it was obvious that many players didn't believe this was true. "Mine, I grabbed it first." At this moment, an angry voice rang out, and then everyone nearby, without any hesitation, rushed to the place where the equipment fell. Fighting, cursing, fighting became the main theme at this moment. But soon, hundreds of people rushed out of Tangtown, and just when they wanted to fight, the fighting players immediately dispersed. In a flash, the city gate was quiet again. Knowing that a player in the guild was killed, and dozens of them were killed under their noses, the swordsman immediately rushed over. But now they don't even know what happened. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he couldn't find a suitable target. He asked with a gloomy face, "Who can tell me what happened here?" "Boss, there is a video on the forum, but I remember this guy. It seems to be Xiao Yan from the Sun Moon Guild." At this time, somewhere in the Grey Mist Valley, Xiao Han, the instigator, had already left with Yiqiu. Although the two were not fast, it took less than half an hour to reach the misty jungle. Is this the foggy jungle? Looking at the place with visibility less than 5 meters in front of him, Xiao Han said with some emotion, "Once you enter this place, there should be no way to come out alive." "Yes, that's true." Yiqiu nodded and continued, "I saw many people on the forum saying that there is no way to find a way out after entering here. But there are many good things in it, even if you commit suicide and return to the city in the end. It is very cost-effective. But it's not that there is no chance to get out of it, but the probability is too small and can be almost ignored. What do you think? Do you still want to go in?" "Hee. Since you are here, isn't it redundant to ask this?" Xiao Han chuckled and walked into the depths of the fog. As for the fact that only suicide can get out safely, he doesn't believe it. If this is true, this place is only suitable for players with poor equipment. To come here to hunt for treasures. Players like him who are full of top-quality equipment will not appear in this place. After all, committing suicide once is nothing, but if the legendary equipment on your body explodes, the loss will be too great. It's just fog. Can it stump me? Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out a bell from his backpack and tied it to a branch beside him. Ding-ling-ling. The breeze blew gently, and the crisp sound kept ringing in his ears. "It's useless. Don't waste your energy." Seeing Xinghan like this, Yiqiu smiled softly and said, "I thought you were not afraid, but this method is useless. You probably haven't read the post about the foggy jungle carefully. The method of leaving a mark has been tried by someone a long time ago, but it didn't work at all. Once we leave, these bells or some other things will disappear soon." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Xiao Han was stunned, but a little surprised. These bells were bought specially before he came. "I thought that my hearing was extremely sharp. As long as these bells could make sounds, I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost." But now it seems that he thought too much. But how could this good bell suddenly disappear? With such doubts in his mind, Xiao Han continued to move forward more than 10 meters, tied another bell and said with a smile, "It's just some bells, let's give it a try. I want to see how these bells disappeared." Since he has come to the misty jungle, he will not easily back down because of such a small difficulty. The misty jungle that must be entered. He has coveted Su Cheng's 100 pills for a long time. This time, he must collect enough rare medicinal materials and comprehend several more pill formulas. The Peiyuan pill in reality has been used up. Without the assistance of pills, the efficiency of cultivation is already very low, which can be regarded as twice the result with half the effort. It's time for the embodiment talisman in the Rui belt to play its role. While tying the bell, Xiao Han quickly walked into the depths of the misty jungle, and at the same time his ears kept moving, listening carefully to the movements around him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, an animal's cry came from a place 100 meters behind him. Less than 5 seconds later, the sound of ding-ling-ling began to ring rapidly, and the sound of the bell was still moving quickly. "Humph! I want to see what this is?" Xiao Han snorted and immediately said to Yiqiu beside him, "Stand still, I'll go to the back to take a look and come back soon." #C418 Mist Monkey. The bell was tied to the tree for less than 5 minutes before it was stolen by an unknown creature. It was really surprising. After listening to Yiqiu's explanation, Xiao Han deliberately tied the bell high up because he was worried about encountering this situation. Now he wanted to see what moved his bell. Hearing the sound of ding-ling-ling coming continuously, he ran faster and got closer and closer to the place where the sound came from. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Along with the sound of the bell, the unknown creature also kept making happy calls. Judging from the sound, it should be less than 50 meters.
Xiao Han whispered
to himself and ran faster. But at this time, he regretted not eating a plate of stir-fried pig tendons before coming. He hadn't entered the game for more than 10 days and all the various buffs that the dishes had given him before had disappeared. Although his current speed was not slow, it was much slower than before. If he had the buff of stir-fried pig tendons now, he might have caught up with the thing in front of him long ago, but it was too late to regret it now. Fortunately, his speed was much faster than that unknown creature that stole the bell. Boom! In order to catch up with the guy as soon as possible, Xiao Han did not hesitate too much. He slightly gathered strength in his legs and instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Squeak! At this moment, the happy cry from dozens of meters away suddenly stopped, and the sound of ding-ling-ling also disappeared instantly. So cautious! Muttering softly, Xiao Han stopped immediately, but the energy in his body continued to flow into his ears. The next second, his hearing suddenly increased several times. At the same time, various sounds kept drilling into his ears. There was the sound of breeze blowing leaves, the sound of other players talking, and the sound of several bells quickly going away. Among these sounds, Xiao Han quickly distinguished that there was a very slight rustling sound dozens of meters away, slowly moving away. Humph, you still want to run? I'll see where you can run to. He snorted coldly. A hint of teasing appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly accelerated and rushed straight over there. It took Xiao Han less than 3 seconds to cover a distance of dozens of meters, and then he stopped immediately. Although he didn't know where the thing that stole the bell was because of the fog, he had a feeling that it should be nearby. At this time, the slight rustling sound had disappeared. Faced with this scene, Xiao Han frowned deeply, and his heart was full of doubts. Because there were only a few trees nearby, there was no place to hide at all. But even so, the thief who stole the bell was still not found. Is that thing no longer here? Muttering softly, Xiao Han's ears trembled slightly, and while carefully receiving the nearby sounds, he was still searching carefully. At this moment, he even wondered if he had encountered a monster that could become invisible. Hide and seek, eh? I'll see where you can hide. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han was too lazy to waste time here. He drew out the tiger roaring flame blade and slashed in the air. Roar! As the illusory tiger appeared, the sound waves instantly spread around. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, a panicked cry sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han hurriedly looked in the direction where the sound came from. In a thick fog less than 5 meters to the left front, a 5-digit blood-colored damage value floated out without warning. Then, a gray-white little monkey less than 50 centimeters tall rushed out of it in panic and fled to the distance at a very fast speed. Hey, it's a monkey! A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but Xiao Han did not intend to let it go. With a smile in his eyes, he stretched out his hand and pointed it. Boom! There was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and the gray-white monkey's body suddenly stiffened and stopped immediately. At this time, only a tiny trace of blood bar remained. At this time, Xiao Han moved his feet and quickly chased after it. At the same time, he threw the detection technique that he had not used for a long time. Fog Monkey. Level 50. HP plus 56,000. Attack plus 2050. Defense plus 1,200. Skills. Mist Hide, Spray Mist, Hide Body. Introduction. Mist Monkey is a timid and cautious animal. It is a unique species in the misty jungle. It is curious about everything and likes to collect human abandoned things to increase its collection. Its mist gland is a must for making storage bags. Seeing the introduction of the Fog Monkey, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and couldn't help whispering, "Hey, such an ordinary monster actually has such a good thing on it." For all players, storage bags are a good thing that they can't get. After all, a backpack with only 30 slots can't hold too many things. It is often not enough. If you can have a storage bag, it will be much more convenient. Xiao Han certainly wouldn't miss such a material. Hey, this detection technique is really good, he whispered excitedly, and as he rushed over, he stomped hard on the ground. Boom! As the sound rang out, a series of system prompts also rang in his ears. Ding, you killed a fog monkey and gained 12,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 1.2 million experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a fog monkey and gained 325 copper coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 32,500 copper coins. Ding, you killed a fog monkey and gained the manifestation talisman, instrument black iron, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the manifestation talisman, instrument, silver. Ding, you killed a fog monkey and gained the black iron equipment, the iron ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the silver equipment, the black iron ring. A series of system prompts startled Xiao Han, and he quickly looked at the things next to the corpse. A silver-white piece of paper was lying there, quietly. Oh my God! Can any ordinary monster drop a manifestation talisman? With a flash of disbelief in his eyes, he picked up the paper swiftly, and then immediately took out the shadow sword and searched in the mouth of the fog monkey. In less than 30 seconds he found two milky white things that looked like fish bubbles near the ears on both sides. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding, you get 2 fog monkeys' fog glands, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 2 silver-haired fog monkeys' fog glands. After the 100-fold reward, the fog glands directly rose 2 levels. Xiao Han showed a smile in his eyes and murmured, "This upgraded fog gland can't directly make a space ring." Thinking so in his heart, the smile on his mouth became thicker and thicker. He quickly calmed down and listened carefully to the sounds around him, hoping to find more fog monkeys. #C419 bargaining. It's strange. I heard the sound of many bells just now, but why are they gone now? Not being able to hear the sound of ding bell, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and a trace of depression flashed across his face. Even if he killed any mist monkey, a manifestation talisman would explode. He still wanted to kill more, but now it seems that there may be some special connection between these fog monkeys. After one is killed, it may not be so easy to find the others. What a pity! After whispering softly, Xiao Han bent down and picked up the black iron ring. On the ground, he immediately looked at its attributes, only to find that it was a piece of equipment with no special effects, and he threw it to the ground. Now that I have a silver-level artifact manifesting talisman, of course I have to find a suitable silver equipment manifesting talisman. A piece of equipment with no special effects was certainly not within his scope of consideration, and now there was no way to find the traces of the fog monkey, so he had to look around to find a way back. But at this time Xiao Han found that he seemed to be lost. However, he could still hear some dinging bells in his ears. Although these sounds were still a little far away from him, they extended in a straight line into the distance. Hey! Yi Qiu should be in that direction. In this foggy place it is completely impossible to tell the direction, but with the sound of the bell you can still have some sense of direction. Jingle bell bell. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han ran quickly. After a while, he saw Yi Qiu and the ghost rat that was being teased by her, so he smiled and said, "I'm back. Let it work quickly." Squeak, squeak, squeak. But at this moment, the little guy in Yi Qiu's hand suddenly became excited, and started to bar his teeth and claws at him, looking fierce. Hey! This little guy is quite vindictive. What's the grudge? Yi Qiu was a little confused and said with a question mark on his face, "What's going on? It seems to be very hostile to you. Hey, you also know that this little guy helped find blood ginseng last time." Xiao Han smiled sheepishly and continued with some embarrassment. After finding this little bastard, he immediately bit him. How could I let such an important thing come true? So after grabbing this little thing I threw it out. I didn't expect it to be resented. Then what should we do now? Yiqiu frowned and said depressedly, I have been trying to persuade it for a while, but it just refuses to work today. It's okay. Let me try. A smirk appeared on Xiao Han's face. He had many ways to deal with this greedy little thing. Seeing that this little thing was still showing its teeth and claws, he didn't hesitate and immediately started searching in Rui's belt. After a while, I found 2 thin and small black ginseng roots. Although they look inconspicuous, they are 2,000-year-old black root ginseng, which he picked specially last time to make this little thing work. Originally, this thing was the reward promised to it after finding the blood ginseng. But in the end, due to a series of changes, Yiqiu was killed by Xingkai, and these 2,000-year-old black root ginseng remained in his Rui belt. Now it comes in handy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as the 2,000-year-old black root ginseng appeared, the spirit-seeking mouse immediately became excited and even jumped out of Yiqiu's hand. Then he ran to his feet and climbed up along his pants. When Xiao Han saw this, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately put it back into his backpack and then said with a smile, If you don't work, you can't expect to eat good food. Squeak, 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 squeak. But at this time, the spirit-seeking rat still had no idea of working and continued to scream manically. Xiao Han didn't understand what it wanted to express, but he could guess a rough idea from its body movements. Well, the little spirit is angry. You can't offend it like this anymore. Yiqiu looked a little distressed and said quickly, If this continues, don't think about it looking for blood ginseng. It's okay. I'll talk to it. Waving his hands indifferently, Xiao Han said with a smile, I will show you today how I train this little guy. No matter what kind of pet it is, it cannot be spoiled like this. Otherwise, he will become more and more presumptuous like this little thing in front of him. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately used the spirit control skill to establish a spiritual connection with the spirit-seeking rat. At this time, an idea kept rushing into his mind. Mine, mine, all mine. Xiao Han was a little surprised to receive such news. He didn't expect that this little guy would still remember it after so long. You must know that these 2,000-year-old black root ginseng is still the reward he promised more than 10 days ago. Oh, since you want it, it's much easier. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han took out the Wu Yuanshan again and said with a smile, If you want this thing, you have to work first, otherwise there will be nothing. Blood ginseng. I found the blood ginseng, you don't trust me. The sound of squeaking kept ringing, and clear thoughts came into my mind at this time, and even the issue of credit was discussed. At this moment, Xiao Han was a little confused. He really didn't understand why this little thing still remembered this after so long. More importantly, it not only remembers Wu Yuanshan, but also blood ginseng. Damn it! This little thing has become a spirit. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and said directly, I can give you these 2 pieces of black ginseng right now, but you must promise me to go find the medicine now. As long as you find enough precious medicinal materials, I will have other rewards for you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The manic voice kept ringing, and because of the spiritual connection, Xiao Han immediately understood its meaning. This little bastard was actually calling him a liar. Damn it, does it mean that if you take too many medicinal herbs, your IQ will also increase? Xiao Han muttered depressedly, and Xiao Han had no other choice at this time. After all, although this little guy's IQ was not necessarily very high, he was a master who accepted death. Now if you don't give it the 1,000-year-old Wu Yuanshan, it is impossible to make it work. It's a pity that this is not his pet. Otherwise he would definitely give it a beating. And if you can't take action, then you have to compromise. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Xiao Han couldn't think of any other way for a while, so he had to say, I can give you one of these 1,000-year-old black ginseng first. When you find 10 rare medicinal materials, the remaining root will be given to you. If you still don't agree, then we'll have to break up. Then it won't be easy for you to have enough to eat. Do you still remember the last time you were with me? How many precious medicinal herbs did you take that day? With that said, Xiao Han handed over a millennium black yuan ginseng in his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The soul-seeking rat immediately stretched out its two front paws to hug it. After taking a bite of the 1,000-year-old black ginseng, its little face showed a look of satisfaction. After a while, a thought came into his mind. This time you won't lie to me again. Being suspected by an animal, Xiao Han suddenly felt like a fool, and could only say with a depressed look, if you hadn't wanted to steal the blood ginseng, these two black ginseng would have been given to you long ago. You don't have many choices now. If you want to eat more and better medicinal materials, the only way is to cooperate with me. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After getting a 1,000-year-old black ginseng, the spirit-seeking mouse finally became calmer and even agreed to such a suggestion. Then the figure flashed and disappeared into the depths of the mist. I'll go. It's really not easy, Xiao Han said with emotion and immediately called Yi Qiu to chase after him. Now that this little thing has taken action, there must be something discovered ahead, and it can detect it, but ordinary medicinal materials cannot. #C420 Red Luo Fruit Tree. In the misty jungle, the two had long lost the trace of the soul-seeking rat, but Xiao Han could still clearly hear the squeak sound coming from 100 meters away. After running more than 300 meters with Yi Qiu, a small tree with more than 10 red fruits appeared in front of him. Hey, what is this? Having never seen such a thing, Xiao Han was still a little curious. Just as he was about to go over, he heard a rapid squeak sound. The soul-seeking rat stood a few meters away, with no intention of getting close. Seeing this, Yi Qiu immediately stopped and said, there may be danger over there. We need to be careful. Well, I know. Xiao Han didn't care too much about the possible danger, and whispered, you, step back a little. I'll go over and take a look. Although the monsters in the misty jungle are all above level 50, they haven't gone deep yet, and the wild monsters they encounter should not exceed level 60. And this level of wild monsters, even if they are leader-level boss, can't cause fatal damage to him. When he was in the elf ruins, the emperor-level charming queen couldn't kill him instantly. More importantly, he still has a sealed immortal weapon on him. Although its attributes are not very good and it is still sealed, but it has a special skill that has been unlocked. Once used, it will have a 1-second invincibility time. With such a trump card in hand, what else do you need to be afraid of? With a little caution, approaching the small tree full of red fruits. But no accidents happened. Xiao Han looked down at the soul-seeking rat that was eating Wuyuan ginseng not far away, and frowned slightly. Strange. There is no danger. What is it yelling about? With such doubts in his heart, his hands moved quickly, reaching out to pick a red fruit from the small tree. Ding, you get a red luo fruit, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a purple luo fruit. The fruit just picked from the tree turned from red to purple, and Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. Although I don't know what this is for, it should be considered a relatively precious thing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the soul-seeking mouse a few meters away suddenly cried out, excitedly, as if it wanted to get closer, but didn't dare to. Two round eyes stared at the purple fruit pinched by his fingertips. What's going on? Such a magical change suddenly occurred. Yi Qiu looked at the unfamiliar Xinghin in confusion, with question marks on her forehead. From the rapid and excited cry of the soul-seeking mouse, she had already heard it. The purple fruit in Xinghin's hand and the red fruit on the tree are completely different things. Otherwise, the picky little guy wouldn't be so excited. What's going on? Why is it like this? Thinking so in her heart, Yi Qiu immediately walked towards the small tree, full of red fruits. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But before she could get close, a buzz 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 sounded. Immediately afterwards, countless white flying insects seemed to appear out of thin air, densely appearing around the small tree. In just a moment, Xinghan beside the small tree was tightly wrapped by the sea of insects. -200, -200, -200. At this time, a series of red damage values also floated out from inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiu stopped in horror. She quickly raised the short bow in her hand and shot an arrow, but her eyes were full of helplessness. There were too many flying insects over there. Even if she could shoot 100 arrows per second, it would not help Xinghan at all. What should I do? Thinking anxiously in his heart, Yi Qiu looked at the health value that kept floating out, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. If Xinghan's health value drops at this speed, even if his health value is high, it may only take 2 or 3 seconds for the blood bar to be completely emptied. Roar! But at this moment, a roar came from his ears. Above the sea of insects, a phantom red tiger suddenly appeared. It raised his head and chest and roared to the sky. As soon as the roar came out from the air, the buzzing sound in the ear disappeared immediately. Then, the sea of insects suddenly turned blood red, and all the -32,000 appeared almost at the same time. Then the sound of crackling sounded, and the flying insects fell to the ground. Xiao Han, who was left with only a trace of blood, cursed with a palpitation on his face. Fuck! This is too fierce. In less than a second, he lost more than 60,000 health points. If he hadn't reacted faster, he might have died at this moment. Mist B, it's really fucking scary. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han finally understood why the little thing not far away didn't dare to come over. If this happened to someone else, there would be no possibility of survival. It would be 100% killed instantly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mist bee was cleared by a tiger roar in the forest, and the soul-seeking rat rushed over immediately. It climbed up along his trouser leg, its round eyes full of eagerness. Heh, do you want to eat? Seeing this, Xiao Han chuckled, pinched a tuft of hair on the back of the soul-seeking rat's neck and said with a smile, "It's okay if you want to eat my purple fruit, but you have to continue looking for medicinal herbs, do you understand?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The soul-seeking rat can't speak, but it keeps nodding its head. Seeing this, Xiao Han handed over the purple fruit without much hesitation. Although he only had one such fruit, there were more than a dozen red fruits on the small tree less than 3 meters high next to him. With 100-fold reward, he would not lack such things, so there was no need to be too stingy. A few meters away, Yi Qiu still looked dazed. Xiao Han smiled and said, "What are you doing? There are so many equipment on the ground. Don't you plan to take them? You didn't hear the system prompt just now. There are more than 500 fog bees in this group, and there are several gold equipments that exploded. I heard it. I heard it." Yi Qiu looked at his attribute panel and then looked at the equipment on the ground and said in disbelief, "I have upgraded, and I have upgraded 3 levels directly. This is too fast. If I encounter a few more groups of fog bees, won't I be able to upgrade to level 50 today?" Hee hee. What's that? Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Come out with me, upgrade 10 or 20 levels. Isn't it a very easy thing? But you have to talk to that little guy so that we can gain more." Ignoring the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han immediately reached out to pick the red fruit on the tree, but a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. After a slight hesitation, he used the detection technique on the red fruit. Red luo fruit tree. It grows in places with rich water vapor. After the red luo fruit is produced, it will attract fire-attributed fog bees to build nests, forming a symbiotic relationship. Please pay attention to safety when collecting red luo fruit. #C421 Fire Resistance. Xiao Han had not expected that the detection technique could work on a fruit tree. Looking at the words that suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes, he was a little excited, and at the same time a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Beehive. There must be honey? Muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly picked a dozen fruits from the tree and immediately searched around. Since the mist bees and the red fruit trees are in a symbiotic relationship, the beehive must be nearby. As for whether the honey has medicinal value, it doesn't matter. Since you have already encountered it, there is no reason to miss it. And the effect of honey that has been blessed with 100 times the reward must be different. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the soul-seeking rat that had eaten the purple fruit ran over again, and its two sharp little claws dug hard on a small mound of soil. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was a little surprised, but he still walked over. Immediately, after waving his hand to drive away the soul-seeking rat, he thought to himself, "Is the beehive underground?" With this judgment, he immediately took over the work of the soul-seeking rat, and quickly dug on the small mound. In less than 5 minutes, he saw a yellow beehive hidden in the mound, and also saw a living fog bee. This fog bee is not only bigger, but also looks more ferocious with a red tail needle on the abdomen that is 1 centimeter long. Hee, this should be the queen bee. Xiao Han chuckled and threw a detection spell without hesitation. Mist Queen Bee, Elite Level 60, HP plus 300,000, Attack plus 5,800, Defense plus 3,200. Skills. Red Flame Needle, ignores defense, causes 4,000 fire attribute damage to the target and produces a burning effect at the same time, losing 400 HP per second, lasting for 60 minutes. Introduction. The Queen Mist Bee has a strong ability to lay eggs. She is the leader of the entire bee colony and is also a fire-attributed bee. Eating the honey produced by her will give the body permanent fire resistance. Permanent fire resistance? Seeing this introduction, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but smile. The magic skills that the magicians in Perfect World learned at the beginning were only a small fireball. This also means that almost all mages can be regarded as fire mages. If there is no special opportunity, they generally will not switch to other categories because fire skill books are not only the easiest to get but also have explosive damage. More importantly, many fire skills carry burning effects, although this burning effect cannot cause the target to lose a lot of health. At once, its duration is still very long. Now that I have encountered honey that increases fire resistance, I must find a way to get it out. Maybe after eating this honey, the burning effect of fire skills will not cause him any harm in the future. Hey, I wonder how much fire resistance I can increase after eating all the honey. Thinking that the mage with full armor penetration launched a concentrated fire attack on him but could only cause 100 or 200 points of damage, and there was even a possibility that he could not penetrate the defense. Xiao Han could not help but feel a little excited. He did not hesitate and immediately changed to the Tiger Roar Flame Blade and began to attack the Mist Queen in the hive. Minus 35,486. Minus 36,879. Minus 34,598. A series of damage values appeared, and in less than 30 seconds the Mist Queen with a health value of 300,000 died. Ding, you killed a Mist Bee Queen Elite, and gained 68,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 6.8 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a Mist Bee Queen Elite and gained 125 silver coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 12,500 silver coins. Ding, you killed a Mist Bee Queen Elite and gained the silver equipment. Red Flame Bow, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the dark gold equipment. Purple Flame Bow. Ding, you killed a Mist Bee Queen Elite and gained the bronze equipment. Flame Bracelet, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the gold Equipment Flame Bracelet. Ding, you killed a Mist Bee Queen Elite and gained the intermediate gold. Wound Medicine. Hey, there is actually dark gold equipment. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han was a little surprised and immediately picked up the purple short bow on the ground and took a look at it. Purple Flame Bow, Dark Gold level 60. Attack plus 1250. Strength plus 630. Agility plus 630. Energy plus 630. Special effect. Blazing Flame adds 2000 fire damage and attaches burning effect, loses 200 HP per second. In terms of attributes, this is also a very good piece of equipment, but the equipment level is a little high. Xiao Han turned his head to look at Yi Qiu behind him and saw that she looked at him with a tangled face. She looked like she wanted it, but was embarrassed to ask for it. She obviously heard the system's prompt, but this is a dark gold equipment, and its price is at least over 1 million. It would be inappropriate to ask for such a valuable item directly. Hee. Like this weapon? Xiao Han chuckled, and could guess what Yi Qiu was thinking now, so he smiled, and said, "If you like it, then I'll give it to you." It was just a piece of dark gold equipment which was far inferior to the help given to him by the soul-seeking rat. Without any hesitation, the purple flame bow was thrown over, and Xiao Han immediately bent down and stretched out his hand to pull out a piece of honeycomb from the small pile of earth he dug. Ding, you get a piece of Mist Bee honeycomb, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a piece of red Mist Bee honeycomb. Seeing the yellow honeycomb in his hand suddenly turn light red, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile, and his expression was also a little excited. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, the soul-seeking rat on the side ran over again, shouting anxiously, and the pair of small claws covered with black mud even made a bowing gesture. "Oh, you're still begging?" Seeing this little guy who had no backbone at all, Xiao Han thought for a while and then pulled off a quarter of the honeycomb and threw it on the ground. After a while, he still had to count on this little guy to find more rare medicinal materials, so he couldn't be too harsh on this little thing. After getting what it wanted, the soul seeker immediately ran to the side with the honeycomb and started to eat it. At this time, Xiao Han's nose smelled a sweet and fragrant smell. "It looks delicious." Muttering softly, Xiao Han also broke off a piece of honeycomb and threw it into his mouth along with the bee pupa inside. Ding, you take a mouthful of red mist honey, permanently increase your fire resistance by 5 points, trigger a 100-fold reward, and permanently increase your fire resistance by 500 points. #C422 Can you run away? Misty Jungle. Following the soul-seeking rat, it was still very simple to find rare medicinal materials, and the smile on Xiao Han's face grew stronger and stronger. Every time he found one, as long as there was enough, he would give some to Yi Qiu. At this time, the spirit-seeking rat could no longer eat, and its belly had become round, but it had no intention of slowing down at all. Lying on Yi Qiu's palm, he shouted Jiji to guide him in the direction. Whenever he encountered rare medicinal materials, he would not even allow his master to touch them, staring at Xiao Han with his big thief eyes. At this time, Yi Qiu also discovered the difference between the two. For example, it was the same Qiluo fruit. What she picked was still Qiluo fruit, but what Xinghan picked was different. After such a simple step, it turned into a more precious violet fruit. There are also red Yangji, blue heart lotus, earth essence fruit, condensed light grass, etc. As long as they pass through his hands, they will become another and better thing without adding years. What kind of ability is this? How could it be like this? With such questions in his mind, Yi Qiu stared curiously at the strange and mysterious guy in front of him. Until now, there is still a person named Xiao Han in her team list. This also made her more curious. What is the true identity of this man who can change his appearance at will? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, a rapid cry suddenly sounded in his ears, and the voice was full of excitement. Ichio quickly said, Brother Xinghan, there seems to be something in front of you. Yeah, I know. Xiao Han nodded. He had already heard the sound of fighting coming from a few 100 meters away, and said in a deep voice, There are people over there. It seems there are more than one. Don't go there just yet. I'll go take a look first. Ichio didn't refute. He immediately stopped and whispered, Okay, I'll listen. To you. This kind of thing happened once more than 10 days ago. That time, she took the initiative and wanted to go to help, but not only did she not get any help, she even lost her life. It's nothing to die once. But now she already has a piece of dark gold equipment in her backpack. Once it is revealed after death, the loss will be too great. And in addition to one piece of dark gold equipment, there are 8 pieces of gold equipment, 2 pieces of silver equipment with special effects, and some extremely rare medicinal materials and fruits. It's not worth the risk with so much stuff in a backpack. More importantly, even if she goes, she is just a burden. She might as well wait for him to come back quietly in this place. Feeling that the spirit-seeking rat in his hand was moving, Yi Qiu quickly grabbed it and said with a smile, Go quickly. I'll wait for you to come back. Xiao Han responded, said nothing more, and immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. Half a minute later, he was close to the location of the battle, but because of the fog, there was no way to know what was happening there. Originally, he was thinking of hiding aside for the time being, waiting until those guys were beaten to death, and then rushing forward to make a profit. But now I can't see anything and I don't know what's going on over there, so I can only give up this idea. Mom. No matter who he is, just go up and grab it. After muttering softly, Xiao Han just paused for a moment and immediately rushed over. At the same time, he also instantly saw the battle a few meters away. A golden python was coiled on the ground. After a cursory glance, Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of surprise, because this golden python actually had 3 heads. This is at least an overlord-level boss. With such a guess in his mind, he turned his eyes and saw a knight holding a shield in front of the python. Behind the knight, there is a mage and an archer. In addition to these 3 people, there are also 2 people on the left side of the python. One of them is an assassin holding a dagger, and the other is a warrior holding a shield and recovering his health. Oh, we are still acquaintances. After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the knight directly in front of him, and the mage not far behind him. It was quite surprising to him to meet these 2 guys in this place. Back when he was in the Hongyan mine, if he hadn't had the group attack skills, like Tiger Roaring Mountain Forest, he might have been killed by these 2 guys. Since it's these 2 guys, there's no psychological pressure when they grab it. Seeing the people on the opposite side looking over with solemn expressions, Xiao Han said directly, Leng Yi and Xingho Liaoyuan stay, everyone else can get out. Huh, what a crazy tone. The assassin snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and said, I just don't know if you have the strength to match it. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin holding the dagger swayed and disappeared immediately. Hey, you actually know the invisibility technique? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. This skill is indeed good, but it is of no use to me. Ignoring the assassin who was approaching quickly, Xiao Han turned to look at the knight and mage. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he swung his sword casually. Roar! At the same time as the red tiger appeared, Xingho Liaoyuan and Leng Yi suddenly changed their expressions, and then shouted in unison, Fuck you are Xinghan. At the same time, Xiao Han also heard a series of system prompts in his ears. The warrior who was replenishing his health not far away had a damage value of nearly 10,000 points floating above his head, and his body stiffened and fell down. 2 meters away from him, a red number of 15,000 points appeared out of thin air, and 7 or 8 pieces of equipment fell out crackling. As for the archer next to the mage, a blue light flashed on his body, and a white immunity appeared on his head. This surprised Xiao Han a little, but what made him even more incredible was a health value of 70,000 points appeared above Xingho Liaoyuan's head. But, even so, he still had 1/3 of his remaining health. This guy is not simple. His health should be 100,000. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Xiao Han was still very surprised, and it also made him have more ideas about the equipment on Xingho Liaoyuan. Let's go, we don't need the boss anymore. At this moment, Leng Yi shouted decisively, Run! Run separately quickly, we are no match for him. Staying here is just to die. As the voice fell, he turned around and disappeared in the thick fog. The archer on the side was even faster, and he had already run more than 10 meters away as soon as Leng Yi finished speaking. Hee, you wanna run? Can you run? Xiao Han didn't waste any words, and rushed towards Leng Yi with a sudden slash, instantly catching up with the figure that disappeared in the fog. At the same time, he pointed with one hand. Then with a boom, a flash of lightning instantly fell on Leng Yi's head, causing his running figure to suddenly stop and freeze in place. Oh, he's not dead. Seeing that Leng Yi had lost 10,000 health points, but was still alive, Xiao Han didn't hesitate and swung his knife to chop him. Whoosh! Whoosh! But at this moment, he heard two sounds of breaking through the air from behind him. #C423 Kanglin armor. Ding! Ding! Two light sounds came from himself, and Xiao Han's body stiffened. Instinctively, the knife that was slashing at Leng Yi could no longer swing. Go, I'll hold him back. At this time, a roar came from behind him, followed by a bang, and his back suddenly hurt, and his head felt dizzy. What's going on? The archer has already run away. The sudden attack made Xiao Han full of doubts. Looking at Leng Yi, who had disappeared in the thick fog, he thought to himself, is there someone else nearby? But why didn't I hear it? His hearing was extremely sharp. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, there were only 5 players except the python with 3 heads. Just now, a tiger roar in the forest had killed 2 people in seconds, and no other sounds could be heard nearby. Humph. I want to see how long you can stop me. Unable to figure out this problem, Xiao Han was too lazy to continue to struggle. When his mind cleared up, he ignored the sparks beside him and rushed into the thick fog. Bang! But then, another fireball hit him and his health instantly decreased by more than 8,000 points. Fuck! How is this possible? A mouthful of honey increased fire resistance by 500 points. At this time, the fire resistance on the attribute panel has reached 32,500 points. But even so, more than 8,000 points of health were still lost. Xiao Han was full of disbelief. He quickly looked at his remaining health, which was less than 20,000 points. Sparks were a knight, and his attack didn't even break the defense, but 2 ice arrows and a fireball made him lose almost 50,000 points of health. And these 2 consecutive attacks also made Xiao Han discover the reason. The hatred of the 3-headed python behind him had been transferred to him. At some point, the ice arrows and fireballs were also attacks from the 3-headed python. It turned out to be a boss that can use magic. With this discovery, Xiao Han knew in his heart that this must be a boss of the overlord level, otherwise the damage would not be so high. However, at this time he still did not stop chasing. While throwing a mid-level blood-replenishing pill into his mouth, he chased after it in a flash. Although the figure in front could no longer be seen, the sound of running from there was still very clear. If you want to leave, stay with me. A furious voice suddenly came from behind him. Xiao Han frowned and had to flash to the side. A figure rushed past him like a mad bull. And a few dozen meters away, Leng Yi's footsteps suddenly paused, and when they sounded again, they were already 100 meters away. At such a long distance, without the speed of stir-fried tendons, it was unlikely to catch up. Damn it! Since he ran away, you can die! Because of the repeated obstructions of the 3-headed python and the starfire, not only did he fail to catch up with the archer, but even the mage could not catch up. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He was still a little disappointed that the two guys escaped. These guys have good equipment. If they can kill them all, at least several. Diamond equipment can be exploded. Although two escaped, this one can't escape now. Thinking of the high health value of Starfire, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and rushed over immediately. As he slashed 3 times in a row, he shouted loudly, "Go to hell! It's not that easy to kill me." Seeing the oncoming red weapon, Starfire bent his legs slightly and raised his shield to meet it. At this time, a layer of khaki light appeared on the khaki shield. Immune, -7,000. Immune, -7,000. Immune, -7,000. The 3-hit attack failed to cause him any damage, but the flame effects on the Tiger Roar Flame Blade and the Purple Fire Thunder Ring caused him up to 21,000 points of damage. Gudong. At this time, a trace of horror flashed in Xingho Liaoyuan's eyes, and a bottle of green potion was poured into his mouth. Plus 50,000. Seeing that the empty blood bar was instantly restored to more than half, a trace of surprise flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, but then he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Boom! As the ground shook slightly, a dizziness sign appeared on Xingho Liaoyuan's head at this time. Immune, -7,000. Seeing that the physical attack was immune again, a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he stared at the shield emitting yellow light. This thing is at least a legendary equipment. Thinking so in his heart, his hands did not slow down at all. While Xingho Liaoyuan was still in a dizzy state, he laughed softly. "Hey, do you think I can't kill you like this? It's just a pity. A bottle of potion can instantly restore 50,000 health points." As he said, the Tiger Roar Flame Blade in his hand fell again and chopped on the shield with a faint yellow light. The 5 layers of flame marks were stacked, and a boom sounded immediately in his ears. Immune, -7,000. -48,598. The moment the explosion sounded, the blood bar on Xingho Liaoyuan's head was instantly emptied, and he fell down with an unbelievable face. At this time, Xiao Han heard the system prompt. "Ding, you killed Xingho Liaoyuan, which is a malicious killing. You get 1 murderous point, trigger a 100-fold reward, and get 100 murderous points. Ding, you killed Xingho Liaoyuan, got the gold equipment Qixia helmet, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you got the diamond equipment Kanglin armor." Failed to explode the shield. Xiao Han was still a little disappointed. But this harvest is actually not bad, at least a diamond-level armor exploded, and it is an armor that he can use immediately. Reaching out to pick up the 2 pieces of equipment on the ground, Xiao Han immediately looked at the attributes of Kanglin armor. Kanglin armor, diamond level 40, HP plus 12,000, stamina plus 720, defense plus 720, energy plus 720, special effect. No explosion, reduce the probability of being critically hit by 30%. No explosion special effect. This is rare. With an armor that can increase the upper limit of HP by 20,000 points, Xiao Han immediately took off the blood battle armor on his body. Although bloodthirstiness can increase attack and defense by 20%, it has a low trigger probability and a duration of only 5 seconds. If I hadn't entered the game for more than 10 days, this equipment might have been replaced long ago, and it might even be replaced with a legendary equipment. Hey, I look pretty good in it. After changing into the Kanglin armor, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel. His upper limit of health value was as high as 80,000 points. At this time, compared with before, it increased by about 17,000 points. At the same time, because the growth of the Intermediate Warrior book is slightly higher than the Strength book, his physical defense has also increased by more than 1,500 points. Whoosh! Whoosh! But before he could put the blood battle armor into his backpack, he heard a familiar voice again, and Xiao Han quickly dodged to the left. But the speed of the ice arrow is much faster than the speed of sound. Transmission. Ding! Ding! As his body stiffened, 2 red damage values appeared from the top of his head, and his health value also dropped by more than 40,000 points, and he became a residual blood state again. Fuck! What kind of attack is this? It's too abnormal. He cursed inwardly, and when his body recovered from the stiffness, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately threw another intermediate muscle growing pill into his mouth. #C424 Golden 3-Headed Python. Just one intermediate level muscle growing pill was not enough to restore the equipment to its best state, but Xiao Han moved and rushed towards the direction of the 3-headed python. It took him less than 3 seconds to cover a distance of several dozen meters. When he saw the golden python again, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and used the detection technique immediately. Then, a set of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Golden 3-headed python, Overlord level 60. HP plus 9249723/1900000. Physical attack plus 18,000. Magic attack plus 22,000. Physical defense plus 22,000. Magic defense plus 15,000. Skill. Frost arrow releases 2 ice arrows, each causing 8,000 magic damage to the target, with a 30% chance of freezing the target for 1 second. Skill. Flame ball releases a fireball causing 25,000 magic damage to the target, with a 30% chance of burning, losing 2,500 HP per second, for 5 seconds. Skill. Ice, fire and poison mist releases a poisonous mist containing ice and fire poison. Ice poison causes 1,000 damage to the target per second and has a 5% chance of triggering a freezing effect. Fire poison causes 1,000 damage to the target per second and has a 5% chance of triggering a burning effect. The 2 poisonous gases act on a target at the same time, causing it to lose 5,000 health points per second. Introduction. The golden 3-headed python is a rare ancient species. It is born with the ability to control magic of 3 types: ice, fire, and poison. It also has extremely strong melee ability. There is a trace of golden holy dragon blood in its body. After 9 moltings, it will evolve into a golden 3-headed dragon. At this time, looking at the attributes presented in the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han even wondered if he had seen it wrong. The Gemin level boss, he had encountered one before. The biggest reason why he was able to kill it at that time was actually because of Peiyuan Dan and the life-sharing of the iron-eating beast. Otherwise, with his strength at that time, it would be impossible to kill it. But now it is different. With the legendary Tiger Roar Flame Blade and the legendary Purple Fire Thunder Ring, his strength is far better than before. In addition to these 2 pieces of equipment, he also has some diamond equipment such as the Phantom Mask, Rui Belt, Dead Soul Bracelet, Ice Soul Wrist Guard, Kanglin Armor, etc. And it is precisely because of these equipment that he dared to rush over directly. But after seeing the 19 million health points of the golden 3-headed python, Xiao Han was still a little confused. Although its health points are only half left, it is still as high as 9 million points. You should know that the total health points of the 52nd level red-eyed flame tiger are only 4.5 million points, less than a quarter of the golden 3-headed python. More importantly, the enchanting queen encountered in the elf ruins before was an emperor-level boss. Although there is no way to see its attributes, its total health points are definitely not 10 million points. Golden Holy Dragon Bloodline? Looking at the introduction at the bottom of the detection technique, Xiao Han muttered softly, feeling very sorry. If it can be enslaved, it would be perfect. A golden 3-headed python that can transform into a dragon is much stronger than the iron-eating beast that has materialized into reality. But this guy is not in an oviparous state, so there is no possibility of enslavement. Alas, it's a pity to kill it like this. Xiao Han muttered softly. A trace of depression flashed in his eyes, but his body suddenly flashed to the left. Ha! A blazing fireball brushed his shoulder and quickly disappeared in the mist. These three heads seemed to have three different attributes. After a close observation, Xiao Han found that although the golden three-headed python was golden yellow, its three pairs of pupils had different colors. The snake head that just spit out the fireball had a faint red in its eyes, and the one in the middle had a faint green in its pupils. If nothing unexpected happens, this snake head should have poison attribute. The skill of ice, fire, and poison mist is probably only available on this head. Guessing this in his mind, Xiao Han immediately looked at the head on its left, and a faint blue color came into his eyes. Don't worry too much about the poison and fire systems, but the ice system is a bit troublesome. There are 2 intermediate detoxification pills in the backpack. Even if the snake head in the middle spews poison mist, he can withstand it. As for the fire system, there is no problem. With a fire resistance of up to 32,500 points, even if he is hit by a flame ball, he will only lose less than 10,000 points of life. Seeing the bloody mouth of the ice head suddenly open, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and moved quickly around the golden three-headed python. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 ice arrows were shot out, one hit accurately, and the other disappeared in the mist, and the life value lost more than 20,000 points again. The 2 pills are still in the cooling state, and it is completely impossible to replenish the life value, but Xiao Han is unwilling to retreat at this time. Damn it! You really think I'm afraid of you? After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han quickly took off the soul-breaking ring on his finger and immediately replaced it with the blood-weeping ring in his backpack. Then he dodged and rushed forward, and the tiger roaring flame blade left a red afterimage, instantly slashing the golden scales of the golden three-headed python. Minus 32,688. Minus 7,000. After replacing the soul-breaking ring, his armor-breaking ability was no longer 100%. But even so, facing the physical defense of the golden three-headed python of up to 22,000 points, not only did he break the defense, but he also caused up to 40,000 points of damage. Although he lacked the 30% armor-breaking power of the soul-breaking ring, he still had the 50% armor-breaking power of the purple fire thunder ring and the 40% armor-breaking power of the ice soul wrist guard. The physical defense of 22,000 points in front of him was only equivalent to 2,200 points, plus 6,537. The moment the red damage value appeared, a green number of up to 6,000 points also floated above his head. Hey! This blood-sucking special effect is really awesome. The health value, which was less than 60,000 points, was instantly restored to 63,000 points, and Xiao Han couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Although the 20% blood-sucking effect is not much, his attack is high. Even ordinary attacks can cause more than 30,000 points of damage to the golden three-headed python, and the restored health value will also be more than 6,000 points. Such a perverted recovery effect gives him extremely strong sustained combat power. As long as he is not hit by ice arrows continuously, Xiao Han will be able to kill this overlord-level boss without even using blood-replenishing pills and muscle-regenerating pills. Hee. I have to continue to forge the blood-weeping ring when I go back. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was still attacking the golden three-headed python, but his eyes were still fixed on the ice head. Boom! The flaming ball flew over, but he just pretended not to see it and chopped it down again. Minus 8,698. Plus 6,627. While losing nearly 10,000 points of health, he instantly recovered more than 6,000 points. As time passed slowly, the health of the golden three-headed python became less and less, and soon there were less than 2 million points left. Hiss! 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 A roar came, and the head in the middle suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spit out red and blue smoke. Hashtag C425 Angry Dragon Scepter. Seeing the golden three-headed python use the skill of ice, fire, and poison, Missed. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately threw an intermediate detoxification pill into his mouth. -1,000. -1,000. -1,000. But after 5 or 6 seconds, the red number -1,000 above his head continued to float out. What's going on? Why is it useless? Avoiding the attack of the golden three-headed python, Xiao Han frowned deeply and several guesses flashed through his mind quickly. But no matter which one, it can't solve the current dilemma. If ice poison and fire poison act on him at the same time, the loss of life value per second is 5,000 points. Even if he has the weeping blood ring, he can't bear it. What should I do? Just give up like this? Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel to take a look, but found that he was only poisoned by ice poison, and the fire poison had no effect on him at all. The two toxins cannot be combined in the body, and of course there is no way to cause high damage to him. If he only lost 1,000 HP per second, coupled with the intermediate muscle growing pills and the intermediate blood replenishing pills, he could still withstand it. Hey! Luckily I ate a lot of red mist bee honey before. While feeling somewhat relieved, Xiao Han immediately began to attack the golden three-headed python with all his strength. Now its HP is less than 2 million points. Considering the damage he caused to it per second, it will be almost killed in another 2 or 3 minutes. What will a level 60 Overlord boss explode? Thinking with some anticipation, Xiao Han's hands moved faster, and at the same time he still did not relax his surveillance on the ice head. Boom! A 3-hit combo slashed out, and the 5 layers of flame marks were instantly stacked on the middle head of the golden three-headed python. A damage value of up to 50,000 points immediately appeared. -500. -500. The 3-hit combo, combined with the explosion, instantly caused 100,000 points of damage to it and also triggered the burning effect. Looking at the decreasing HP bar, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with more joy. He suddenly raised his right foot, but suddenly found that his body was stiff, and a chill spread from his chest to his limbs in an instant. Fuck! Freezing special effect. After cursing in his heart, Xiao Han also saw the head with blue pupils turned around immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, 2 ice arrows formed instantly and hit his chest with 2 ding-ding sounds. -21,458. -22,152. With only more than 70,000 health points, more than half was lost in an instant. Fortunately, the 2 ice arrows did not trigger the freezing effect again. Seeing the 3 heads of the golden three-headed python stretched out at the same time, Xiao Han hurriedly retreated. There was an attack like this before which almost took his life. As the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. Xiao Han certainly would not fall in the same place for the second time. As he retreated quickly, he flexibly went around to the other side, and at the same time, a mid-level blood-replenishing pill was thrown into his mouth. Plus 50,000. His health was restored to full again. Seeing that the sudden slash had cooled down, he rushed forward without hesitation. -52,533. -7,000. The fixed damage of the sudden slash upgraded to level 6 was already as high as 20,000 points. This single blow caused nearly 60,000 points of damage. Success was within reach, but Xiao Han did not rush for success. He continued to attack the golden three-headed python steadily. After more than 2 minutes, the long-awaited system prompt finally rang in his ears. Ding, you killed a golden three-headed python, Overlord, and gained 1.85 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 185 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a golden three-headed python, Overlord, and gained 614 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 61,400 gold coins. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, and gained diamond. Equipment golden snake staff triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained legendary equipment angry dragon scepter. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, and gained dark gold equipment golden snake shield triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained legendary equipment angry dragon ice shield. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, and gained the embodiment of the talisman silver, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get the embodiment of the talisman diamond. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, got the embodiment of the talisman silver, triggered a 100-fold reward. You get the embodiment of the talisman diamond. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, got the flame / advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward. You get the flame 5/ advanced. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, got the ice arrow advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward. You get the ice arrow rain advanced. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, got the silver equipment ice and fire leather armor, triggered a 100-fold reward. You got the dark gold equipment ice flame gold armor. Ding! You killed a golden 3-headed python, overlord, got a series of system prompts made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flash with a ray of light. He had never expected that the golden 3-headed python would drop more things than the emperor-level charming queen. 2 diamond manifestation talismans actually dropped directly, and 2 skill books. What a pity! Looking at the angry dragon scepter on the ground, Xiao Han was so depressed that he wanted to spit out blood. But fortunately there was a legendary shield next to it, which also comforted him. He quickly picked up all the equipment. He didn't have time to pick up the gold coins on the ground, and couldn't wait to look at the legendary equipment. In his hand, Angry Dragon Scepter, Legend level 60. Attack plus 6,800. Intelligence plus 3,400. Energy plus 3,400. Agility plus 3,400. Stamina plus 3,400. Special skill. Frost Arrow Rain, uses Frost Arrow Rain within a radius of 30 meters. Each frost arrow causes 7,000 magic damage to the target, and has a 30% chance of freezing the target for 3 seconds. Special effect. Ice adds 5,000 points of freezing damage each time the target is hit. A layer of freezing mark is superimposed, and 5 layers of marks produce a freezing effect. Freezing target 3 seconds. Special effect. Blaze add 5,000 points of fire damage each time the target is hit. A layer of fire mark is superimposed. 5 layers of marks produce an explosion effect causing 50,000 points of fire damage to the target, and at the same time attaching a burning effect, losing 500 points of health per second. Special effect. The power of the Angry Dragon increased the damage to all snake creatures by 50%, and increased the damage to all scale-armored creatures by 20%. Seeing that the properties of the Angry Dragon Scepter are better than the Tiger Roaring Flaming Knife, Xiao Han felt as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses running wildly in his heart. Fuck! Why give me a mage equipment? The depression in his heart could not be described in words. He had to throw it into the backpack and then look down at the Angry Dragon ice shield in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ring rang in his ears, and Xiao Han answered it casually. Then, Bai Xiaoxing's voice came over the communicator. Ancestor Han, what have you done? Why did the Rock Guild gather tens of thousands of people and all run to Grey Mist Valley? Hashtag C426 Flame 5-hit combo. Pancher Guild. Xiao Han was startled and looked a little confused. He was stunned for a while and then said, I don't know, I shouldn't have provoked them before. No. If you think about it carefully, what did you do during this time? Bai Xiaoxing's face darkened, and he said with a serious expression, If you hadn't provoked them and that guy's Washang wasn't mentally ill, why would he have mobilized so many people to go to Grey Mist Valley? Also, are you in the Misty Jungle now? Xiao Han's face froze, and he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, I am indeed here, but I just killed Leng Yi and Xing Huoliao. Are they from the Rock Guild? But this isn't right. It's not the first time I've killed them. Let me go. Have you really offended them? Hearing what Han Xiao said, Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help complaining. Leng Yi and Xing Huoliao are the core members of the Pancher Guild, and their status in Zhuoshang's heart is at least ranked in the top 5. But what did you do to cause the Rock Guild to explode completely? Hee. I didn't do anything. Xiao Han grinned and said with a proud smile. They were fighting an overlord-level boss and half of their health points were wiped out and I robbed them. It's no wonder. Bai Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, but you have to be careful, maybe they will go to the Misty Forest to look for you. Hey, if you dare, they'll come in. Xiao Han chuckled and said without fear, as long as these guys dare to come in, I am sure to kill them all back. So confident. It seems that the harvest this time is not small. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, have you discovered anything good? Let me open my eyes, brother. There is one thing, but I can't use it. Xiao Han thought for a moment, then sent the picture of the angry dragon scepter, and then said with a proud face, how about it? This thing is great. Holy shit. This. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, how is this possible? I saw it right. How can a hegemon-level boss explode with legendary-level equipment? And the stunts and special effects are too perverted. If you can equip this piece of equipment, you also need the Yuan Pui Dan. If you want to go to Tang Town, just go up and do it. Oh, it's not that easy. Xiao Han shook his head and continued, I still have something to do here. Let's talk about it after I get back. As for the Wrathful Dragon Scepter, you have to talk to Wantong Intermediary. This piece of equipment cannot fall into the hands of the enemy and let him find a way to find a suitable buyer. Let's not rush this. Bai Xiaoxing did not agree immediately. He hesitated and said, when you come back, I have some things I want to discuss with you. Oh well. Xiao Han didn't ask any more questions. The two chatted casually for a few more words and then cut off the call. Only then did he have time to take a look at the ice blue shield in his hand. Raging Dragon Ice Shield, Legendary Level 60, HP plus 32,000, Defense plus 2,000, Stamina plus 2,000, Energy plus 2,000, Strength plus 2,000. Special Skill, Ice Shield. When using the skill, it is immune to 40% armor piercing effects. It lasts for 5 minutes. It consumes 500 energy points per second and has a 10-minute cooldown. Special effect, damage reduction. When attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 12,000 points. Special effect, avoid explosions, reduce the probability of being critically hit by 40%. Special effect, toughness, reduce the time under control by 10%. Hey, it really has the special effect of reducing damage, and it also has a special skill that makes it immune to armor piercing. The moment he saw the attributes of the equipment, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was even more looking forward to his third job transfer. Not to mention other attributes of this shield, the health value alone has increased by almost 35,000 points, beating the Roaring Wolf by several blocks. It's a pity that his level is not high enough, otherwise his health would have exceeded 100,000 points in no time. The 3 special effects he has are also very good, all tailor-made for the human shield. Coupled with the Ice Shield special effect, he can almost be in an invincible state. Once equipped, he can withstand such damage even if there are hundreds of armor-piercing mages focusing their fire attacks. No, I have to find a way to change jobs as soon as possible. After muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately became anxious to go back. But, after thinking about it for a moment, he gave up this tempting idea. Because of the 100-fold reward, even if you change jobs a few days later, it doesn't matter much. But in reality, the Peiyuan pill has long been used up, and he has to refine the pill that can speed up his cultivation as soon as possible. Currently, the strength of only the second-level evolvers is not enough to cope with all crises. The ability to demonize the little iron-eating beast is indeed one of his trump cards, but when he first enslaved it, this ability had a 30-day cooldown. Now that it has been realized in reality, Xiao Han doesn't know that there is no such restriction. But whether there is or not, his personal safety must be in his own hands. After all, so that he can feel more at ease. Therefore, it is urgent to improve our strength as soon as possible. After reading the properties of the two pieces of equipment, Xiao Han did not rush to pick up the gold coins on the ground. Instead, he took out the 5 continuous slash of flames and the realization talisman skill. At this time, he was a little confused about how to deal with these two things, whether to realize it in reality and further improve its strength or to keep it in the game for personal use is a question worth considering. Stay in the game and the price-performance ratio should be higher. After muttering softly, Xiao Han slowly made a decision in his heart. Although he knew that if he realized it in reality, his strength could at least be doubled. But the skill of 5 continuous cuts of flames can complete 5 attacks instantly. The Tiger Roaring Flame Knife happens to have a flame special effect, and each attack can add a layer of flame mark. Once stacked to 5 layers, an explosion will occur. If he learns the skill 5 flame slashes in the game, one of his attacks can cause at least 100,000 points of damage to the target. This is still an advanced skill and can theoretically be upgraded to LV9. By that time, he had struck down 5 consecutive blows, and the damage caused instantly was estimated to be at least 300,000 points. Having made such a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately started reading with Lian 5/ in his hand. After the red skill book disappeared in his hand, he immediately opened the attribute panel. 5 consecutive cuts of flames, advanced attack the target 5 times in a row, causing 5,000 points of basic damage and 5,000 points of fire damage each time. It consumes 2,000 points of energy and cools down for 60 seconds. After seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was very excited, but there was no suitable target nearby for testing, which made him a little depressed. Fortunately, today's harvest was good, and there were still more than 60,000 gold coins left on the ground. For these gold coins, they are actually just a set of numbers. Xiao Han is now more curious about why the 3 golden pythons did not move even if they died. And according to the instructions of the spirit-seeking rat, there should be other good things in this place. What is it? With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Han thought expectantly, isn't it the snake eggs it wants to protect? #C427 10,000 year blood jade ginseng. There were too many gold coins on the ground which had completely covered the body of the golden 3-headed python. What was hidden underneath was still unknown. However, with motivation, the speed of picking up gold coins was very fast. In less than 2 minutes, most of the gold coins on the ground were picked up, and the body of the golden 3-headed python was completely exposed. Looking at this behemoth that was more than 10 meters long, Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he whispered, if this skin is completely peeled off, at least a diamond-level leather armor can be sewn. By the way, there is also a trace of the golden holy dragon bloodline. Wonder if it can be taken out. Just thinking about this in his heart, he felt an uncontrollable excitement. Because of the 100-fold reward, if a diamond-level leather armor can be sewn, it will at least be upgraded to a legendary leather armor. And according to the volume of the golden 3-headed python, this skin is at least more than 10 square meters. Not only is it more than enough to sew a piece of leather armor, it is even possible to sew leather boots, leather hats, leather belts, etc. In that case, it would not just be a legendary equipment. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately took out the skinning knife from his backpack and rushed forward without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, a voice sounded in his ears. Ding, you get a golden 3-headed python skin, triggering 100-fold. Reward, you get a golden 3-headed dragon skin. As the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han put the dragon skin into his backpack with satisfaction, and at the same time he was more confident in sewing. Diamond leather armor. This is dragon skin. Even if you can directly sew legendary or legendary equipment, it is possible, and with the 100-fold reward increase, the equipment you get will have to be upgraded by 2 levels. Once that is the case, even treasures or spiritual weapons are possible. Hee. These claws and teeth must be taken away. The snake skin suddenly turned into dragon skin, so these claws and teeth that have not been taken off will of course become dragon claws and dragon teeth. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately took action, and even did not let go of the flesh and blood of the golden 3-headed python, throwing it piece by piece into his backpack. Since the tiger whip can increase the strength of the dish, he also wants to try whether the dragon meat can also be cooked into dishes that increase the status. Time passed slowly, and the golden 3-headed python slowly disappeared, leaving only some internal organs and bones on the ground. Fortunately, the Rui belt has 1,000 grids, otherwise these things really can't be taken away. Xiao Han muttered softly, and a smile flashed across his face. At this time he finally saw a red plant. It has red leaves, red fruits and red rhizomes, and even has a crystal clear feeling. Xiao Han saw this plant once more than 10 days ago. However, the red plant he saw that time was slightly different from the one he saw now. At least the blood ginseng he saw last time did not have this crystal clear feeling. Is this the plant it wants to protect? Muttering softly, Xiao Han thought to himself, although on the surface this is a blood ginseng plant, it should not be a blood ginseng anymore. In fact, at this time he already had a guess, because the rhizome and leaves of the plant in front of him have already had a jade color, combined with what the blood ginseng has gained after the 100-fold reward, the result is already obvious. What will the blood jade ginseng become after the upgrade? Thinking excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han immediately started digging, and soon he also saw the thumb-thick blood jade ginseng under the soil. This time there was no one else around, so there was no need to rush. Because the blood jade ginseng is precious, he dug carefully, and even every root was dug out completely. Ding, you get 100-year-old blood jade ginseng, triggering 100-fold. Reward, you get a 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng. When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! This is too thick!" Because of the 100-fold reward increase when he took the blood jade ginseng out of the soil, the blood jade ginseng, which was only as thick as a thumb, suddenly expanded to be thicker than a child's arm, more than 40 centimeters long, and its color has also changed a little, and you can even see a faint purple on the surface. It's so thick and so big, how many furnaces of Peiyuan Dan will it take to refine? After carefully looking at the 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng in his hand, Xiao Han is now somewhat fortunate that he didn't pull the blood jade ginseng out in a hurry just now. Because some of the roots have become thicker than chopsticks, it should be no problem to refine 2 or 3 furnaces. With his ability as a 7th-level alchemist, 2 or 3 furnaces now can at least get more than 10 Peiyuan Dan. Satisfied with putting the 1,000-year blood jade ginseng into the Rui belt, Xiao Han was about to leave, but he saw the skeleton and internal organs of the python on the ground and whispered, "These bones should still be useful." The bones of a dragon are completely different from the bones of a python. Although he didn't know whether these bones were useful, he still took out the tools and pulled off the ribs and spine one by one. Anyway, there was enough space in the Rui belt, so he took it back first. If it's useless, it doesn't matter if he throws it away later. As the bones were thrown into the backpack one by one, Xiao Han frowned and looked at the smelly internal organs on the ground. His expression was a little tangled. but he was unwilling to give up completely, because at this moment he still had an idea about the blood of the golden holy dragon, but he had no idea how to get it. I can't care so much. Take it all back first. Frowning and muttering to himself, Xiao Han picked up the skinning knife and cut the snake gall. After the 100-fold reward, he also got a dragon gall. Then the eyes, venom glands, liver, kidneys, and heart were slowly cut off one by one. Hey, what's wrong with this heart? Just as he was about to throw the heart into the Rui belt, Xiao Han found that there seemed to be a faint golden color in the artery of the heart. Strange, how can there be gold? Am I dazzled? He whispered softly, with a vague guess in his heart. He immediately held it carefully in his palm and looked inside along the artery. But the light in the foggy jungle was not good, and there was no way to see clearly. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Han raised it to the top of his head, facing the hazy sun, wanting to observe more clearly. The heart slowly tilted in his hand, and a drop of light golden liquid finally flowed out of it. Tick! It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. The light golden liquid had already dripped onto the heart guard on his chest. Hashtag C428 unblocking. Fuck! This is the blood of the holy dragon. Seeing the golden blood dripping on the heart-protecting mirror, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse and immediately took out a porcelain bottle. But before he could make the next move, the golden blood disappeared. The Panlong heart-protecting mirror on his chest instantly absorbed it completely, leaving no trace. At this time, Xiao Han also heard a system prompt in his ears. Ding! The Panlong heart-protecting mirror absorbs a drop of golden holy dragon blood with a purity of 18%, triggering a 100-fold reward. The Panlong heart-protecting mirror absorbs 100 drops of golden holy dragon blood with a purity of 18%, and the unlocking progress increases by 18%. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned and quickly took off the heart-protecting mirror on his chest and looked at its properties. Panlong Heart Mirror, Immortal Weapon Level 0. Attack plus level times 56. Strength plus level times 56. Agility plus level times 56. Energy plus level times 56. Stamina plus level times 56. Defense plus level times 56. Status. Sealed. Unsealing progress 38%. Special 1 Golden Body. When using skills, you can be immune to all damage, lasting for 1 second, consuming 2000 energy points, cooling down for 120 seconds. Special 2 Guardian. When using skills, you gain a shield with health value times 3, which can be used on any target within a radius of 20 meters, lasting for 120 seconds, consuming 500 energy points. Midnight, 300 seconds cooldown. Special 3 Resurrection. 2 seconds after death, all equipment resurrects, consumes 10,000 energy points, cools down for 24 hours. Seal. Special effect 1 Toughness. Reduces the controlled time by 30%. Seal. Special effect 2 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 Resistances increase by 40%. Seal. Special effect 3 Explosion free. When attacked, reduce the critical strike probability by 40 times. Seal. Special effect 4 Damage reduction. When attacked, all damage is reduced by 40%. Seal. The progress of unsealing has reached 38%, and the attributes of Panlong Heart Guard Mirror have been improved by several levels immediately, according to his current level, whether it is strength, agility, or physical strength, etc. all reach 2,800 points, which is slightly better than the attributes of legendary equipment at level 50. More importantly, the special skill of guarding has been unsealed, which is a pleasant surprise. It turns out that you need to absorb the blood of the dragon race to unlock the Panlong Heart Mirror. By chance, Xiao Han actually got such an important information, and his eyes lit up immediately. Although with his current strength, he would be beaten even if he met the worst pseudo-dragon. But the blood of the dragon race is not only found in giant dragons. For example, the golden three-headed python, although it is not a dragon, has a trace of the blood of the golden holy dragon in its body. So if you want to unlock the Panlong heart mirror, you don't have to start with the dragon race. Pythons, lizards, and earth dragons are all good choices. And even if their blood is not pure, even if it is only 1% the hundredfold, reward can also increase the progress of unlocking. With the accumulation of a little, the Panlong heart mirror will be completely unlocked one day. Hey, I have to ask by Xiaoxing to help me find out where there are more of these wild monsters. Muttering softly, Xiao Han saw that the golden three-headed python on the ground had been dismembered almost to pieces. Although there were still some gold coins left to pick up, Xiao Han was too lazy to waste time. There was fog all around, and it was impossible to find where Yi Qiu was. But this did not bother him. He moved his ears slightly, and a squeak sound came from a few hundred meters away. After determining the direction, Xiao Han ran over there without hesitation. It took less than a minute for him to see Yi Qiu. At this time, the soul-seeking rat was still calling anxiously in her hand, looking like it wanted to break free. Seeing this, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Don't shout. This time we got blood. Ginseng, I can't give you that thing. But when I refine the elixir, I can give you two." Then, Xiao Han flipped through his backpack again, took out 2 dark gold equipment and a few gold equipment and said with a smile, "I just killed 2 people and this exploded from them. You are almost level 40 now, so this kind of equipment is just right for you. Is this for me?" Yi Qiu's face lit up and he quickly took it, but when he saw that there were 2 dark gold equipment, he reached out and handed it back and then said with a distressed face, "I can't take it, it's too expensive." Hee. Just 2 dark gold equipment. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Just take it. Compared to the medicinal materials that the spirit-seeking rat found for me, these equipment are simply not worth mentioning. Do you know how much I can sell one of the blood ginseng for after I refine it into a pill? How much can it sell for?" Yi Qiu asked curiously. "You can't tell me that. The value of a pill can be comparable to a dark gold equipment." Hee. Can't you believe it? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "One can sell for 5 million, which is equivalent to 2 dark gold equipment. When the pill is refined, I will give you 5 million. How is this possible?" Yi Qiu stared with disbelief, and then said hesitantly, "It's just a pill. Is it so expensive that anyone will buy it?" "Of course there are, and the supply is in short supply." Xiao Han paused for a moment and continued to explain, "What I refined is not a potion, but a pill that can strengthen the body and strengthen the body. If you use the manifestation talisman to realize it in reality, it will also have many benefits for the evolver, so the price of 5 million for one is actually not too expensive. This is unbelievable. Do alchemists make money like this?" Yi Qiu glanced at the soul-seeking rat in his hand, and his eyes immediately flashed. Xiao Han understood what she was thinking, but he didn't know what to say. He can make money by refining elixirs, but it is not easy for others to do so. After all, every time you successfully refine a pill, you will gain 1 point of proficiency. It is not an easy task for other players to become a high-level alchemist. Without certain financial capabilities, it is impossible to even think about. Fortunately, Yi Qiu was different. She had a weapon like a spirit-seeking rat, so it was just right for her to become an alchemist. Taking today's harvest as an example, because they are all rare medicinal materials that have been enhanced by a 100-fold reward, there is definitely no way to use them now. But if she sells them all, she can at least afford the cost of refining the medicine for a month or 2. Even if what she refines is just some basic life-restoring potions, many people will buy them. After all, in the game Perfect World, players with good financial conditions actually only account for a very small part. So far, there are still many players who kill monsters without potions. Seeing Yi Qiu's eyes flashing, Xiao Han smiled and said softly, "Don't be stunned. Let this little guy work quickly. There are a lot of medicinal materials in the misty jungle. Do you want to go back now?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as Yi Qiu finished speaking, before Yi Qiu had time to reply, the spirit-seeking rat started chirping and looked into the depths of the mist. The two looked at each other, and with a tacit understanding they ran over there quickly without any nonsense. #C429 Little Pony. With a tiger roar in the forest, more than 20 blue-eyed pigs all became in a state of low health. Xiao Han raised his foot and rushed forward, killing them, all with one knife. Nearly 100 plants of green grass with strange patterns grew on the edge of the muddy pool not far away. "Hey! Another kind of medicinal material I haven't encountered before," Xiao Han muttered softly. A smile flashed across his face, and he walked up, quickly, took out a medicine hoe and started digging. After a while, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you get a dragon pattern grass, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a dragon scale grass, with a brand new medicinal material thrown into the Rui belt." 48. Different medicinal materials have been harvested this time. But how many rare medicinal materials are among them? Xiao Han doesn't know yet. However, with the 100-fold reward, there should be at least half of the rare medicinal materials, and he can also learn more than 2 potion formulas from Suchang, which is the biggest gain of this trip. The dragon grass was dug up like fallen leaves in the autumn wind.
Xiao Han
Looked at the time and found that it was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, it was already dark in reality. Thinking that Jiang Xiaoyan's body had not fully recovered, he turned to Yi Qiu and said, "It's getting late. I should log off." "Ah, are you going back now?" Yi Qiu was stunned. Although he was a little reluctant, he nodded and said, "Okay. Will we come again tomorrow? I have to go back to refine the elixir. I may not have time recently." Xiao Han said softly and continued, "I will find a way to solve the bounty that the players in the Magic City have placed on you. It's best not to leave the city in the next few days. Wait until I solve this matter. I will send you a message." "Okay, I got it," Yi Qiu responded and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I have gained a lot today, and I can calm down to make medicine. That's good too." Xiao Han touched the head of the soul-seeking rat and continued, "With this little thing, it would be a pity not to make medicine. Although the initial investment of this life profession is very large, the income is still considerable after the professional level is upgraded." "Hee, I think so too." Yi Qiu nodded quickly and continued with a smile, "I have actually been refining medicine for the past 10 days, and now I am a level 3 alchemist. After I go back this time, I will almost be able to upgrade to level 4. It's a pity that the formula of the advanced life recovery potion of level 4 is almost impossible to buy, otherwise I can also refine medicine and sell it for money." Is it that difficult?" Thinking of the advanced life recovery potion formula he had learned, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I'll ask a friend for the formula. If there is no accident, it should be no problem to get you 1 or 2 level for formulas. Now, let's think of a way to find the way back from this foggy sky. Hee. This is actually not difficult." Yi Qiu curved his mouth and said with a smile, "Although there is fog here, the magnetic field is not disordered. If you want to get out of here, you only need a compass. And even if there is no compass, there are actually other ways to identify the direction." Xiao Han was stunned, and suddenly felt that he was a big fool. A compass could solve the problem, but he actually thought of buying a bell to identify the way back through the sound and marks. Actually, it's no big deal if you buy it. But the key is that the money was spent, but it didn't produce the expected effect, which is a bit embarrassing. After a slightly depressed silence for a while, Xiao Han asked curiously, "You should have been here before." "Yes, I have been here before." Yi Qiu nodded and said with a grim expression, But every time I came I was killed by the players of the Magic City before I even had time to get close to the gray mist valley. So gradually, my brother and I stopped coming. But I am still very clear about the things about the misty jungle. After all, it is not a secret. You can find out as long as you pay a little price. Oh, it's me who was a little reckless. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and continued. You didn't prepare anything and just rushed in directly. Hee hee. That's because you are strong and don't need to prepare anything. With a smile and a compliment, Yi Qiu continued. In addition to the compass method, you can actually cut down trees and identify the direction through their annual rings. But this method is very troublesome. I have a simpler one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the soul-seeking rat seemed to understand something, and it squeaked and pointed in a direction again. Seeing this, Yi Qiu ran quickly in the direction indicated without any hesitation. Heh! This little guy is almost a spirit, he said with some emotion, and Xiao Han followed immediately. Although the soul-seeking rat's fighting ability is very poor, its IQ is much higher than that of the iron-eating beast. Strange. Didn't they say there are many cubs here? Muttering softly, Xiao Han's ears moved unconsciously, carefully listening to the movements within a few hundred meters. Of course, he also wanted to have a pet as smart as the soul-seeking rat. Although the iron-eating beast has strong fighting ability, it is just a fool. Can do almost nothing except being cute all day long. And in the game, he also had to get another pet as soon as possible. But at this moment, the voices of several people talking hundreds of meters away came into his ears. What a pity, those foals should be catchable, but those adult gale horses are too tough. What can we do? Who made us weak? Why don't we sell this news? We can't catch them anyway, so it's better to exchange for some benefits. That's fine, but who should we sell it to? Hearing such discussions, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and whispered, Foals gale horses. Should I go over and take a look? If it was just an ordinary foal, he would certainly not look down on it. Because even with 100-fold increase in rewards, the foals that can be obtained will only be elite level. Such pets may be very top-notch for others. But for him, it is not worth spending time, energy, and elixirs to cultivate. But if I heard correctly, when those people mentioned the foals just now, they were talking about those. This also means that they found far more than one foal. Did they find a herd of horses? Just thinking about this, Xiao Han immediately had many ideas in his mind. After all, there must be a leader in a herd of horses, so at least he must be an elite or a boss above the leader level. If such a boss gave birth to a foal, it would be worth the trip. #C430 Cooperation. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han immediately stopped and shouted to Yi Qiu in front of him. I have discovered something, let's not go back yet. After that, he turned and walked towards the direction where the voice came from. Although the distance between the two parties was a bit far, there was no way to accurately determine their location. But the voices in the distance continued to come. With such clear guidance, Xiao Han took Yi Qiu and found the people who were talking in the thick fog in less than 3 minutes. And when he saw their faces clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my God! They are all acquaintances. Fortunately, I have the phantom mask. After muttering to himself, Xiao Han smiled and said directly to Xiao Qing, who was standing in the front, I just heard that you found some foals. From what you said, it seems that you want to sell this information. It happens that I am also quite interested in these foals, so I want to ask, how much do you plan to sell this information for? Are you willing to pay? Xiao Qing frowned, his eyes full of doubts, and said, without hesitation, You heard it wrong, we don't know what foals are. Hee hee. That's not interesting. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Not only do I know there are foals, I also know that those gale horses are very powerful. Since you plan to sell the information, just name a price. No matter whether this deal can be concluded, can't we get to know each other and make friends? Xiao Qing narrowed his eyes. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Fuck, I really heard it. But if I remember correctly, these words were said 2 minutes ago." Looking carefully at the man in front of him, Xiao Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He didn't know how long this guy had been following them. The news about the foals was indeed intended to be sold. But the choice of the trading object is extremely important. Only those large guilds can pay a high price, and this guy in front of him doesn't seem to be among the top 20 guild bosses. In Stormwind City, hey, this woman. Why does she look familiar? Seeing a woman standing next to him, Xiao Qing suddenly felt like he had seen her somewhere before. After a brief thought, a picture flashed through his mind, and then he suddenly turned his gaze to the strange man in front of him and exclaimed, "You are not that, right? Aren't you that Xinghan?" At this time, Mochi and Ma Tianyu, who were a little behind, also reacted immediately and said in shock, "Oh my God! It's true. I just compared him. He and Xiao Yan from the Sun and Moon Guild are exactly the same." Xiao Han's face darkened, and he said with a depressed face, "It's Xinghan, so what? Don't you think? Well, have we gone off topic now? What I want to tell you is about those foals. Sell them or not? You three should give me a straight answer." "Hey, not selling them." Mochi's face flashed with excitement, and he said, excitedly, "But if you really want to know about the foals, we can cooperate. It seems that those Gale horses are really strong." Seeing that several people were still thinking about those foals, Xiao Han said with some emotion. Then he said, "There is no problem with cooperation, but I have a condition." Mochi's face flashed with joy, and he asked quickly, "What condition? Tell me." "First, those foals, you have to let me catch 2 first." Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he continued with a smile, "You can only start after I catch them. You want to catch 2 first?" Mochi was stunned, looked at the 2 people around him, hesitated for a long time before saying, "Is 1 okay? 2 are too many. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. There are only 2 elite foals over there. Since we are planning to cooperate, we are also thinking that if you eat meat, you should leave some soup for us." "Hee. Are there really only 2 elite ones?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "If there are only 2 elite ones, then I can only catch 1. But if there are more than 2 elite foals, then I must catch 2 first." "No problem." Mochi's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly agreed. They had been observing those Gale horses for more than an hour. There should be only 2 elite foals, but because of their strength, they could only watch with envy. Now they have the opportunity to tame one of them, which is already a pleasant surprise, and after they catch them, they can still sell this news to those big guilds. Thinking excitedly, Mochi hurriedly said to Xiao Qing beside him, "Why are you still standing there? Lead the way. I got that elite foal specially for you." "I know." Xiao Qing frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "Although Xinghan is very strong, do you really think he can withstand the concentrated fire attack of the Gale horse? From what you said, those Gale horses are magical creatures?" Xiao Han was a little surprised, and continued with a smile, "Whether they can withstand it or not, it's not up to me or you. Let's just try it. It's okay to try." Xiao Qing had no intention of leading the way, and continued, "But when you know the specific location of the herd, it's not exclusive news." "Hee. How about this?" Xiao Han understood what he meant, and said without hesitation, "I can give you a deposit of 5 million first, so it should be okay. If I can't withstand the damage of the Gale horse and fail to catch the foal, I won't take the deposit." "Hee. That's more than enough." Xiao Qing laughed and immediately opened the transaction box. For this kind of distrust, Xiao Han didn't say much and directly entered 50,000 gold coins. After the transaction was completed, he said, "The money has been collected, so hurry up and lead the way. Since Brother Xinghan is so straightforward, follow me." After saying this, Xiao Qing immediately took out a compass, carefully calculated the direction, and walked into the fog. Mochi and Ma Tianyu followed without hesitation. Let's go. After greeting Yiqiu, Xiao Han smiled and said, from what they said, the fierce wind horse should be pretty good. I'll get you an elite level 1 to play with. Oh, okay. Yiqiu replied softly and followed immediately. But at this moment, she felt a little confused and couldn't help but secretly wondered, aren't there only 2 elite level foals? Does Brother Xinghan look down on the elite level fierce wind horse, or is it? At this moment, she suddenly remembered the experience of the past few hours, and immediately muttered in disbelief. With his ability, it's impossible that every time he tames a foal, he can also improve 1 or 2 grades out of thin air. #C431 Sunset Grassland. Following Shaoqing, we crossed a small river and climbed over 2 small mountain peaks. We walked for more than 2 hours before finally reaching our destination. Looking at the endless prairie in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but said, damn it, where is this? It's not a misty jungle anymore. Mochi's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, according to the records in the ancient books, this place should be called Sunset Grassland. It's really surprising. Xiao Han felt a little emotional and asked in a deep voice, what level of wild monster is the gale horse you mentioned? I don't know, it's just that it's awesome. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and Shaoqing said, depressedly, at that time I wanted to tame a little pony, but before I could get there, a wind blade struck me, and half of my health bar was gone. Only half. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said softly, I'm stronger than you, I should be able to handle it, but where are they? Why didn't I see them? My God! Am I so crazy? Hearing what Xinghan said, Shaoqing's face was full of displeasure, but he still said, more than 1,000 meters over there, there is a small lake, full of lotus flowers. That's where we saw the gale horse. If that's the case, why are you still standing there? It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Han was a little worried about Jiang Xiaoyun, so he urged, stop dawdling, hurry up and lead the way. It's okay to lead the way, but are you sure you can handle it? You're here, no matter whether you can bear it or not, you have to go over and give it a try. Seeing Shaoqing's appearance, Xiao Han urged again, impatiently, hurry up, you have already taken 5 million, is it possible to pay it back? Want to give up your choice halfway? Fuck. I'll see how you die soon. After being scolded like this, Shaoqing felt a fire in his heart and didn't know how to vent it, so he rushed down the hillside at the lead. There was only a distance of more than 1,000 meters, and after running for less than 3 minutes, they faintly saw a blue lake ahead. Around the lake, we did see 40 or 50 red gale horses. At this time, they were grazing quietly, and there were 7 or 8 ponies, less than 50 centimeters tall, playing around. Among these foals, 2 stand out. The other foals all have light red fur, but they are dark red, the same fur as the Gale King in the middle of the herd. No wonder Machi said there are only 2 elite horses. After muttering softly, Xiao Han said directly to the people around him, are you going there with me? Or are you just watching from here? Of course I'm watching from here. Shaoqing did not hesitate and said directly, except for me, none of them can withstand the attack of a wind blade. Wouldn't they be looking for death? Okay then, I won't force you. Xiao Han responded and continued, but you won't have any share in what explodes from the gale horse. If you really have that ability, of course everything you expose will be yours. Until this moment, Shaoqing still didn't believe that the guy in front of him could withstand the attacks of 40 or 50 wind blades at the same time, so he smiled and said, even if you burst out legendary level equipment from them, we won't jealous. That's good. Xiao Han nodded, said nothing more, told Yiqiu to pay attention to her safety, and immediately ran towards the lake. As soon as he stood up from the grass, Gale Horse spotted him by the lake. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With vigilant roars, the playful foals were immediately protected by some slightly smaller mares. At this time, more than 20 adult male gale horses, led by the gale horse king, rushed towards him at extremely fast speeds. Hey! It's actually a wild monster that takes the initiative to attack. After muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly threw a probing technique at him. Gale horse, level 70, HP plus 250,000, magic attack plus 6,000, physical defense plus 3,800, magic defense plus 4,200. Skill Wind Blade, causing 5,000 points of additional damage to the target. Introduction. Gale horses are widely distributed in sunset grassland. Usually, if there are more than 20 horses, a king horse will be born. They are extremely aggressive. Once they feel that a dangerous creature is approaching, they will immediately attack in groups. Seeing such attributes, his brows frowned deeply. The level 70 gale horse is indeed very strong. Compared with the level 60 wild monster, its attributes are much stronger. But even so, the maximum damage it can cause to the target is only 11,000 points. Even if there is a critical hit, it is less than 25,000 points. How could such an attack reduce Xiao Qing's health by half in an instant? Could it be that he was hit by the Gale Horse King? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han threw another probing technique at him. Gale Horse King, leader level 70. HP plus 680000, magic attack plus 12,000, physical defense plus 8,800, magic defense plus 9,600. Skill Wind Blade, causing 8,000 points of additional damage to the target. Skill Gale Slash, causing 10,000 points of extra damage to the target and, at the same time, causing 5,000 points of fire damage to the target. Introduction. The Gale Horse King is an upgrade from the strongest male Gale horse. Each horse group has only one Gale Horse King. It is extremely aggressive and has a strong sense of territory. Can control the wind and fire elements. Magic. Sure enough, he should have been hit by the wind blade of the fierce wind Horse King. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han could more or less understand Xiao Qing's mentality at that time. After all, a knight who had half of his health killed by one blow would have to run away. As for those ordinary fierce wind horses, their attack also exceeded 10,000 points. If they did not have nearly 10,000 points of magic defense, they would certainly not be able to withstand such damage. 23 horses. I should be able to withstand it. Muttering softly, Xiao Han silently calculated in his heart and glanced at his attribute panel. At this time, his magic defense was as high as 10,755 points. If those wind blades did not have the armor-breaking effect, they would only cause him a few hundred points of damage at most. Hee, what should I be afraid of? Thinking with some pride, Xiao Han ignored the ordinary fierce wind horses and rushed straight to the fierce wind horse king in front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 20 wind blades appeared almost at the same time, making a sharp whistle and shooting directly at him. Minus 1,265. Minus 1,329. Minus 12,584. The dense attack left him no room to dodge. At least half of the wind blades caused damage to him, but only the wind blades from the fierce wind horse king caused him nearly 10,000 points of damage. According to the calculation of the damage value, the wind blades shot by ordinary fierce wind horses have an armor-breaking effect of about 10%. For the fierce wind horse king, it is about 20%. This round of attack almost killed more than 20,000 points of his health. It seems that we have to clean up the ordinary fierce wind horses first. Although the damage caused by the fierce wind horses to him was only more than 1,000 points, they were too many. The health of the fierce wind horse king is as high as 6.8 million points. It is not easy to kill it in a short time, so it is better to cut off its wings first. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han avoided the fierce wind horse king and the tiger roaring flame blade in his hand carried the fierce flame. 5 slash, and slashed at the ordinary fierce wind horse on the side. Minus 49,587. Minus 21,000. Minus 48,781. Minus 21,000. The basic damage of the fiery 5-strike, which has been upgraded to level 3, has increased to 14,000 points, and the fire damage has also increased to 14,000 points. The 5 layers of the fire mark have not even been fully stacked, and the fierce wind horse with a health value of 250,000 points was killed instantly. Fuck! Is this guy still a human? At the same time, Xiao Qing, Mochi, and Ma Tianyu, who were hiding behind, all had their eyes bulged and exclaimed, Hashtag C432 robbery. Fuck! What kind of damage is this? Am I hallucinating? Ma Tianyu rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking a little confused. Xinghan only slashed once, but it left 5 red knife-shaped afterimages, causing 7 damages. Even before the 5th afterimage hit the fierce wind horse, it died. Mochi, who was standing next to him, was also in disbelief at the moment. He said blankly, this should be a skill that can hit 5 times in a row, but the damage is too abnormal. It only hit the first 4 swords, and it caused 250,000 points of damage. If all 5 hits are full, wouldn't it be able to cause more than 350,000 points of damage in an instant? Fuck! This gap is too big. Xiao Qing cursed, widened his eyes and said with envy. He took more than 10 wind blades, but only lost more than 20,000 health points. How high is his magic defense? More importantly, so much health points are less than a quarter of his health bar. I don't know how to say MMP now. This damn Xinghan, is he wearing legendary equipment all over his body? The shocked voice sounded in his ears. As Xinghan's teammate, Yi Qiu was a little proud, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Boom! At this time, Xiao Han had already rushed to the front of another fierce wind horse at a very fast speed. As the red tiger roar blade chopped down, his right foot also landed hard on the ground. Minus 58,946. Minus 7,000. Minus 43,712. Minus 7,000. The combination of the skills of the slash and shock instantly took away half of the life of the fierce wind horse. At this time, 3 more red afterimages appeared. When they all hit the fierce wind horse, Yi Qiu heard a series of system prompts in his ears. The fierce wind horse was killed again. Xiao Qing, Mochi, and Ma Tianyu all opened their mouths in a daze and couldn't close them for a long time. They stared blankly, and the shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. The fierce wind horse with 250,000 health points was killed like those ordinary wild monsters of only level 10 or 20. In less than a minute, 1/3 of them fell down forever. Whoosh! 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 The wind blades were still coming. When they saw the figure in front of them, they didn't even think about dodging. They chased the fierce wind horse and chopped wildly. When his health dropped to only 1/4, he raised his left hand. Plus 50,000. As a green number appeared on his head, his health, which was almost at the bottom, was instantly restored. Then, another yellow shield appeared from his body. Seeing this scene, Mochi couldn't help but muttered, "What the hell, what kind of skill is this horse?" The duration of the yellow shield was more than 2 minutes. If it was just like this, it would be fine. A defensive skill, it doesn't matter if it lasts a little longer. But the key is that this is a skill that can be immune to all damage. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, all the ordinary male fierce wind horses had been killed, leaving only the fierce wind horse king alone, neighing angrily. Xiao Han also heard the exclamations from 100 meters away. But at this time, he didn't have the heart to care about these. The neighing of the fierce wind horse king made the female fierce wind horses and the foals not far away panic immediately. They had already started running towards the depths of the sunset grassland. Want to run? Looking at the 2 crimson foals, Xiao Han whispered softly. Elite foals are not so easy to meet. He turned around and immediately abandoned the fierce wind horse king beside him and rushed straight to the group of foals. Chirp! The angry neighing sounded again, and half of the more than 20 maras running away suddenly stopped, and then turned around and rushed over. At the same time, a long sword burning with flames quickly condensed on the head of the fierce wind horse king, and whistled and slashed over. Fierce wind slash. Xiao Han's face sank, remembering that this skill had a damage of up to 27,000 points, and his left hand quickly grasped in the air, and a huge illusory shield appeared out of thin air. Crack! Although the shield was shattered by a single blow, it also reduced the energy. A fierce wind slash. Seeing that there was a blockade in front and pursuers behind, it was impossible to chase the fleeing foals. He hurriedly shouted to the distance. What are you still doing? Why don't you chase them quickly? After being reminded, several people reacted immediately, although they knew that it was still dangerous to chase them. If they couldn't catch up immediately, the foals would disappear in the depths of the grassland. Quickly, even though they were not fast. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Qing stood up from the grass and chased after them quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was also relieved a little, but still reminded. The magic attack of ordinary fierce wind horse is 6,000 points, and the wind blade will increase the additional damage by 5,000 points. Be careful. Just stop the two red foals, and try not to fight with the adult maras. I know. Xiao Qing responded and said quickly, but can you give me 2 bottles of the potion that can restore 50,000 points in 1 second? Otherwise, I can only withstand up to 3 times of damage of 11,000 points. What a trouble! Xiao Han frowned, raised his hand to take out 2 porcelain bottles from his backpack, raised his hand to throw them over, and then said nonsense. I can give you the potion, but it's not free. The things inside are 20,000 each. After the end, we will settle the account. 20,000 each. Why don't you go and grab it? Seeing the porcelain bottle flying over, Xiao Qing didn't want to, but still reached out to catch it. Xiao Han didn't care what he thought, and rushed towards the female gale horse, running over, shouting loudly, if you think it's too expensive, you don't need it. I didn't force you. As he said that, he no longer paid attention to Xiao Qing, Mochi, and others. The 5 consecutive slashes of flames had cooled down at this time. He aimed at the female gale horse running in front and chopped it down with 1 knife. Ding! You killed a fierce wind horse and got. The familiar system prompt sounded in his ears, but Xiao Han didn't even look at it. He flashed and rushed to another fierce wind horse. At this time, Xiao Qing took the porcelain bottle, but found that there was a ding-dong sound from it. Curious, he immediately uncorked the bottle and saw the pills inside. Intermediate muscle regenerating pill, restores 4,000 health points per second. He paused slightly in surprise and muttered, this is a bottle of pills that restore 4,000 health points per second, so is this bottle of pills that restore 50,000 health points per second. Fuck. Where did he get such an awesome potion from? Hashtag C433, can you give me a way to live? With 2 kinds of pills that can restore tens of thousands of health points in a short time, Xiao Qing was finally able to barely withstand the wind blade attack of the fierce wind horse. But until then, they had not been able to kill even 1 horse. And Xiao Han, who was not far away, had killed all the ordinary fierce wind horses and set his sights on the fierce wind horse king. Chirp, 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 the angry wail sounded, making the sunset grassland a little sad. Ah! Sighing with the same feeling, Xiao Han had no intention of stopping, because in such a world like the end of the world, he must try every possible way to make himself stronger as soon as possible. So now only Taoist friends can die, but I can live. The tiger roaring flame blade in his hand once again drew a red afterimage and waved it towards the fierce wind horse king. Minus 38,245. Minus 7,000. minus 39,462. Red damage values kept floating out, and even 1 or 2 explosions were mixed in from time to time, making the health bar disappear quickly like running water. It took less than 2 minutes for the fierce Wind Horse King to bleed to the last drop of blood. More than 100 meters away, Yi Qiu, who was drawing the bow and shooting an arrow, was suddenly stunned and listened carefully to the system prompt. Beside his ear, "Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and gained 350,000 experience points, and you gained 105,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 43. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably, and wish you a happy game. Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and gained 42,500 gold coins. Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and gained diamond equipment fierce wind boots. Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and gained wind blade intermediate. Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and obtained the dark gold equipment star point gun. Ding, your teammate Xiao Yan killed a fierce Wind Horse King leader and obtained the dark gold equipment. A series of system prompts stunned Yi Qiu. She whispered in disbelief. Equipment exploded, not only diamond equipment, but also 2 dark gold equipment. Brother Xinghan's explosion rate is too exaggerated. At this time, with the death of the fierce Wind Horse King, Xiao Qing, Mo Qi, and Ma Tianyu didn't know what equipment was exploded, but the golden color all over the ground was too eye-catching. Although I have seen such a scene once before, it is still shocking. Xiao Qing stopped and continued with envy. When I was in the undead cemetery, Han Xiao was also like this. Killing a leader boss could explode tens of thousands of gold coins. As soon as the voice fell, he was stunned. Mo Qi and Ma Tianyu on the side also turned their heads suddenly and shouted angrily, "Fuck! It's good that you know. Why do you have to say it out? Keeping this in your heart, can it suffocate you to death?" Xiao Qing was very regretful at this moment, and he wanted to slap himself. He said a little depressed, I just said it casually, I didn't think of this." Looking at the figure in the distance with a serious look, although he was not sure, he was actually very clear in his heart. The Xinghan in front of him should be the same person as Han Xiao. After all, there may be more than one player with this ability, but there is no reason for 2 to appear in Stormwind City. And Xinghan has a camouflage mask that can change his appearance, and the fact is clear. Get out of the way. Be careful of the wind blade. Just thinking extremely depressed in his heart, a delicate shout suddenly came from behind. Hearing this reminder, Xiao Qing's heart suddenly sank, and then he remembered that there were more than a dozen fierce wind horses behind him, and he turned his head to look. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 meters away, 8 or 9 wind blades have already flown over in no particular order. At such a close distance, it is completely impossible to dodge, and he is still half-blooded. Damn, I'm done this time. Xiao Qing whispered softly, knowing that he was dead this time, but thinking that the guy behind him was Han Xiao, he felt a little calmer, and even a little fortunate. At least if he was killed by Li Fengma, at most 1 or 2 pieces of equipment would be dropped. But if he was killed by the great demon Han Xiao, it would be completely different. Maybe all the equipment would be exploded, and not even a copper coin would be left. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, a series of light sounds came from his ears, but Xiao Qing stared and suddenly froze. Looking at the yellow shield that suddenly appeared on his body, he slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Brother Han Xiao, there is no need to be so ruthless. I didn't do anything when I was in the graveyard of the dead. Hee. Are you so afraid of me?" Xiao Han curved his lips and showed a smile on his face. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Qiu and said with a smile, "Go pick up the gold coins over there for me. I have some grudges with these guys and need to talk about it." Okay, okay. Ichio hesitated and was curious. After hesitating for a long time, he still asked, Brother Xinghan, are you really Han Xiao? Hee, it's real. Xiao Han chuckled and immediately restored his original appearance. In reality, there is already an iron-eating beast with the strength of a level 5 evolver, and almost no one in Jing'an City can threaten him. So now there is no need to hide. It is precisely because of this that when dealing with Lang Yi, he used the identity of Xinghan and used skills like Thunderstrike without hesitation. Since several people have guessed his identity, he simply laid it out. Glancing at the people around him, Xiao Han continued to say to Yichio, What? Are you still standing there for? Go pick up the gold coins quickly? Oh, I'll go right away. Yichio nodded and responded quickly, trotting all the way to the place where the fierce wind horse king died. Seeing Han Xiao sending the only woman away, Xiao Qing's face fell, and he said depressedly, What do you want? Can't we return the 5 million to you? We will give you all the elite ponies. Can you give me a chance to live? Hee. Are you so afraid of me? Xiao Han chuckled and said with some surprise, Since you dare to go against me, can't you be tough? This makes me feel unsuccessful. Hey, I want to be tough too. Xiao Qing sighed and said bitterly, You can go to the forum to ask for yourself. Anyone with 1 or 2 gold equipment is afraid of meeting you. If you kill them with 1 blow, there is at least a 50% chance that they will appear on the resurrection altar wearing a pair of large shorts. With such a perverted explosion rate, who wouldn't be afraid of you? Haha. I didn't expect that my deterrent power is so strong, Xiao Han said, with some emotion and continued, If you 3 don't want to die, then stay here and don't move. Wait until I catch those 2 foals, and then we can talk about it. Since Liangzi is here, don't think I will let it go so easily. You should think about how to bear my loss that time. #C434 work to pay off debts. Rather than killing Xiao Qing, Mo Qi, and Ma Tianyu, Xiao Han still wanted to capture the 2 elite ponies as soon as possible. As for what they did to offend themselves, their desire for revenge is no longer so strong. After all, more than 10 days have passed, and the most important diamond, Manifestation Talisman, has been snatched back. So whether or not to kill these 3 people is really not that important. After stating his request and attitude, Xiao Han said nothing more and quickly killed all the remaining adult Gale horses. Then he walked to the colt and threw a slave spirit technique at it. At this time, 2 system prompts immediately sounded in my ears. Ding, you use the skill slave spirit, gain 1 proficiency point, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 proficiency points. Ding, successfully enslaved the juvenile Gale horse, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the juvenile Gale horse, elite. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han was not surprised, because the slave spirit technique was much better than the slave beast technique. Just enslaving ordinary ponies, there is no reason to fail. Hey, I just want to use you to improve my skill level. After muttering softly, Xiao Han waved his hand and threw another slave spirit technique. And with the movements of his hands, all 6 ordinary ponies were enslaved, and their light red fur turned into dark red. This scene fell into the eyes of the 3 people who dared not move. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. After Xiao Qing was stunned for a while, he said with a confused face, I'm not dazzled. How come all those ordinary Gale horses have become elite level? It's probably not a dazzle. I saw it too. But this is too outrageous. What's so outrageous about this? That guy can kill a leader-level boss and get tens of thousands of gold coins. Isn't this normal? The chatter of several people reached his ears, but Xiao Han didn't mind. He waved his hand and threw another spirit slave technique. Ding, you use the skill slave spirit, gain 1 proficiency point, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 proficiency points. Ding, successfully enslaved the juvenile Gale horse elite, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the juvenile Gale horse. Leader. After turning 2 elite-level Gale horses into leader-level ones in a row, Xiao Han stopped what he was doing and immediately opened the attribute list. Gale horse, boss level 5, HP plus 20,000, magic attack plus 150, physical defense plus 110, magic defense plus 130. Skill, Wind Blade, causing 100 points of extra damage to the target. Skill, Gale Slash, causing 120 points of extra damage to the target and 60 points of fire damage to the target. In terms of attributes, the leader-level Gale Horse is much weaker than the Overlord-level Iron-Eating Beast. But no matter how weak it is still a leader-level pet. In the game Perfect World, more than 99% of players will never have the ability or opportunity to get such a pet. Unfortunately, with my current level, the pet space can only hold 2. After muttering softly, Xiao Han led a group of ponies back to Xiao Qing, Mo. Qi and others. Seeing that they were motionless, he smiled and said, "How are you thinking about it? Have you figured out how to compensate me? If you want to get rid of this problem, it's not impossible for me to let you live. But last time, because of you, I lost a diamond manifestation talisman and a town founding order. You should compensate for this." Hearing what Xiao Han said, Ma Tianyu's face was so gloomy that he almost shed tears, and he retorted angrily, "You threw those things away yourself. What does it have to do with us, and isn't the diamond manifestation talisman already? Shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Seeing that the tone of the conversation was wrong, Mo Qi quickly interrupted. "Get out of here. I didn't speak. You are not allowed to speak. If it weren't for you, would we be in this situation now? Isn't it just a matter of death if you're afraid of an egg?" Ma Tianyu roared, angrily pointing at Yichio without giving in and shouting, "As long as he dares to kill me today, that woman will never leave the city in the future." "Very good. I like people with backbone like you." A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he said with a sullen face, "But, are you sure now that all the equipment on you is gone, can you still kill her?" He had no inclination towards such a threat, and just stretched out his hand and pointed forward. With a boom, a thunderbolt fell instantly. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 pieces of equipment suddenly appeared on the ground. Ignoring the rapidly changing expressions of Xiao Qing and Mo Qi, Xiao Han listened to the system prompts and said with a smile, "Hey, there is actually a piece of diamond equipment which is really cheap for Yichio. It just so happens that both of them are archers, which saves me from preparing the best equipment for her. Humph, now I want to see what kind of waves he can make without these equipment." With a cold snort, Xiao Han greeted Yichio, then turned to look at Xiao Qing and Mo Qi and said lightly, "What do you two say? Do you want to pay for my things?" "Hey, I can compensate." Mo Qi sighed and said depressedly, "Even if we want to compensate, look at how poor we are now. Let alone the manifestation talisman and the town building order, we can't even pay for a village building order. Anyway, this 100 pounds of meat is here, you can do whatever you want. We don't plan to fight back, but we hope that after this, the feud between us can be put behind us." "Oh, it's not that easy." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It doesn't matter. If you can't pay it back, you two have to work for me, and when you pay it back, it's over." "How do you pay it back?" Mo Qi frowned, and although he was very angry, he still forced a smile and said, "With our ability, it's impossible to pay off such a large sum of money. This is not something you should consider." Thinking of Yi Xiaoxiao, who had left the novice village and teleported to Stormwind City, Xiao Han had a headache. He didn't have time to take her to level up. Now that these two people are here, it is just right to send them away, so he smiled and said, "I need you two to help me lead people to upgrade. Let's calculate it based on 1 million per day. As for the town building order and the embodiment of the talisman, count it as 200 million. When you pay off this money, our feud will be settled. Hearing Han Xiao say this, Xiao Qing and Mochi seemed to have a burning anger in their hearts. Just as they were about to refute, the voice in their ears rang again. I can't take all these elite-level fierce wind horses away anyway, so each of you can choose two. After returning, immediately contact a female knight named Yi Xiao. Give her one of them, and then help her upgrade. I'm telling you, don't play tricks on me, otherwise you will die ugly. As the voice just fell, the two asked in disbelief. Is it true? These elite-level fierce wind horses are really going to be given to each of us too? At this time, the two had swallowed all the words they wanted to refute. If I could get 4 elite pets, let alone helping a female knight level up, even taking care of her shit and urine wouldn't be a problem. Hashtag C435 Purple Flame Thunder Wing Pony 1. The 8 ponies were quickly divided up, and the surrounding area gradually became quiet. Xiao Han was not too stingy about things he couldn't take away. In fact, this is good, it just solves Yi Xiaoxiao's problem incidentally, and Mochi is also a mage and his strength seems to be pretty good. After finding these two people to upgrade her and giving her an elite level pony, she should be speechless. Let's go back. After greeting Yichio, Xiao Han ignored Mochi and Xiao Qing and walked directly towards the misty forest. Before leaving, he made a habit of listening to the sounds around him. Woo! But at this time, an intermittent whimpering sound reached his ears from 100 meters away. Hearing such a sound, Xiao Han immediately stopped in his steps, looked curiously in the direction of the sound, and whispered in a low voice, "Strange, what is this sound? Brother Han, why don't you leave?" Seeing this scene, Yichio also looked in that direction curiously and asked, "Is there something over there? Do we need to go and take a look?" "Well, there is a sound over there." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "It seems to be the cry of a cub. I have to go and have a look." Saying that, he walked over without much hesitation. Yichio didn't think much and immediately followed. Xiao Qing on the side was a little confused and whispered, "What sound? Didn't I hear anything?" "I didn't hear it either, but there should be something over there." Mochi whispered back, and then said, "Don't be stunned. Let's go over and see what's over there." Less than 100 meters forward, both of them heard intermittent whimpering. It really does. Looking at each other, Xiao Qing and Mochi's eyes flashed with wonder, and they couldn't understand. Why can Han Xiao still hear such a small sound from such a long distance? However, there was no time to think about this matter at this time. They were more curious about the voice, so they increased their speed and ran over quickly. After a while, a dying colt appeared in their sight. Judging from the appearance, it was almost the last breath left. Xiao Qing paused and said strangely, "Looking at it, it doesn't seem to be the cub of Gale horse, and there are 2 bumps on this little thing's back which should be broken bones. Such a serious injury should not be saved. Hey, as long as I'm here, it can't do anything even if it wants to die." Xiao Han's eyes flashed with light, and he whispered excitedly, "Why does the Overlord-level Thunder Wing Horse appear in this place?" Thinking of the data that had just been presented in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately threw a slaving technique at it. -2000. But then, Lei Yiju, who was already seriously injured, immediately lost 2,000 points of health, and at the same time a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, enslaving the juvenile Thunder Wing Horse, Overlord. The enslavement failed. Please try again. The Thunder Wing Horse, which is only at level 5, has less than 50,000 health points in total, and because it is currently seriously injured, its health points are only less than 500 points. Damn it! If the enslavement fails again, won't this little thing die? Although he didn't know why this domineering colt appeared here. Since it appeared, he certainly couldn't let it die like this. As for the 2 bumps on the back, if you guessed correctly, there is a high probability that they will grow a pair of wings. Otherwise, why would this little guy be called Lei Yiju? A light flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han no longer dared to use the slave spirit technique with the little pony with only more than 400 health points left. If he fails again, wouldn't he miss such a dominant pet in vain? Seeing Lei Yiju's health still slowly dropping, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out an intermediate blood-replenishing pill, raised his hand and stuffed it into its mouth. Plus 49,645. The moment his health was replenished, Xiao Han didn't hesitate too much. He raised his hand and threw another slave spirit technique. Minus 2,000. Minus 2,000. Minus 2,000. As health points continued to drop, enslavement also failed again and again. Damn it! I don't believe I can't conquer you today. Seeing that his health dropped below 2,000 points again, Xiao Han immediately stuffed another intermediate muscle-building pill into Lei Yiju's mouth. Ding! Enslaved the juvenile Thunder Wing Horse. Overlord. The enslavement failed. The same system prompts kept ringing in my ears, which made people feel depressed and helpless at the same time. Fuck me. I still don't believe it. Seeing the seriously injured colt showing no intention of surrender, Xiao Han felt a little pain in his balls. He did not expect that a dominant pet would be so difficult to tame. But even so, he had no intention of giving up. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately took out a porcelain bottle from his backpack and immediately pulled out the cork. A faint fragrance immediately wafted out from inside. At this time, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the spirit control technique and established a simple connection with Lei Yiju. Before he could speak, a wave of sadness, longing, and resistance flooded into his mind. Feeling this emotion, Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he immediately said, "Were the injuries on your body caused by those gale horses? Follow me and you won't be bullied by them again. This thing on my hand has many benefits for your growth. It will immediately make all the pain on your body disappear and make you grow up quickly. At that time, no matter who bullies you, you can fight back." Woo, woo. The whimpering sounded again, and Xiao Han could feel that Lei Yiju's resistance dropped slightly, and this is exactly what he expected. A drop of advanced life essence in the porcelain bottle was poured into its mouth without any hesitation. In less than 2 seconds, the dying Lei Yiju struggled to stand up from the mud pit. This scene fell into the eyes of the 3 people on the side, and they all showed a look of shock. However, Xiao Han didn't care about their shock, and threw another slave spirit technique at them. Ding! You use the skill slave spirit, gain 1 proficiency point, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 proficiency points. Ding! You successfully enslaved the juvenile Thunder-Winged Horse, Overlord, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the juvenile Purple Flame Thunderwing Horse, Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao. Your proficiency in the slave spirit technique has been reached and has been upgraded to LV1. I wish you a happy game. Hashtag C436 Purple Flame Thunder Wing Pony 2. After the 100-fold reward increase, the previously dirty thunder-winged colt has completely changed its appearance. The lavender mane, the 4 hooves burning with purple flames, and the lightning mark on the forehead instantly gave it a noble and mysterious feeling. The 2 hard bulges on the back have now penetrated the body and turned into a pair of bloody small wings. Woo! 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 Growth comes at a price, the purple flame thunder-winged colt screamed in pain. But even so, it kept flapping its bloody wings, trying to fly. What is this? Is it a Pegasus? Xiao Qing stared with his eyes wide open in confusion, and said blankly, "This pet actually has wings. It can't be a Hegemon level 1. Hee hee." At this moment, Xiao Han was very excited, but he had no intention of explaining at all and immediately opened the attribute panel. Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse, Emperor level 10, HP plus 100,000, Magic Attack plus 1,020, Magic Defense plus 940, Physical defense plus 780. Skill. Thunderbolt. Releases a lightning bolt, causing 300 damage to the target and has a 5% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill. Lightning Chain releases a lightning bolt, causing 350 damage to the target and then ricochets to the target within a radius of 5 meters. Each ricochet increases the magic attack by 10% and can ricochet 3 times in a row with a 10% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second, cooldown for 30 seconds. Skill. Thunder Wings Rage Attack transform into lightning, increase movement speed 5-fold, last for 10 seconds, can be interrupted at any time, cooldown for 30 minutes. Skill. Thunder from the Sky. Release 20 lightning bolts within a radius of 5 by 5 meters. Each lightning bolt can cause 300 damage to the target, and at the same time there is a 20% chance of paralyzing the target for 1 second, cool down for 120 minutes. Introduction. Purple Flame Thunderwings is a rare ancient species, born with the power of thunder and also has a small amount of thunder flame skyfire in his body. Once the power of this flame is activated, its future will be limitless. Note: can be ridden after level 30. After reading such attributes, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly shrank, and the excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. The 3 people who saw this scene on the side looked at Han Xiao and Purple Flame Thunder Wings from time to time, and the curiosity on their faces became more and more intense. After waiting for a long time, Yi Qiu still couldn't help but ask, "Brother, Han Xiao, this horse is so beautiful. It even has a pair of wings. Is it a Overlord level 1? Ha ha." Xiao Han chuckled, did not answer the question, and directly changed the subject. "It's getting late. Let's go back. How can you let others know the specific attributes of an Emperor-level pet? When he can get a legendary pet embodiment talisman one day, he won't have to fear anyone in reality." And today's harvest has far exceeded expectations. With his ability as a high-level alchemist, the blood jade ginseng in his backpack, which is as thick as a child's arm, can at least refine hundreds of Peiyuan pills. In addition to the blood jade ginseng, there are many other medicinal materials. With these precious medicinal materials, he can learn at least 2 or more pill recipes from Su Cheng. In that way, he has the capital to train the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse to level 30, level 50, or even level 70 in the shortest time. Hee. I'm really looking forward to it. While trotting, Xiao Han muttered excitedly, "I wonder what kind of strength a level 70 Emperor-level pet will have." Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, the Purple Flame Thunder Winged Horse also survived the initial pain, neighing excitedly, flapping its wings, chasing after the new owner who made it reborn. A horse with wings must be at least Overlord level. At this time, Xiao Qing muttered softly, and he couldn't get an answer from Han Xiao, which made him feel like he was scratching his head, and he was so curious. But there was no way. He could only watch the 2 people and the horse leave quickly until they completely disappeared from sight. He said with envy, "If I'm not mistaken, the ability that Han Xiao drew at the beginning should be able to improve the grade of items out of thin air. The 2 elite-level Gale horses just now, after being tamed by him, should have become leader-level pets. Ah, what can we do if we know?" Mo Chi sighed and said bitterly, "We don't have the same luck as him, so we can only admit defeat. We can't contact Ma Tianyu anymore. If we continue to get involved with him, sooner or later he will make us fall into the abyss." "Yeah." Xiao Qing nodded, agreeing. It's not easy to survive in a world like this. When it's time to admit defeat, we have to admit defeat. Now the things in the game have too much impact on reality. If all this equipment explodes, how long will it take us to get back on our feet? Actually, I think. Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment and continued, "It seems that it's not bad for us to follow Han Xiao." "Yeah, I think so too." Mochi chuckled and said happily, "Have you noticed that although he talks a lot, he doesn't care about many things? He didn't even ask for the 5 million deposit back just now. And the 2 bottles of pills, they said they would pay for each pill at 20,000 yuan, and they said they would pay after the end. Now not only did they not negotiate the price, they didn't even want the rest back. More importantly, we got 4 elite-level gale horses, which is a big profit. Hey! A gale horse must be worth at least 10 million. Xiao Qing's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said excitedly, "These things are all top-notch in our eyes. But maybe in Han Zhao's eyes, they are just some garbage. If we can hold on to his thighs this time, even if a little leaks out through our fingers, it will make us successful." That's right. Mochi's eyes flashed with a shrewd look. The equipment that Tianyu dropped included 1 diamond and 3 dark gold items. But he didn't even look at it and gave it away directly. If that guy didn't have more than 3 legendary equipment, I would dig out his eyeballs and step on them like a ball. Yeah, a few legendary equipment are nothing when you get such a heaven-defying ability at the beginning. Xiao Qing sighed and continued, "In that case, let's contact Yi Xiao as soon as we get back." "Why wait until we get back?" Mochi narrowed his eyes slightly and said immediately, "Add her as a friend. Now, isn't it just to help people level up? If you get this done, maybe you can follow him in the future." #C437, capture the enemy general's head, 1. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Han and Yi Qiu returned to the misty jungle. Again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the guidance of the spirit-seeking rat, they did not take any more detours and walked almost in a straight line towards the direction of the gray Mist Valley. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There were 2 leader-level fierce wind horses in the pet space, so Xiao Han could only let the purple flame thunder wing horse follow him. At this time, because it drank a drop of high-level life essence, it had already upgraded to another level in just a short while. Whether it was health points, attack, or defense, they all improved slightly. "Hey! It shouldn't be too difficult to train it to level 70. Muttering softly, Xiao Han touched the little head of the purple flame thunder wing horse and communicated with it from time to time using the spirit control technique. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the soul-seeking rat cried out excitedly, and Yi Qiu hurriedly said, "Brother Han Xiao, we are not far from the gray mist valley. It should be less than a kilometer away, and we can leave the misty jungle. Then hurry up." Xiao Han responded and said hurriedly, "It took more than 4 hours to catch a pet. I am already very sleepy. Hee, although it takes a little longer. But the harvest is also great." Yi Qiu looked at the purple pony with envy, and said enviously, "Such a beautiful little guy, let alone 4 hours, even if it takes 40 hours, it is worth it." "Haha, that's true." Laughing loudly, Xiao Han touched the purple mane of the purple flame thunder wing pony, and was very excited. Although it is only level 11 now, the grade is here after all. Although the skill damage is not high, the skill effects are very awesome, and as the level increases, the damage of each skill is also increasing. According to the current trend, it only needs to be upgraded to level 30, and a thunderous sky may be able to kill hundreds of players in seconds. I was thinking excitedly, but I heard many people talking in my ears. "Brother Gu, it's been 4 or 5 hours. The boss called us here. What's the matter?" "I'm not sure, but I seem to have heard that a core member was killed. I guess they asked us to come here to block him. But who is it that asked us to put on such a show?" "Hey look, someone on the forum said that Han Xiao and Xing Hen are the same person. Is this true or not? Who knows? But look at this poster. I seem to have seen him somewhere." Hearing the voices coming from afar, Xiao Han paused and immediately he stopped, looked over there with a serious look and said, "There are people ahead, we have to go separately." "Someone? Is it from the Magic City?" Yi Qiu was startled and asked quickly, Are there a lot of people coming? Can't we get out? Not from the magic city. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Han shook his head and continued. Those guys are here to target me. You stay here first and don't go out. Wait for me to lead them away. Then you can find a way to go back to the city. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yiqiu nodded and agreed without any hesitation. She knew clearly that her strength was very weak, and even if she went to help, she would only be a drag, so it was better to wait quietly. As for whether she could escape back to Stormwind City in the end, it all depended on luck. But even if she died here, she actually made a lot of money today. 2 elite pets are not easy to own. The most important thing is that these are 2 magic pets. Although it is far behind the purple pony next to it, it does not mean that the elite gale horse is not strong. Seeing Han Zhao's calm face, Yiqiu knew his past record, so he stopped, persuading him and said, Then be careful, it doesn't matter if you can't lead it away. I've been killed more than once or twice, it doesn't matter if I die one more time. After all, the Rock Guild is the second-ranked guild in Stormwind City. Heard that their leader is very strong. You must be careful. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han waved his hand and replied with a smile. However, looking at the purple flame thunder wing horse next to him, which was only level 11, he felt a little entangled in his heart. If it was level 30 at this time, he could ride this guy out and even fly back to Stormwind City directly. After all, wings are not for decoration. If they can't fly, it would be too funny. But there is no if in reality, and at this time, the pet space has already accommodated 2 leader-level fierce wind horses. Alas, I can only give one to Yiqiu. Sighing depressedly, Xiao Han said directly, Release one of your 2 elite level fierce wind horses first. Release it. Yiqiu frowned and asked in confusion. This is an elite level pet. Very precious. Why do you want to release it? Oh, are you reluctant? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. I need to put the purple flame thunder wings into the pet space now, but there are already 2 leader-level fierce wind horses in it. If you don't release the elite level 1, then I can only release the leader level 1. I don't need to say more about how to choose. It's really a leader level 1, Yiqiu exclaimed, looking at the purple pony beside him with shocked eyes and said excitedly, Then this purple flame thunder wings must be a dominant level 1. Hee, what do you think? Xiao Han chuckled and didn't explain too much. However, he had already released the leader-level fierce wind horse and traded it to Yiqiu and then continued with a smile. Since there is no way to take it back, then give it to you. If you really can't bear to let it go, then find a way to take it back yourself. I'm going to meet those people from the Rock Guild now. I'm not sure if I can lead them all away. I know you can go with confidence. Yiqiu nodded and said quickly, If I really can't take it back, I will kill one of them. Anyway, I can't let those people from the Rock Guild get away with it. Okay. Be careful. Xiao Han replied and said no more. He immediately moved his feet and ran in the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, while he was running, his appearance was changing rapidly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he completely turned into another person. Not Xinghan, not Xiao Yan, and even less Han Xiao. Even Xiao Han himself didn't know who he looked like now. The diamond-level phantom mask can store 20 faces. He copied them randomly when he was outside Tang Town. Humph. It's not that easy to kill me. Xiao Han snorted coldly while running, carefully distinguishing the sound. He wanted to find out where Zuoshang was. Although he didn't have the Peiyuan pill in his hand, he believed that he could take the enemy general's head in the midst of that. #C438. Capture the enemy general's head. 2. After leaving the misty jungle, the fog in front of us became a little lighter, but although the visibility was a little higher, it was still less than 10 meters. At the valley entrance, which was less than 20 meters away, there was a person every 2 or 3 meters. Heh! Just like this. Do you still want to catch me? After whispering to himself, Xiao Han pretended to be surprised and immediately stopped and asked, "Brothers, what does this mean? Is this place no longer accessible?" "No, our rock guild will not be so overbearing." A knight walked out quickly and continued with a smile. "For some reasons we need to catch Xian Xinghan, so we need you to cooperate. If we are sure that you are not the person we are looking for, we will naturally let you go." "How to cooperate?" Xiao Han replied immediately, but he was a little puzzled. The camouflage ability of the phantom mask is extremely strong. Can they still distinguish it with their naked eyes? Or do they have any other ways? Thinking of this, Xiao Han suddenly frowned and said immediately, "I have agreed in advance that I can cooperate with you. I have no objection. But if you want me to show the equipment panel, I'm sorry. Even if I die here today, I will not agree." "Oh, that's not necessary." The knight chuckled and continued, "Our method is actually very simple. You should know that Xinghan is very strong. His physical defense is at least more than 10,000 points, so our method is also very simple. From what you said, it seems that you want to test my defense?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, looking a little surprised. He didn't object to this test method, because now he doesn't have the blessing of the state of the charcoal grilled Stone Bull King. His magic defense is slightly higher, but his physical defense has been directly cut in half. Before entering the Gray Mist Valley, because of the fear of being recognized, even the Kanglan armor that exploded from Xingho Liaoyuan, which increased the defense by 720 points, has been replaced. Now his physical defense is still a long way from 10,000 points. With a smile on his face, Xiao Han continued, "If I just stand here and let you attack me, you can be sure that I am not Xinghan." "Yes, that's right." The knight nodded and said with a smile, "But you have to tell me first how much physical defense you have. In this way, we can arrange brothers with similar attacks to test you." "Hey, this is quite simple." Xiao Han chuckled and said in admiration, "Who came up with this method? You have a good brain. But do you want to test physical defense or magic defense?" "Physical defense." Seeing the warriors in front of him cooperate so well, the knight relaxed his vigilance and continued with a smile, "This is more intuitive and can be seen at a glance." "Okay, but I'm not in a position to tell you the exact amount." Xiao Han nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, "But my defense and health are still quite high. Even if the attack exceeds 10,000 points, I can withstand it if it's just one hit." "So strong." The knight was a little surprised. He looked Xiao Han up and down, and continued, "Let me arrange a brother with 5,000 attack points for you first." As he said, he shouted back. At this time, Xiao Han also saw an archer a few meters away raising the red longbow in his hand. A black arrow was also placed on the bowstring at this time. Whoosh! The next second, the arrow pierced the air, making a sharp whistle and flew towards him. The situation was stronger than the person, so Xiao Han did not try to dodge, and the arrow also poofed and pierced his chest. Minus 1,457. The damage value exceeded 4 digits, but the surroundings suddenly became silent. Fuck, he lost more than 1,000 health points, but his health bar didn't move at all. Is there any need to ask this? This guy must be Xinghan. Boss Xingho has reminded us several times that if we encounter a health value of more than 50,000, we should keep them all. We would rather kill them by mistake than let them go. Fuck. Can we really kill him? The exclamation sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect the fact to be like this. The real purpose of these guys in front of him was not to test the defense, but to judge whether the target was Xinghan by the total health value. Damn it, if that's the case, we can only kill him. Putting away the ordinary white long sword in his hand, Xiao Han immediately took out the tiger roaring flame knife, and after a little accumulation of power, he used the sudden slash and rushed straight towards the archer. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. The knight also reacted at this time. He roared and immediately blocked in front of the archer and also took a defensive posture. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said, coldly, "Can you stop the person I want to kill?" As soon as the voice fell, the tiger roar flame blade carried this sudden slash and chop down. Minus 11,480. With a click, the knight with a health value of more than 10,000 was instantly killed. At the same time, the sound of crackling also sounded at this time, and 7 or 8 more pieces of equipment appeared on the ground instantly. Amidst a series of system prompts, Xiao Han actually heard 3 pieces of dark gold equipment explode. Heh! They are quite strong. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han ignored the equipment on the ground and killed the archer instantly with a knife. Then he immediately ran towards the valley entrance. In this place, there are tens of thousands of players from the Rock Guild. If the iron-eating beast had not been materialized, he would have dared to confront these guys even if he didn't have the Yuan nourishing pill in his hand. It's just 10,000 people, and this kind of scene is not the first time. But now there is neither the iron-eating beast nor the Yuan nourishing pill. And the purple flame thunder wing horse cannot be ridden, so he must not be trapped in this place. Boss! Xinghan has come out of the misty jungle. At this moment, among the many noisy voices around, Xiao Han heard a slightly excited voice. "We must keep him here today. I will call the magic group. Over. Wait a minute, we can't let them come now. Boss is right, the visibility here is less than 10 meters, we can't hit him. If we are far away, and we will be killed instantly if we are close. Yes, we must first force out Xinghan's sound wave group attack skill." Listening to the sound 100 meters away, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and more energy suddenly poured into his ears, trying to find where the magic group is. But it is not easy to judge from the many voices. In this case, we have to kill Zhuoshang first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately judged the direction and quickly approached that side with the tiger roar flame blade, slashing left and right. #C439, capture the enemy general's head. 3. There were not many players in front of him, and most of them could not cause substantial harm to him. In a place like Grey Mist Valley, it is not easy to take advantage of the large number of people due to visibility. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Han killed nearly 100 people at the cost of losing less than 10,000 health points and saw his target, the president of Pancher Guild Zhuoshang. At this time, beside him, Xing Hua Liao Yuan and Leng Yi were looking over with sneers. "Hey, what's up? Looks like this, you seem quite unconvinced." At this time, even though he was unsure, Xiao Han did not hesitate in his momentum. With a sarcastic smile on his lips, he continued, "I heard that you have mobilized 10,000 people, but it seems a little small. If you want to kill me, you don't have 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, but you still want to keep me? Are you looking for death?" Xingho Liao Yuan's face darkened, and he said, coldly, "Do you really think that with the Peiyuan pill that can regenerate 20,000 points in a second, you can be invincible?" "I don't know if I am invincible." Xiao Han swung the tiger roaring flame knife and threatened, "But killing a few of you, I think it should be enough. Then give it a try. I want to see how capable you are." "Okay. Please be quiet." Zhuoshang frowned and said in a deep voice, "I have deliberately tried to understand you. Based on the information collected during this period, I can almost conclude that you and Han Xiao are the same person." "Ha! So what?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I told you today, Xinghan is me, Moonlight is me, and Han Xiao is still me." As he spoke, his appearance quickly changed and returned to his original appearance in an instant. "Hey, that's true." Zhuoshang sighed and said somewhat depressedly, "With your strength going against you is not a good choice. But not only did you kill my people, you also stole their overlord boss. As the boss of the two of them, if I don't care about this matter, don't you think it's inappropriate Oh, that's their own fault. Xiao Han laughed and said in a deep voice, "What's more, I didn't initiate this matter in the first place. Even if you take a step back, killing people and grabbing treasures in the game is still normal. Now that everyone has been summoned, what's the use of talking nonsense? If you want to do something, just do it quickly. Don't be so gibbering and unmanly. It's not that I don't want to take action, but I have great concerns." Although he was scolded a lot, Xueshang still suppressed his anger and said, angrily, "The guild you targeted will not end well, and I don't want the Rock Guild to fall into that situation. Boss, we are not afraid." Lang Ye's face flashed with anger and he quickly interrupted. "So what if we are targeted? Xingkai has not captured Tangtown yet. You know shit. Shut up." Xueshang turned around and glared fiercely, and continued, "If Han Xiao hadn't entered the game during this period, do you really think Xingkai could have such a comfortable life? I know you're not afraid, but I can't help but think about my other brothers. Perhaps it is not difficult to kill Han Xiao once today, but have you too thought about how many of these more than 10,000 people will die?" Seeing that both Lang Yi and Xingho Liaoan looked ugly, Xueshang turned to look at Xiao Han and said in a deep voice, "I came here today just to stand up for them. You are right, killing people and grabbing treasures in the game is a normal thing. But if I don't care about this matter, it will be difficult to lead the team in the future, but I don't want to completely offend you. So I wonder if the conflict between us can be limited to a limited scope, without involving too many people. After the fight, there will be no resentment or complaints. Everything will end here." "Hey, you want to challenge me to a duel?" Xiao Han was a little surprised, looked Xueshang up and down and said with a smile, "Are you sure you're not looking for death? Or maybe you plan to let me single out a group of you? How could it happen? I can't do such a shameless thing." Xueshang shook his head and continued with a serious face, "Let's challenge each other, just you and me, but there are a few conditions." "Heh, tell me then." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "But I don't guarantee that I will agree to your conditions. I know you have to listen first." Xueshang nodded and continued, "Unfair conditions, even if I propose them, you will not agree to them. So I hope that our duel can be conducted under relatively fair conditions. Although you only sold one Peiyuan pill, I also know its properties and its duration of half an hour. If you use one of these things, then this duel will be meaningless." "So what you mean is that I can't use the Peiyuan pill?" Xiao Han asked, lightly with an inexplicable smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. "No, no, no." Xueshang shook his finger and continued, "What I mean is that all potions and elixirs are not allowed to be used. Let's just rely on hard power to challenge each other, and we will decide whether we live or die. That's it." Xiao Han showed a look of looking at a fool and continued with a smile, "I just don't understand. How can you be so depressed? How high is my attack? Didn't that guy Xingho Liaoan tell you?" "He did." Xueshang narrowed his eyes and said confidently, "But he also told me that your fighting skills are very poor. So I think that in our fight, I have at least a 30% chance of winning." "Hey, it's good to be confident." Xiao Han sneered and continued, "But if you are too confident, it's no different from committing suicide. Since you are so sure, then come on. I want to see what you have the capital to dare to fight me one-on-one." After saying that, he immediately stepped forward. Faced with this situation, Xueshang was not afraid at all. He bent his legs slightly and completed the power accumulation in an instant. With a flash of his figure, he rushed over. At the same time, the blue long sword in his hand, like a smart venomous snake, stabbed at the heart position of Xiao Han's right chest very trickily. "Heh, the moves are pretty good, but are they useful?"
Xiao Han sneered.
Seeing the long sword coming at him, he had no intention of dodging. He straightened his chest and rushed forward, and slashed it with a knife. At this time, his health value was already more than 80,000 points. Even if he was stabbed by 1 or 2 swords, what would it matter? What's more, the way of fighting with injuries in exchange for life is a win for him. At the same time, Xueshang's eyes flashed, and he also had no intention of dodging. The moment he was slashed by the long sword, he also stabbed the opponent. -384, -70, -8,743. When the damage came out at the same time, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. The physical attack of more than 30,000 points only caused less than 500 points of damage to Xueshang. What's going on? Why is this happening? Seeing the blue long sword coming again, he retreated at a high speed without hesitation, but the doubts in his eyes became more and more intense. #C440 Capture the enemy general's head. 4. Faced with Xueshang's relentless attack, Xiao Han could only retreat again and again. He really couldn't understand why his damage was reduced by 99%. And even the fire attribute damage could only cause 1% damage to the target. Equipment with damage reduction effects can indeed reduce the damage received by oneself, but this does not include damage of wind, fire, ice, thunder, and other attributes. This guy, there must be a magic weapon on him. Faced with Xueshang's unbridled attack, Xiao Han had many ideas in his mind, but no matter which idea, he could not solve his current dilemma. -7,412. Another red damage value floated out of his head, and the health value also dropped to 60,000 points at this time. What should I do? While dodging another sword, Xiao Han thought anxiously in his heart. I must find out the reason, otherwise I will really die here today. If he still had a Peiyuan pill on him at this moment, he would not mind using it directly, and then rushing out with his strength. Compared to the promise, life is more important. He had too many things on him. If only 1% of the things in the Rui Belt were to explode, the loss would be huge. More importantly, he had no way to escape from here with only the intermediate blood-replenishing pills and intermediate muscle-regenerating pills. Although the recovery amount of these 2 pills was also very considerable, the cooling time was too long. It doesn't make sense. He can't be invincible. Even the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt have their weaknesses. There must be some way to deal with him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately sent a message to Bai Shaoxing, asking about Xueshang's news. -7,698. After a slight distraction, he was stabbed in the back by a sword, which reduced his health to less than 50,000 points. Facing this situation, Xiao Han had no way to deal with it. After all, the damage caused to the opponent by a full-strength attack was less than 500 points. What's the point of fighting? After dodging 2 swords again, Xiao Han asked curiously, No wonder you want to fight me. It turns out you have such a trump card. But I am very curious. What exactly is your ability? Hee. Xueshang chuckled, without any intention of explaining, and continued, with a smile. Why don't you use Peiyuan Dan? If you continue like this, you won't be able to hold on for too long. Just relax and don't provoke me with words. Although he was anxious in his heart, Xiao Han said calmly, Since I have promised before, I will keep my promise. It's just 1 death, no big deal. Even if all this equipment is exploded today, I can get a new set in just 2 or 3 days. Well, that's true. Xueshang was stunned. Suddenly, he couldn't say anything to refute, so he could only say depressedly, The reward you drew is really enviable. Ha. That's because I have good luck. There's nothing I can do about it. Said proudly, Xiao Han continued, But you have to be careful. If you are killed by me by accident, it will not be easy to recover to your current strength. Don't worry, this won't happen. Xueshang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said confidently, I still have more than 40,000 health points. How can You kill me? That's not certain. I can't guarantee that I will turn the tide. Seeing that there was no way to get even a little useful information from Zhuo Xiao Han didn't say anything more, and immediately concentrated on dealing with his attack. Minus 9,137. Although he had tried his best to dodge, he still didn't dodge all the attacks, and he would still be hit from time to time. Ding! At this moment, a light sound suddenly came from his ear. Knowing that this might be a message from Bai Shaoxing, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, took Zhuoshang's sword, immediately opened the friend list, and clicked on the flashing avatar. Then, a paragraph of text immediately appeared in front of him. I don't know the specific reason, and there is no way to find it for a while, but I heard that Zhuoshang seems to have learned a very powerful passive skill. Looking at such information, Xiao Han suddenly raised his head, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He couldn't know how credible the passive skill that Bai Shaoxing said was, because even he couldn't be sure. But if Zhuoshang's trump card was really a passive skill, then he was finished. His figure flashed again, and while dodging a sword, Xiao Han looked at his remaining health points, which were less than 15,000 points. In his current state, he could withstand 2 attacks at most. Passive skill, is it really like this? Although he knew that the other party would not tell him the real answer, Xiao Han still tried to ask, I heard that your ability is a passive skill? So what? Zhuoshang showed an expression of victory, and said calmly, Could it be that at this moment you still want to turn the tables? I have never believed that you will keep your promise. After all, in front of precious life, any bullshit promise can be put aside. So, Xiao Han's figure flashed again, and he asked with a smile, It seems that this duel is a trap you set for me. Hehe. It's a bit late to react now. Zhuoshang looked pleased with himself and continued with a smile. Now it seems that my worry is a little unnecessary. You don't want to keep your promise, but because you probably don't have the Peiyuan pill on you, I can kill you even without the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said coldly, And after I kill you, no one around here dares to attack me. Zhuoshang swung another sword with his backhand, and said unbelievingly, Oh, I want to try. Okay. Then I'll let you experience despair. Having said this softly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Boom! A flash of lightning instantly fell on Zhuoshang's head, causing his body to stiffen immediately, and he stood there motionless. With a 100% hit rate and a 100% paralysis effect, Xiao Han was not worried about failure, so he rushed over the moment the thunderbolt struck. At the same time, the word seal appeared in his palm, and he slapped Zhuoshang's chest fiercely. When the word seal appeared on his forehead, Xiao Han did not hesitate and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Minus 39,456. Minus 2,144. With a boom, more than 40,000 health points immediately floated out of Zhuoshang's head. His body also stiffened at the same time, and he fell down powerlessly in an instant. This scene made Xingho Liaoyuan, Lang Yi and others who were still smiling a second ago all stunned, and the other members of the Rock Guild around them were all silent in an instant, with a look of helplessness on their faces. Hashtag C441 Golden Bell cover. How is this possible? The boss was killed instantly. Am I hallucinating? I said we couldn't kill Xinghin. What should we do now? What are you afraid of? He has no more Peiyuan pills and his health bar is less than 1/3. Let's go together and avenge the boss. Amid the roars, the players of the Rock Guild all became agitated. Seeing them ready to move, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and threw a bottle of intermediate blood-replenishing pills into his mouth. Plus 50,000. The green number immediately floated out of his head, and his health value immediately recovered to more than half. Such a scene appeared in front of everyone, and all the players who rushed over paused and their faces showed a look of being screwed. Fuck. 50,000 points back in a second? Can we still kill him? What the hell is this pervert? What kind of pill is this? How come it seems to be stronger than Peiyuan pill? What are you afraid of? Are all our rock guild cowards without balls? At this moment, Lung Yi roared with an ugly face. More than 10,000 people came, and there are hundreds of mages. We can't be scared away by him alone. Brothers, charge up. Even if we die today, we must keep Han Xiao. Hehe. It's not that easy to kill me? Although he was still surrounded by many players, Xiao Han still sneered and pretended to be calm and said, even if there is no Peiyuan pill, what does it matter? Do you think I don't have other pills? As he said, he took out another intermediate muscle-growing pill and threw it into his mouth again. Plus 4,000. Plus 4,000. Plus 4,000. In just a few seconds, the health value has been fully restored. Such a scene also calmed down the players of the Rock Guild who were ready to make a move. They looked at Lung Yi and Xingho Liaoyuan, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear. Now what should we do? At this time, Xiao Han casually copied the faces he could see, and sneered and said, I think you should contact Zuoshang before you attack me. I have said before that once he dies in my hands, it will not be easy to regain his previous strength. I heard before that the president of the Rock Guild is at least in the top 10 in Stormwind City. But now that I have killed him, it is hard to say. Maybe he can't even be in the top 100. Are you sure you don't want to ask? Humph. Do you really think I was scared? Lung Yi stepped forward and with a face full of anger, he said, although your explosion rate is very high, the boss is lucky and didn't lose any equipment. It's just a loss of some experience points now. What's the big deal? Oh, is it really just like that? Xiao Han chuckled and said calmly, I advise you to go and confirm it. I can understand that you want to avenge the boss, but Zuoshang may not think so. There are some things you don't know. Maybe he will beg me to let him go. At this time, looking at Han Zhao's confident look, a group of players from the Rock Guild hesitated. They couldn't figure out where the man in front of them got his confidence from. Do you really want to ask? Lung Yi muttered, turned his head and looked at Xingho Liaoyuan beside him, and Pan Hung not far behind him. At this time, Zuoshang had been resurrected. He stood on the resurrection altar with a blank face, his face full of doubts and confusion. After more than 10 seconds, he whispered to himself, there must be something strange about the last palm. But what's the name of it? My passive skill Golden Bell Cover can be immune to 99% of the damage. But Han Xiao didn't attack my armpit, but he was able to kill me instantly. This is too strange. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Zuoshang still couldn't figure out why. A fierce look flashed on his face, and he whispered to himself, anyway, we have already torn our faces apart. Since I'm dead, you can't live either. After saying that, he moved his feet and ran quickly towards the direction of the teleportation array. But after running 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again, and a look of horror flashed across his face at this time. He was about to open the attribute panel to take a look. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ringing sounded in his ears. Zuoshang didn't think much and connected the video call. After seeing Lung Yi in front of him, he asked directly, how is it? Is Han Xiao dead? Not yet. Lung Yi shook his head and asked hesitantly, boss, are you okay? What can happen to me? Zuoshang was a little dissatisfied and said sternly, Han Xiao's health value is only more than 10,000 points, and you haven't killed him yet. We wanted to kill him. Lung Ye's face was bitter, and he said depressedly, but he took 2 pills and his health value was restored instantly. More importantly, he said that your strength has decreased a lot and you may not even be ranked in the top 100 in Stormwind City. From what he said, it seems that as long as we kill him, your strength will never recover. Boss, what happened to you? Has your strength really decreased? After being asked this, Zhuoshang immediately fell silent. I remembered running at full speed just now, but my speed dropped by more than 30% and the energy in my body could not be used. If it continues like this in the future, it means that he will never be able to use skills. At this moment, he finally understood. Why was he instantly killed with one blow after being slapped by Han Xiao? The Golden Bell is indeed immune to 99% of damage, but only if this passive skill can be used. But now, the energy in the body cannot be mobilized at all. So of course, the damage reduction effect of the Golden Bell cover is gone. And it is normal for Han Xiao to kill him with one blow. Oh, one thing really brings down another thing. He sighed self-deprecatingly. Although Zhuoshang was unhappy, he had to accept this fact. He originally thought that with such a domineering skill as the Golden Bell shield, he should be an invincible existence, at least in Stormwind City. After all, although there is a cover under the armpit, it is not easy to hit. But now, Han Zhao's single skill has fundamentally imprisoned the energy in his body. Am I unable to use the Golden Bell in the future? Thinking of such a possibility, Zhuoshang's face immediately turned ugly. He was silent for a while before saying, "Don't do anything yet. Wait until I get over." #C442 Anti-Demon Wrist Guard. Gray Mist Valley. Seeing Leng Yi hang up the call and Zhuoshang not showing any intention of compromising, Xiao Han immediately understood that his idea had failed. The sealing technique of the magic sealer can last for an hour. Most people would be confused if they encountered this kind of situation. Originally, he wanted to use this to scare Zhuoshang, but now it seems that it is obviously not feasible. That guy is not afraid. He must have seen the attribute panel. After muttering softly, Xiao Han knew that the stalemate could not continue in this place. His face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Oh, I still don't give up. But I have something else to do today, so I won't be playing with you for the time being. When the matters at hand are taken care of, let's see how I cripple your rock guild." After saying that, the crimson roaring tiger flaming knife was swung into the roar. Amidst the roar, an illusory tiger was instantly generated above his head, and the sound waves immediately spread to the surroundings. At this moment, within a radius of 20 meters, there was a dead silence. With a crackling sound, equipment fell all over the floor. However, although his attack was very high, not everyone was killed instantly. Xingho Liaoyuan, who had at least 100,000 health points, Leng Yi behind him, and 2 unknown players still managed to survive. Amidst a series of system prompts, Xiao Han knew that there were at least 2 pieces of diamond equipment on the ground, and he was actually a little excited. But at this time, I couldn't care about it anymore. The area within a radius of 20 meters has almost been cleared. If you don't run at this time, if you miss the opportunity, you will never get it again. Knowing clearly what he was going to do, Xiao Han showed a sneer on his face and continued, "Don't worry, wait for my revenge." After saying that, his figure flashed and quickly retreated into the gray mist. At the same time, with the help of the phantom mask, his face quickly changed. In less than 3 seconds, he turned into a player from the Rock Guild and blended into the crowd. Han Zhao's group attack skill has been used. The mage group comes quickly and gathers fire for me to kill him. Damn it! Why can't Han Xiao be found? Boss Starfire, he has a disguise mask. Maybe he has changed his appearance again. After running more than 100 meters in one breath, Xiao Han could still hear Leng Ye's furious roar, but he just pretended not to hear it. While carefully avoiding the Rock Guild players, he ran towards the valley exit as quickly as possible. As for Yi Qiu and the matter of luring away the Rock Guild players, he no longer cares about it. I haven't been able to go online for more than 10 days, which still has a big impact on me. Xiao Han said something with emotion in his heart, and there was a glimmer of expectation in Xiao Han's eyes, making him even more eager to change jobs for the 3rd time. As soon as he entered the game today, he was thinking about Peiyuan Dan. Therefore, he never thought about the job transfer mission, and this also left him with a level 60 legendary Angry Dragon Ice Shield, but he had no way to equip it. Just wait. Let's see how I torture you in 2 days. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han's speed became faster. But even so, it took him more than 10 minutes to come out of Gray Mist Valley. The journey was originally less than 5 minutes, but because of fear of being discovered, the journey was extended several times. Fortunately, there were no near misses along the way, and we finally came out safely. Ran Hao, what are you doing here? Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar voice came from not far away. Xiao Han turned his head and looked around in shock, then smiled and said, "Oh, what a coincidence! What a coincidence! Why are you here?" Zuoshang's face darkened and he asked coldly, "What's going on inside? Did Pan Heng and the others kill Han Xiao?" "Ha! With those crooked melons and cracked dates? Do you think it's possible?" Xiao Han chuckled lightly, his appearance changed quickly, and he quickly transformed into Han Zhao's appearance. And then he said with a teasing face, "Well, isn't it surprising? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Damn it, you're riding a horse." Zuoshang opened his mouth and cursed. He was about to take action, but then he realized that he couldn't use his skills now, so he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han followed him slowly and continued with a smile. "Why are you running? Now that you have met me, can you still run away? Be good. Stop struggling. Stop and let me torture you, that way you can be resurrected quickly. You seem to be very lucky today. Even if you are killed by me again, it will actually be nothing. Maybe it will be like last time, but you will only lose some experience points. I believe you are a ghost." Zuoshang replied, and then said, "Han Xiao, what you did is a bit unethical. Didn't we agree that all grudges will be eliminated after the duel? Fuck. You have the nerve to say that?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and then sneered with anger in his eyes. "What did you just do? You must have forgotten it so quickly. Hey, I should have known better. There's no reason to talk to people like you. I just don't want to waste any more words. You'd better go to hell." The moment he finished speaking, Zuoshang suddenly dodged to the left, and then started shaking rapidly again. "Oh, how naive." Xiao Han laughed and raised his hand to point forward. Boom! Although Zuoshang tried his best to dodge, he was still hit instantly, and his body froze in place. The hit rate of Thunderstrike is 100%. No matter what kind of fancy moves he made, it was useless.
Xiao Han no longer
Hesitated, accumulated a little strength, and rushed over with a sudden slash. Minus 33,500. The moment the damage value appeared, Zuoshang was inevitably killed. Instantly. At the same time, the highly anticipated system prompt finally rang in his ears. "Ding, you killed Zuoshang, which is a malicious killing. You get 1 point of murderous aura, trigger a 100-fold reward, and get 100 points of murderous aura. Ding, you killed Zuoshang and got the dark gold equipment violent ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the legendary equipment anti-demon wrist guard." Seeing the 2 pieces of equipment suddenly appearing under his feet, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god! This guy is too unlucky. The second time he killed Zuoshang, he actually exploded a legendary equipment which he didn't expect at all. Reaching out to pick up the 2 pieces of equipment on the ground, Xiao Han quickly looked at the attributes of the legendary equipment. Anti-demon wrist guard, legend level 40. HP plus 16,000, defense plus 1,200, stamina plus 1,200, energy plus 1,200, strength plus 1,200. Special skill. Anti-demon, adds a demon-killing aura to the weapon, consumes 1,000 energy points per second, and increases damage to dark creatures by 50%. Special effect. Overlord, when releasing skills, 15% chance of immunity to control, and at the same time reduce damage received by 15%. Special effect, explosion-free when attacked, reduce the probability of being critically hit by 30%. Hashtag C443 you big idiot. Ignoring the rage ring, Xiao Han threw it directly into his backpack. This thing will eventually become a string of numbers in his account through Wantong intermediary. As for the legendary anti-demon wristband, he immediately replaced the Phantom Moon wristband with it and then quickly opened the attribute panel. Hey! My health has finally reached 100,000 points. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han flashed and ran towards Tang Town, and his appearance changed again. Then, he took out the Phantom Moon wristband and swallowed it directly with the Phantom Mask. This diamond equipment was actually exploded from Qianhai when he was in the
Elf Ruins.
Just from the attribute point of view, it is not suitable for warriors, because the continuous shooting special effect is completely useless for warriors, but there was no better choice at the time, so they could only use it reluctantly. Now, there are more than 1 million gold coins in the backpack, so there is no need to sell this equipment. It is most important to seize the time to let the Phantom Mask advance again. As the Phantom Moon wristband slowly disappeared, the Phantom Spirit Mask became more complete and Xiao Han smiled. After a while, he saw the wooden wall of Tang Town and the heavily guarded city gate from afar. Many players were constantly pouring out of it and scattering in all directions of the dark forest. Outside the city, many players were queuing up to enter the city. No one seemed to remember the battle that took place here in the morning. Only, the sudden increase in players on the city wall could reveal some clues. Heh! What's the use of doubling the manpower for those I'm thinking of? Muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly walked towards the city gate. At the same time, he saw someone selling license plates, so he immediately walked forward. With the gold coins paving the way, he returned to Stormwind City in less than 5 minutes. Xiao Yun should be asleep by now. Restoring his appearance to that of Han Xiao, Xiao Han whispered to himself, should I refine a furnace of Pei Yuandan first, and then go and bring Yi Qiu back? Thinking this way, he made a decision instantly. As a person, you have to be kind. You can't just use the girl and leave her in the misty forest without caring about her. Looking around, he soon saw a medicine shop not far away.
Xiao Han walked over.
Without hesitation. At the same time, he also dialed Yi Qiu's video call. Beep. The ringtone rang only once, and it was connected immediately. Looking at the figure on the light screen, Xiao Han said directly, I have returned to Stormwind City. I have no way to lead away those people from the Rock Guild. But don't worry. Stay in the misty jungle for the time being. Wait until I refine the Peiyuan pill. Even if there are 10,000 of them, I am sure to bring you back. No need. Yi Qiu shook his head and said extremely depressed. Not long after you left, I met players from the Magic City. I regret it so much. I should have listened to you earlier. That elite-level fierce wind horse, I didn't have time to kill it, and it died back in Stormwind City. Those guys got it for nothing. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and could only comfort him. It's just an elite-level fierce wind horse. There's no need to feel too bad. What about your equipment? Did it explode? Fortunately, only some medicinal materials exploded. Yi Qiu was a little relieved, but still looked distressed. Oh, what's there to be sad about? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Anyway, the loss is not big, and there is no way to bring back the Gale Horse, so it's gone. I'm in Baozatang on the teleportation array. Come over when you have time. When we were in the misty jungle before, I promised to give you and the soul-seeking rat a few Peiyuan pills. In 10 minutes or so, we can almost refine them. Peiyuan pills? Yi Qiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, Is that the kind of pill you said worth 5 million? Well, come quickly. Xiao Han nodded, chatted a few more words casually, and then hung up the call. He didn't expect Yi Qiu to come back from the misty jungle so quickly. But This saved him trouble. Looking at the Baozatang in front of him, Xiao Han paused for a moment and then walked over quickly. It actually only takes 4 or 5 minutes to refine a batch of potions. It is also very simple to refine a furnace before going offline. It is just right to materialize a few pills in reality, so the pills for tonight's practice will be settled. If you want to become stronger quickly, you can't fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days.
Han siya.
As soon as he stepped into Baozatang, Xiao Han heard a voice full of anger and looked back curiously. Hehe. Isn't this the boy who spreads money? Seeing that it was Wushang, Lang Yi, and Xingho Liaoyuan and others, he squinted his eyes and smiled. What's the matter? Do you feel that the top grade equipment on your body is hot, and you want to give me a few more? If that's the case, I don't mind. As he said, Xiao Han's appearance changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into Lang Ye's appearance. Such a change immediately changed the faces of Zhuoshang and others. Just a dozen days ago, Li Feng was cheated in this way, and now he is still locked up in the prison and can't get out. Seeing that Lang Yi wanted to take action, Xingho Liaoyuan hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. We are not here to cause trouble." "Oh, I know." Xiao Han chuckled and squinted his eyes and said, "I'm sorry. I want to cause trouble for you." At this moment, Zhuoshang felt as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses running through his heart. Facing such a powerful and unreasonable guy, he had no way to deal with it, but until now, he still couldn't mobilize the energy in his body. If it continues like this, he will be completely useless. Suppressing his anger, Zhuoshang said in a gentle voice, "I'm here to discuss business. Don't you want the money that's delivered to your door?" "Business?" Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, "You don't want to use the money to redeem the anti-demon wrist guard?" "I do want to, but I know it's impossible." Zhuoshang's face froze, and he was even more depressed. However, compared to a piece of equipment, the abnormality in his body was the most urgent to solve. So he said in a deep voice, "You should know that I can't use my skills now. As for the reason, you should know it very well. I want to know what price you have to pay to help me get rid of this state, where I can't use energy." "Hey! Didn't he go to the attribute panel?" Xiao Han was shocked. He didn't expect this to happen, but he still said calmly, "This is simple. You give me 100 million, and I will restore you to your original state." "Fuck! This is too dark." Hearing this price, Xingho Liaoyuan immediately went berserk. But at this time, Zhuoshang's face darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he immediately said, 100 million, right? I can give it to you. But I can only pay 50 million first, and I can only give you the remaining balance after you help me get rid of this state." "Okay, that's no problem." Xiao Han nodded and laughed coldly. "With my strength, I'm not worried that you will default on the debt." Hearing what Xiao Han said, Zhuoshang did not hesitate and immediately opened the transaction box, entered 500,000 gold coins, and then clicked OK. Oh my god! There really is such a big idiot. As soon as the transaction was completed, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't expect that he could get such an unexpected fortune. "What do you mean?" At this moment, Zhuoshang also found something wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while, so he said with a gloomy face, "The money has been given to you. Isn't it time to work?" "What the hell?" Xiao Han grinned and said directly like a finishing blow, "You big idiot. Go to the attribute panel yourself." After that, he walked into Baozatang without looking back. Zhuoshang was stunned for a moment and had to open the attribute panel to take a look. In the status column, there was a clear word seal, and there were also several Arabic numerals behind it. Remaining time, 19 minutes and 26 seconds. Seeing such a thing, Zhuoshang finally exploded completely, and he roared angrily, "Han Xiao, I'm a fucking horse. I can't coexist with you. Hashtag C444 The Test of the Alchemist. When Xiao Han woke up in the morning, he saw Jiang Xiaoyun still sleeping beside him, so he didn't disturb her and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. Since she was injured, for some reason, she was much sleepier than before. Fortunately, she materialized 5 drops of high-level life essence from the game in a row and snatched it back from the hands of the King of Hell. After completing a big cycle, Xiao Han exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Before going offline last night, he refined a furnace of pills and produced a total of 8 pills. He gave half of them to Yi Qiu at that time. At the same time, he also fed a purple flame thunder wing horse. This is an emperor-level pet. As long as it is cultivated, its combat power is extremely amazing. More importantly, once it is upgraded to level 30, it can be ridden. This is a pet with wings that can fly. Thinking about the feeling of flying in the air, Xiao Han is very much looking forward to it. But what makes him depressed is that the gold-level materialization talisman can only materialize 1 Peiyuan pill into reality. The diamond materialization talisman in the backpack should be able to materialize 100.
Sia han muttered softly. Gusning exited ly.
In fact, this number is just his guess. Fortunately, the harvest yesterday was very large, not only the types of medicinal materials but also the number of medicinal materials. With these medicinal materials, he can go directly to Suchang after going online later. I hope my luck will be better today. After all, Peiyuan pill is just a kind of elixir for strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence. Xiao Han actually still hopes to comprehend 1 or 2 elixir recipes that can increase cultivation. Although he has not relaxed for a moment in cultivation during this period of time. However, if we only look at the amount of increase in true qi, although the strength has improved a little, there is actually no qualitative change. At least for now, if there is no assistance from the elixir, it is impossible to break through to the 4th level in less than half a year. And even with the assistance of Peiyuan pill, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. So now, he urgently needs a pill that can quickly improve his strength. In the next year, even if he can't have the strength of level 7, he must at least have level 6. Fortunately, Xiaoyun has recovered, and I can devote myself to the game. Turning his head and looking at the quiet face still sleeping beside him, Xiao Han still felt as if he was in a dream. Until now, he couldn't believe that such a good thing actually fell on his head. Reaching out to tidy up the messy hair on Jiang Xiaoyun's face, Xiao Han whispered softly, "Alas, how can you be so beautiful? This makes me very stressed. Just looking at you, people have a strong physiological reaction. Ordinary people are not qualified to have a top-notch woman like you who is rare in 1,000 years. It seems that I have to continue to work hard and must become stronger as quickly as possible so that I can protect you and prevent you from being hurt." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately got up and turned and walked out of the bedroom. After a simple breakfast, he cooked a pot of yam and red dates porridge for Jiang Xiaoyun, put it on the bedside table and immediately put on the helmet and entered the game again. When the consciousness entered perfect world, the familiar feeling came again. This is the place where he went offline before, the refining room of Baozitang. Although all the materials for refining Peiyuan Dan are available, he does not plan to refine it at this time, because compared to this matter, there are more important things to do. It took Xiao Han less than 10 minutes to stand outside the Acropolis in the western suburbs again after getting up and walking out of the refining room. Although he has been here several times and the soldiers guarding the gate also know him, they still rigidly did not let him go in directly. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Su Chang arrived late. Seeing Han Xiao standing outside the city gate, he immediately remembered the scene that happened more than 10 days ago, and his heart suddenly became depressed. Although his head wanted to explode, he still couldn't figure it out. Why can the medicinal materials used to refine Peiyuan powder actually be used to refine Peiyuan pill? This is completely against common sense. Is this guy really a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years? Mumbling softly, Su Chang greeted the guards and led Han Xiao to his residence. At the same time, while walking, he asked, "Why are you here again? Hasn't Lord Lu been picked up by you?" "Hey, last time you said you would give me a test." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I have been busy with this during this period, and finally I have gained something. So today I came here in addition to giving you some rare medicinal materials. I also plan to observe how you make medicine." "So fast. You must have been deceived." Su Chang was stunned for a moment, looked back in disbelief, and then immediately said, "I am talking about precious medicinal materials. How can it be so easy to collect 10 kinds? I don't know if it's easy, but I brought all these medicinal materials. You can take a look." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense, and immediately took out 2 medicinal materials from his backpack and said with a smile, "This is dragon scale grass. This is 10,000 years red sun. Ganoderma. Do you think it is a rare medicinal material? Dragon scale grass?" Su Chang paused and said in disbelief, "Damn. It's still fresh. It's just picked." "Yes," Xiao Han replied and continued, "It was found in the misty forest. A large area was discovered at that time." "You went to the misty forest, so it's no wonder." Su Chang looked up and down and said with some emotion, "But you are really brave. You dare to go there. Hey, what's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Han grinned and continued, "There are too many medicinal herbs in there. This trip is worth it." "That's not necessarily true." Su Chang reached out to take the dragon scale grass and said seriously, "This thing is considered a rare medicinal herb. There is a dragon scale pill in the 100 pills chart which is made with this as the main material. But unfortunately, I don't have the other 9 auxiliary materials of this pill, so I can't make it. As for the red sun fungus you mentioned, although it is very old, reaching the level of 10,000 years, it is still not a rare medicinal herb." "What about the blue heart lotus? Is it a rare medicinal herb?" Without dwelling on this matter, Xiao Han took the red sun fungus backhandedly. It was normal that many of the herbs collected this time were not rare. He was prepared, so he was not disappointed. However, there were more than just these herbs in the backpack. Taking out another lotus, Xiao Han smiled and continued, "In addition to the blue heart lotus, I also found purple fruit, condensed light grass, earth element fruit, 7-leaf flower." Before the words fell, Su Chang was already stunned. He turned around blankly and said with a confused face, "Did I hear it wrong? What did you just say? Purple fruit, earth element fruit? How is this possible? I have been to the misty jungle. Although there are many herbs there, there can't be so many rare herbs." #C445 Earth Spirit Powder. After some identification, Su Chang sat on the floor of the alchemy room in a daze, looking very lonely. This guy must be a monster. Just over 10 days later, he found 32 rare medicinal materials, and the remaining medicinal materials are also thousands of years old. Compared with him, my efforts of more than 10 years are really ridiculous. There are indeed many medicinal materials in the misty jungle, but it's not like he has never been there before. He stayed there for more than a week and only found 2 kinds. But now, why do I feel that the precious medicinal materials inside are like cabbage in the field, and can be found by just walking 2 steps? Looking at the precious medicinal materials all over the floor, Su Chang was very envious of Han Zhao's luck. But he knew very well that even if he ran to the misty jungle immediately, he would not gain anything like this. Perhaps this is the legendary chosen one. After muttering softly, Su Chang lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly said, "There are 32 kinds of precious medicinal materials here. According to our agreement, I want to take away 30 of them. Do you have any objection?" "No, since I took it out. It's for you." Xiao Han quickly waved his hand and said in a flattering manner, "The other Dozen or so medicinal materials are also given to you. Haha, you were quite generous. Su Chang chuckled and said with a hint of meaning, but if you want to take these medicinal materials, there must be conditions. Tell me, what do you want to do? Hee hee. Xiao Han laughed a few times and continued, I just want to ask if there are any pills in the 100-pill book that can increase the speed of cultivation. If so, I hope you can refine this elixir. I want to observe and observe. Send me so many medicinal materials, and your conditions are so simple?
Su
Chang was a little surprised, but still said, there are indeed several types of elixirs that can increase the speed of cultivation, but combined with the medicinal materials you brought, there is currently only one the seeds can be refined. Xiao Han was a little excited and asked quickly, what kind of elixir is it? Can it be refined now? Well, I have all the ingredients here. Su Chang nodded and continued, on the 3rd floor of the bookshelf, the 3rd box from the left, there are 10 prescriptions for elixirs. The one at the bottom is the one. You should take a good look at it first. I will start refining the elixir in 5 minutes. As for whether you can learn it, it depends on you. I see. Xiao Han nodded quickly in response, turned around and walked towards the bookshelf, took down the box on the 3rd floor and took out a piece of paper. Diling-san. After muttering softly, he continued to look at the introduction on the piece of paper. This is also a 4th-level formula. Its main ingredient is dun fruit, and there are 6 kinds of auxiliary ingredients including shuyunko, red flame, flower, evergreen stone milk, hollow vine, and so on. These are some common medicinal materials, and they are not too difficult to collect. After reading this, Xiao Han also breathed a sigh of relief. As the main material, he still has a lot of earth origin fruit in his backpack. As long as he can understand the elixir formula, he can refine it. After he returns, hey, I have to ask Wantong Intermediary to help me collect these medicinal materials. Thinking of this, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He immediately called up his friend list and sent him a message. 5 minutes passed by in a flash, and Su Chang had adjusted his condition. Without saying a word, he directly arranged the required medicinal materials in order, and then sat cross-legged next to the medicine stove. Seeing that it was about to start, Xiao Han immediately turned on the video recording. If you can't learn it once, you can watch this video again and again, and it's possible to learn it. I'm going to start, please watch carefully. At this time, Su Chang gave a reminder and immediately poured a portion of evergreen stone milk into the medicine refining furnace. Xiao Han nodded quickly and stopped making any sound. At this time, in the slightly silent alchemy room, there was only the crackling sound of burning charcoal, which was still ringing continuously. With full concentration, time passed quickly. Just 4 or 5 minutes later, a pop sound came from the medicine refining furnace, followed by a burning smell that immediately filled the air. Oh, it's just as expected. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han was not surprised by this result. Although he felt a little pity that the earth yuan fruit had turned into waste, his expression did not change at all. He took out 2 more pills from his backpack and gently placed them on the ground. At the same time, he quickly stood up and immediately prepared 2 more servings for Su Chang according to the medicinal materials on the prescription. Am I stupid? I can't do such a simple thing well. No. Isn't it normal to fail in refining medicine? Seeing Su Chang's frustrated look, Xiao Han quickly comforted him. Although talent is important, hard work is actually more important. Faced with this situation, he could not remain indifferent. If Su Chang really gave up refining elixirs, there would be no place to learn other high-level elixir formulas in the future. Therefore, no matter what the refining result is, it must be given a certain degree of affirmation. Although he knew that Su Chang might not need his comfort, Xiao Han still said, although my talent is not bad, I have failed as many times as you. As an alchemist, there are a few who have never failed in refining potions. As long as you persist, you will one day become a senior alchemist. Well, I know. Su Cheng nodded, quickly adjusted his mood, and said with a smile, "It's just that I often fail, which makes me a little depressed, so I need to adjust my mood." Haha. Sometimes I feel like this. After cooperating with him, Xiao Han immediately took 2 steps back and sat cross-legged on the ground. At this time, the alchemy room became quiet again, with only the sound of charcoal burning, which kept crackling. After more than 4 minutes, a smell of medicine gradually covered the burnt smell. At this time, Su Cheng's slightly blackened face also showed an irrepressible smile. "It's not easy. It's finally going to succeed." After muttering softly, Xiao Han also showed a smile on his face with the same feeling. After all, it is not easy to comprehend the formula of the elixir, and it is even more difficult to comprehend it from the failed refining. After more than a minute, Su Cheng moved the alchemy furnace aside and couldn't wait to open it. As the aroma of medicine spread in the alchemy room, Xiao Han also heard a system prompt. "Ding, you have comprehended the formula of an unknown potion, triggering a 100-fold reward. You have comprehended the formula of the Earth Spirit powder. #C446 Dragon Bone Pill and Dragon Blood Pill." After staying in the underground alchemy room for more than an hour, Xiao Han finally successfully comprehended 3 formulas. In addition to Earth Spirit Powder, there are also Fire Condensation Powder and God Walking Powder. The effects of these 3 powders are different. Earth Spirit Powder can restore energy up to 2000 points per second and can last for 10 minutes. And Fire Condensation Powder is made with Ziluo fruit as the main material, which can increase fire resistance. As for God Walking Powder, it is a powder that can increase movement speed, and the duration is also up to 10 minutes. Xiao Han is very satisfied with being able to successfully comprehend 3 powder formulas. Whether it is Earth Spirit Fruit, Ziluo Fruit, or 7-leaf flower, he has a lot in his backpack. As long as the auxiliary materials are collected, he can start refining. And after the blessing of 100 times the reward, he will eventually get Earth Spirit Pill, Fire Condensation Pill, and God Walking Pill. Just thinking about it, Xiao Han is very excited. At this time, he can't wait and even wants to refine the pills immediately. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. If I refine the Earth Spirit Pill here, Su Cheng will probably be depressed again. For his fragile heart, Xiao Han could only suppress his thoughts and said directly, "It's too difficult to learn how to refine 3 kinds of pills at a time. My mind is a little confused now, so I'll go back today." "Well, I really need to rest for a while." Su Cheng nodded and agreed. "I've been refining for so long, and I'm a little confused. And if it goes on like this, the success rate will get lower and lower. These rare medicinal materials are not easy to come by, so we can't just waste them like this. But how did you get today? How many did you learn?" "For the time being, I only learned the Earth Spirit Powder." For Su Cheng's face, Xiao Han Xian lied. "But I am already very satisfied with such a harvest." "Haha, it's good to have a harvest." Su Cheng was very happy after successfully refining 3 furnaces of elixirs, and said with a smile, "Why don't you refine 1 furnace here first to practice it, so as not to forget it after returning?" "Well, let's not do it." Xiao Han showed a smile on his face, and continued, "Are you sure it's okay for me to refine it here?" "What do you mean?" Su Cheng's face sank, and he said casually, "Can you use these medicinal materials to directly refine the Earth Spirit Pill?" Just after he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. Then he showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and insisted, "I still have some auxiliary materials here. You refine a furnace of Earth Spirit Powder for me now. I want to see if you can really refine the Earth Spirit Pill." Xiao Han's face froze, and he hurriedly said, "Don't guess blindly, I really can't refine it." "No, you must refine a furnace here today." Su Cheng's face sank and he said, without giving in, if you refuse again, I will cancel the test of the pharmacist. Is it so cruel? He cursed in his heart. Xiao Han really didn't want to refine it in this place, but now it was obviously impossible to refuse. I wanted to save some face for him. After all, his 100-fold reward was too abnormal and it would easily break his glass heart. But this guy insisted on being abused, so there was nothing he could do. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Han responded, and immediately opened the Rui belt and took out a earth yuan fruit. Just when he was about to refine it, he suddenly saw a golden dragon skin from the corner of his eye. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that in addition to this dragon skin, there were dragon meat, dragon heart, dragon liver, dragon bones and other things in his backpack. And these things can also be used as the main materials for some elixirs. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed, and he immediately put the yuan fruit back, took out a dragon bone and a piece of dragon meat and said directly, when I was in the misty jungle, I saw a dragon that had just died not long ago. I brought back some of its skin, flesh, internal organs, bones and other things. I heard that the dragon is full of treasures, and I don't know if these things are useful. Can they be used to refine elixirs? Dragon! Su Cheng's eyes were stunned, and he exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? How could there be a dragon in a place like the misty jungle? After speaking, he immediately took the piece of meat from Han Zhao's hand, looked at it carefully and then smelled the smell. It was not until a long time later that he said in shock, fuck! It's really dragon meat. But this doesn't make sense. There are no large lakes in the misty jungle. How can there be a dragon? While muttering, Su Cheng still looked at Xiao Han in disbelief, and asked, incredulously, did you really pick up this piece of dragon meat from the misty jungle? How could it be fake? Besides, why would I lie to you? Xiao Han nodded quickly, and immediately took out the dragon skin again, saying seriously, look, there is not even a little damage on it. You don't suspect that I killed the dragon, do you? No, but your luck is really amazing. After carefully examining the dragon skin, Su Cheng continued speechlessly, I just went to collect herbs, but I actually encountered a dead dragon. Hee, I'm just a little bit luckier. Xiao Han grinned and continued. Since it's a dragon, the things on his body should be able to be used as medicine, right? Seeing Han Xiao asking this, Su Cheng did not hide it. After thinking for a while, he said, in fact, most of the things on a dragon can be used as medicine. But there are only 2 recipes on the 100 pills that are related to dragons. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, really? What kind of pills are they? Heh! Su Cheng chuckled, and he didn't know what kind of pills they were. To relieve his anxiety, he explained, one is the dragon bone pill, which can increase the strength of bones, and the other is the dragon blood pill, which can quickly improve cultivation. But unfortunately, the auxiliary materials of these 2 pills are also extremely precious. Even if you have dragon bones, it is impossible to refine the dragon bone pill. As for dragon blood, I guess you didn't deliberately collect it. Oh, it's a pity. It won't be so easy to meet a dead dragon next time. Dragon blood. Xiao Han was a little confused and regretful at the same time. But at this time, it was useless to say this. Fortunately, there was a 100-fold reward, so he didn't have to kill the dragon to get the dragon blood. Dragon blood pill. Muttering softly, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and then asked directly, Brother Su, can you give me a portion of the medicinal materials needed to refine dragon bone pill and dragon blood pill? Although there is no way to refine it now, I still want to try to collect these medicinal materials. It's okay to give it to you, but don't hold too high hopes. Su Cheng did not refuse and continued seriously. These 2 kinds of pills are both level 8, and the medicinal materials required in them are also extremely precious. With your current strength, there is no way to collect them. I know, I just want to make some preparations in advance.
Xiao Han nodded.
Quickly and continued seriously. I have always had good luck. Maybe one day I will really collect them all. Hee hee. Since you have this confidence, then go and try it. Su Cheng chuckled, turned and walked to the bookshelf in the corner, and gently pulled out a book with a yellow cover. Crack. At this moment, the ground where the medicine furnace was placed suddenly rose up, revealing a secret compartment below. #C447 Earth Spirit Pill. After writing down the medicinal materials needed to refine Dragon Bone Pill and Dragon Blood Pill, Xiao Han and Su Cheng said hello and left the Acropolis directly. As for the matter of refining the Earth Spirit Pill on the spot, I forgot about it because of this sudden interruption. When he returned to Stormwind City, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly found a nearby pharmacy and rented a medicine refining room. There is no need to rush to refine these two elixirs, Shinxing powder and Ninghua powder. Anyway, his fire resistance has reached over 20,000 points, and his speed is also blessed with explosive tendons. At least 99% of the players can't compare with him now. For now, the most important thing is to refine the Earth Spirit Pill first. Sitting on the floor of the alchemy room, Xiao Han opened the attribute panel, looked at the formula of Dilling powder and studied it carefully. Wantong Intermediary's ability is still very strong. It only took him more than an hour to collect 6 auxiliary medicinal materials of Dilling powder. After a few minutes, he felt that he had initially mastered the refining method. Xiao Han immediately took out all the required medicinal materials and placed them on the ground in order. As a portion of evergreen stone milk was thrown into the medicine furnace, his expression immediately became serious. As time passed slowly, medicinal materials such as red flame flower, shuiyun, grass, dian fruit, etc. were also thrown into the medicine furnace, and the aroma of the medicine in the medicine refining room gradually became stronger and stronger, until a certain moment, a system prompt rang in my ears. Ding, you successfully refined 9 sets of Earth Spirit Powder, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained 9 Earth Spirit Pills. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened the alchemy furnace, took out a round pill from it, and at the same time eagerly looked at its properties. Earth Spirit Pill speeds up energy absorption, restores 50,000 energy points per second, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down for 12 hours. Restore energy. Is this the elixir that can speed up your cultivation? After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked a little excited, and immediately took out a golden manifestation talisman with his backhand, and put it directly on. As the tattoo appeared on his palm, he chose to log off without any hesitation. When his consciousness separated from perfect world, Xiao Han raised his hand and took off the game helmet. Then with a thought, a pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Hey, what kind of elixir is this? At this time, a slightly surprised voice came from my ears, asking curiously, what is its use? It doesn't seem to be the Peiyuan pill. Well, it is indeed not the Peiyuan pill. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun beside him, Xiao Han turned around and said with a smile, this is what I just refined. It is a pill that can increase the speed of cultivation. It's called Earth Spirit Pill. As long as I have it, I can become a 4th level evolver in just a month or 2. Is it true? Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't believe it and asked hesitantly, if that's true, as long as there are enough pills, wouldn't it be easy to become a 7th level evolver? Haha. How can it be so easy? Xiao Han shook his head and explained with a smile. Although this kind of pill can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, it is not very helpful in breaking through bottlenecks. It's not that simple to become a 7th level evolver. But with it, it's easy to become a level 3 evolver. If you're lucky, it won't be a big problem to break through to level 4. That's it. Jiang Xiaoyun responded with emotion and said a little depressed, it's a pity that there was an accident last time, otherwise I would have got my gaming helmet back long ago. If you're lucky, you might be able to manifest items from the game like you. Haha. What's such a pity? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Wait for me for a moment. After you finish eating the elixir and practice for a week, I will accompany you to get the helmet. Staying at home all day is boring. With your current physical condition, there is no problem in entering the game. Isn't this good? Jiang Xiaoyun hesitated and said, You haven't entered the game for such a long time. There should be a lot of things to deal with in it. I was so sleepy yesterday that I didn't even know when you went offline. It's okay. If you're sleepy, just go to bed early. Xiao Han waved his hand and explained with a smile. What's more, it only takes more than an hour to get the gaming helmet. I still have enough time. Actually, I wanted to go offline to accompany you around 7 o'clock. Yesterday, I just temporarily knew that a top-notch cub had appeared, so I delayed it for a long time. The best cub. Jiang Xiaoyun was stunned, looked at the iron-eating beast, still sleeping in the corner, and asked with some surprise, What kind of pet is it? Is it stronger than our Henin? Hey, let's keep this a secret for now. Xiao Han grinned and said excitedly, After you enter the game, I will take it to see you. When you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Don't worry. Wait until I finish practicing. Xiao Han replied immediately, threw the elixir in his hand into his mouth, and then started practicing. Cross-legged. As the true energy traveled through the meridians in circles, he could clearly feel that the effect of cultivation at this moment was much stronger than when using the Peiyuan pill. Although the earthly spirit pill he just swallowed has not been completely digested, the effect has already been fully exerted. Feeling such a clear difference, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself, It's just a 4th-level pill recipe, but I didn't expect the pill to be so effective. If the 8th-level dragon blood pill can be refined, how powerful will its cultivation effect be? Thinking so, the true energy in his body also increased rapidly with the help of the earth spirit pill. Before he finished practicing for a week, his total amount increased by about 10%. He even had a very strong feeling that if he could continue like this, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level in 1 or 2 weeks at most. At this moment, with such a clear difference, Xiao Han quickly put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and practiced seriously. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After completing a big cycle, he stood up and said with a smile, Let's go. I'll go with you to get the game helmet. Are you really going? Jiang Xiaoyun hesitated and asked worriedly. I heard that Brother Guo said that you have offended many high-level evolvers. If you go out now, will it be dangerous? No, don't forget that we still have Henin. After saying this, Xiao Han immediately walked to the side of the iron-eating beast, kicked it lightly, turned around and walked out the door. Woo! Woo! After being kicked, the little thing immediately turned over and followed. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyun also showed a smile on her face. She really couldn't believe that such a cute little guy could actually press a level 5 evolver to the ground and beat him. And in a 1-on-3 situation, he directly knocked down 2. Now with its protection, it seems that going out is not a very dangerous thing. Seeing 2 figures disappearing around the corner of the door one after another, she smiled and chased after them. Xiao Han, what's interesting? But at this moment, another angry voice came from downstairs. If you don't want to help me upgrade, just say so. Do you need to find 2 people to fool me? #C448 You are so bad. As soon as he came down from upstairs, Xiao Han was stunned by Yi Xiaoxiao walking towards him, but he still patiently explained. You are mistaken. Those 2 people are very strong. Humph. I'm only at level 40 or so, far behind you. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and continued unhappily. It's been more than 10 days and they haven't reached level 50 yet. This speed is too slow. If this continues, when will I be able to reach level 50? That's your own business. Why do you always have to trouble others? Jiang Xiaoyun appeared at the top of the stairs at the right time and said, with an unhappy look, "It would be nice if someone could help you upgrade. Xiao Han has a lot of things to do, so how can he have time to help you upgrade? He hasn't played in the game for more than 10 days. What's there to do?" Xiao Xiao turned around and said with a teasing look on his face, "Hey, before we even slept together, he already regarded himself as the housekeeper and started to feel sorry for him." "What did you say?" Jiang Xiaoyun's face turned red and he immediately replied, "I just think that you should try your best to solve things in the game yourself and don't bother others with everything." When Xiao Han and Ding Yi first entered the game, no one brought upgrades. Everything they have now is all their own hard work. Even if you don't help, you can't hold them back. "You are wrong." Yi Xiao Xiao shook his finger and retorted seriously, "I would like to help, but my strength does not allow it. But if he can lead me to upgrade and increase my strength, at that time, no matter what danger I encounter, I will have the confidence to rush to help as soon as possible." "Forget it." Xiao Han shook his head and said with a smile, "If I am in danger, even if you reach level 70, you will not be able to help. There's no problem in upgrading you. But are you really sure you want to do this? Why not?" Yi Xiao Xiao was a little excited and immediately urged, "You happen to be free. Why don't you enter the game now and take me with you? I'm going. Which of your eyes can see that I'm idle?" Xiao Han frowned and said seriously, "Don't you see that we are getting ready to go out?" "Oh, I didn't pay attention." Yi Xiao Xiao glanced at Jiang Xiaoyun beside him and said with a smile, "Then I won't disturb your two-person world. Remember to tell me when you come back. It takes 1 or 2 minutes to kill an ordinary monster. This leveling speed is really torturous." "Oh, it's no problem to upgrade you." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "But you have to bear the danger to the future by yourself." "What do you mean?" Yi Xiao Xiao frowned and asked with some confusion, "Is it dangerous to level up with you? Don't you know very well what I did in Stormwind City?" Xiao Han paused and continued to explain, "Don't you know that I don't even dare to go out of the city openly now? Once people like Xingkai, Shihao, and Zhuoshang know that we know each other, you will be in danger no matter where you go in the future. It is estimated that as soon as you leave the city, you will have to return to the resurrection altar within 10 minutes. That kind of game experience is extremely poor. Have you really thought about it clearly?" "Fuck you." Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but cursed, looking at Xiao Han in shock, not knowing what to do. She had never expected such a situation. Although Han Xiao is not a public enemy in Stormwind City, there are many players who want to kill him, and there are almost no weak people among these people. If those people knew that she and Han Xiao had a good relationship and even lived together, they might not even be able to leave the city in the future. It's so annoying. Why is this happening? Muttering depressedly, Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered that there were already 2 such examples in Stormwind City. They just had a little relationship with Xinghan, and they were hunted down by all the players in the Magic City. Now if you dare to leave the city, you will die several times every day. Looking up at Xiao Han, Yi Xiao Xiao asked depressedly, "How strong are the 2 guys you found for me? If I let them upgrade me, how long will it take to reach level 50? How do I know this?" Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "But they are both pretty good, and one of them is a magician. It should be more than enough to help you upgrade. By the way, I was killing monsters with them last night. They also have an elite pet. I asked them to bring it to you. Didn't you receive it?" "What are you talking about? An elite pet?" Yi Xiao Xiao's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "These 2 bastards, why didn't they say anything? And you, why didn't you tell me earlier?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and rushed to her room. When Xiao Han saw this scene, he smiled and said to Jiang Xiaoyun beside him, "Look, You can scare her as much as you want. The trouble is solved. Let's go. Out quickly. Hee hee. You were so bad. But I like you. Jiang Xiaoyun laughed happily and continued. Seeing that you all find the value of existence in the game, I actually want to get in as soon as possible. But is the pet you just mentioned real or fake? The value of an elite pet is not low. Would those two guys give it to Xiao Xiao willingly? They don't dare. Xiao Han opened the door and said confidently, My things are not so easy to get. Besides, there were quite a lot of elite pets caught yesterday. I gave them, for in total, it's not unacceptable to just take out another one. So many. Jiang Xiaoyun was shocked and asked quickly, Why do you want to give them? Can't you bring them back yourself? Brother Gua, Brother Han, and Miss He don't have elite pets. Isn't it good to bring them back and give them to them? Oh, I wanted to. Xiao Han sighed depressedly and explained softly. But I am only level 50 now, and the pet space can only hold 2 pets. Although I caught a lot yesterday, I couldn't bring them all back, so I just gave them to them. Oh, what a pity. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded. A trace of regret flashed across his face, but then his eyes lit up and he immediately asked, So you now have 2 pets? And they are 2 elite-level pets. Haha, you guessed wrong. Xiao Han's face flashed a trace of pride, and he continued with a smile. If it was just for 2 elite-level pets, it wouldn't be worth it for me to spend so much time last night. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyun immediately turned around and asked in shock, No way, you actually caught 2 leader-level pets so quickly. If you materialize them, you must have the strength of a 3rd-level evolver. At least. Almost. Being admired by a top-notch beauty, Xiao Han was even more proud, and continued, But your guess just now was only half right. Hashtag C449 The Beauty of Misfortune 1. The administrative hall is in Huiyan District. Although it is a little far from where they live, it only took Xiao Han and Jiang Xiaoyun less than 10 minutes to get there. Guohuai, Han Su, and He Danxue have all moved to Tianshui Yaju, and their Hummer off-road vehicle has also been brought with them. With such a transportation tool, it is very convenient no matter where you go. Looking at the dilapidated administrative building dozens of meters away, Xiao Han helped Jiang Xiaoyun get out of the car, and at the same time said to Han Su in the car, Brother Han, let's go in and get a helmet and we'll be out soon. Wait a minute. I'll stop the car and go in with you. Han Su was a little worried and said hurriedly, It was here that Ding Yi and Yi Xiao got into trouble last time. We can't be careless this time. It's okay. We'll be out in a few minutes. Xiao Han waved his hands quickly and said with a smile, It's already embarrassing to ask you to drive us here. What's the point? Han Su grinned and continued, I've been exhausted in the community these days, and I've long wanted to come out for a walk. And if it weren't for your Peiyuan pill last time, it would not be easy for me to break through to level 4. It's just a yuan building pill, it's not that effective. Xiao Han quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, Actually, you have reached the breakthrough point, you just missed the last step. Hey, no matter what, I still have to thank you. A smile appeared on Han Su's face and he continued, And that final kick seems simple, but without the help of Peiyuan Dan, I won't be able to break through. At least within half a year. If you are not lucky enough, you may not be able to break through and become a level 4 beast shifter within a year or 2. There are actually many such evolvers, whether it is Jingon City, Demon City, Kyoto, or Liangzhou, but they are always stuck at the last step and unable to make any progress. Are there many in Jingon? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but he didn't know about this situation. Yes. Han Su nodded and continued. This situation is very common. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 is a big difficulty, and it is very difficult to break through. In Jing'an, there should be no less than 100 people at this critical moment. Talking to the 10 teams that Mr. Gua had previously managed, there were 7 such evolvers and beast shifters. There are so many? Xiao Han's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated and said, I still have some Peiyuan pills in the game. When I go back, I will find a way to manifest some of them. They have been resisting the invasion of mutant beasts. I should do something. It's just that the explosion rate of the manifestation talisman is too low, and I can't get too many Peiyuan pills. Didn't you say last time that there is no more? Han Su's eyes lit up and he said immediately, as long as you have the Peiyuan pill, you don't need to worry about the manifestation of the talisman. They can solve it themselves. Oh, it really didn't exist before. Xiao Han laughed and continued. It's just that I went to the misty jungle yesterday and found a blood ginseng. The blood ginseng found this time is not small. It shouldn't be a problem to refine 200 to 300 ginseng. I'll go. There are so many. A look of ecstasy flashed across Han Su's face, and he immediately said, wait a moment. I will call Mr. Guo now. He seems to have some manifestation talismans in his hands. With your Peiyuan pill, our army should soon have a few more level 4 evolvers. Well, you call first, and Xiaoyun and I will go in first. Xiao Han pulled Jiang Xiaoyun and walked towards the administrative building. Then he remembered something and walked back immediately and said, I forgot to tell you, if you want to manifest the Peiyuan pill, you must be gold or above. Only the manifestation talisman can be used. I have tried it. The gold manifestation talisman can only manifest 1, while the dark gold manifestation talisman can manifest 10. Because the level of the Peiyuan pill is relatively high, there is no way to manifest the Peiyuan pill with silver or lower silver manifestation talismans. Damn it! Does it have to be a gold manifestation talisman?
Han Xu exclaimed,
and said with a dull look on his face. If we do this, we will only be able to manifest 1. There's nothing we can do about it. Xiao Han spread his hands helplessly and continued. Fortunately, it is much easier to explode the manifestation talisman from the game than to collect breakthrough resources in reality. I can provide the Peiyuan pill to our army members for free, but there is nothing I can do about the realization talisman. I know. I will let them solve the matter of the manifestation talisman by themselves. Han Su nodded and said with a smile, you don't know, ever since they found out that I broke through to level 4, they are all very envious. Before this, no one was willing to enter the game. But things are different now. As long as they are not on duty, everyone will stay in the game and cannot even come out. They even have less than 3 hours of rest every day. This is not very useful. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and then reminded, as far as I know, the probability of ordinary monsters bursting into manifestation talismans is not high. According to my experience during this period, at least a leader-level boss will reveal a gold-level manifestation talisman. Also, you can ask them to search for ancient ruins. Even ordinary monsters there have a high chance of revealing the manifestation talisman. Ancient ruins? Han Su's eyes lit up and he said solemnly, I understand. We'll talk to the captain about what you mentioned. Hurry up and go in. Your wife has been waiting for a long time. Oh, then I'll go first. Xiao Han chuckled and said nothing more. He immediately greeted Hanin, who refused to get off the car, and walked quickly to Jiang Xiaoyun's side. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately walked along the stairs to the administrative building. Because they had been here once before and knew where to get the helmet, they went straight to the destination. It seems that there are more people this time than last time. Why don't we wait for a while? Jiang Xiaoyun looked a little entangled as he looked at the crowd queuing up to get the game helmet nearby. It's okay, just queue up. Knowing why she was worried, Xiao Han smiled and comforted her. Today, Henin and I are here and Brother Han is also outside. No one can do anything to you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded and immediately went to line up. Although there are a lot of people waiting to get the helmet, as long as the face scan is successful, the helmet can be received immediately. So the people in line also moved forward quickly. After just a few minutes, it was Zhang Xiaoyun's turn. The appearance disguised by supernatural powers could not pass the machines. Scanning. She could only slowly disperse the supernatural powers to restore her appearance to its original appearance. Almost at the same time, the noisy hall immediately became quiet, and everyone's eyes all looked over. Whether it was men or women, there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. Hey! I didn't expect that I would meet such a beautiful woman today just to get a gaming helmet. My luck is really good. At this time, a slightly domineering voice sounded in the crowd, and then a burly middle-aged man walked directly to Zhang Xiaoyun, who was scanning her appearance. Hashtag C450 The Beauty of Misfortune. 2. Damn it. Why is Ko Zhun here? You can't get gaming helmets today. You guys, get out of the way quickly. I want to go out. This is the administrative hall. How dare this lunatic do it? Why don't you dare? Not only is he a level 3 beast shifter, but I heard he also has a very protective sister who has the strength of a level 4 beast shifter. Stop talking nonsense and run away. The hall that was silent one moment suddenly became noisy the next, and the crowds waiting to receive gaming helmets all rushed out. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun also showed a look of panic on his face. Although she had guessed that this might happen before coming here, when it happened, she was still a little overwhelmed and quickly turned her head to look behind her. Oh! There are really some people who are not afraid of death. Seeing the timidity flashing in Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes, a cold light flashed across Xiao Han's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. He had already heard the comments from the people around him. Not to mention that this guy is just a 3rd-level beast shifter. What will happen even if the sister with 4th-level strength comes? With Henin, even if a 5th-level beast shifter sees him, he has to keep his tail between his legs and behave like a human being. Seeing the burly figure reaching out to grab Zhang Xiaoyun, the true energy in Xiao Han's body immediately surged into the meridians of his legs. Then he flashed, and the moment he rushed over, he kicked him without hesitation. Boom! Ko Zhun, who had focused all his attention on Zhang Xiaoyun, was unprepared. He was instantly kicked in the chest, and his body flew out immediately like a shell. Click! The moment he hit the tempered glass a few meters away, dense cracks immediately appeared. Humph! You don't know how to live or die. Xiao Henin snorted, immediately hugged Zhang Xiaoyun's waist, smiled and comforted. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Go get the helmet safely and leave the rest to me. Well, then you should be careful. Zhang Xiaoyun responded, and the panic and confusion in his eyes slowly disappeared. Looking at the man standing up in front of her, a sense of happiness suddenly surged in her heart. Although at the beginning I was not satisfied with this arrangement. Even the encounter between the two was not that simple, and she came with some purpose. But after spending this time together, especially during the time when she was injured, she really felt that the man in front of her was worth entrusting her with for the rest of her life. We can't continue like this. It's better to make some things clear as soon as possible. While scanning his face, Zhang Xiaoyun thought tangledly. About my past, he probably won't mind that much. Despite some hesitation, her eyes quickly firmed up. At this time, Ko Zhun had already stood up from the ground and shouted angrily, "How dare you attack me, you little bastard who doesn't know how to live or die? I'm attracted to your woman. That's your boy's blessing. But you dare to be ignorant of good and bad. I will let you know today that there are some people you cannot mess with." Ha! That's really arrogant. Xiao Henin laughed, squinted his eyes and said, "Even if your so-called sister comes, she wouldn't dare to talk to me like that." Although the 3rd-level beast shifters were not weak, he still didn't take them seriously. With the true energy in his body and the shadowless step that appeared in the game, he was confident that he would teach this guy a lesson. Unfortunately, it was a bit inconvenient to bring the serpentine sword, and Han Su, who had level 4 strength, also came with him, so he didn't bring it with him. Otherwise, if you want to kill this guy, it will only be a matter of hands. Snort! With a cold snort, Xiao Han stopped talking nonsense, and while his true energy flowed rapidly through his meridians, he immediately rushed forward. Roar! At this time, a look of anger flashed across Kojin's face, and he immediately roared. As the sound spread, his size immediately expanded, and the hair on his body grew crazily. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall black giant ape appeared in the empty hall. Roar! After completing the transformation, the giant ape roared again, raised his huge black palm, and struck directly at the figure that was rushing towards him at extremely fast speeds. Haha! No wonder you are so rampant. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with surprise. Among all the beast transformers, tigers, bears, lions, and elephants are considered to be the most powerful in combat, and they often have the ability to fight beyond levels. Although the giant ape is slightly weaker, it is also extremely powerful. At least compared to the wild boar lycanthrope he killed more than 10 days ago, it was completely capable of crushing him. But even so, Xiao Han didn't have any fear. Faced with hard steel, he is indeed no match for Kojin, and may not even be able to withstand his punch. But his experience in the game during this period has made him understand the true meaning of fighting. No matter at any time, fighting is about using one's own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses so that it is possible for the weak to defeat the strong. And now that he has the speed bonus of the Shadowless Step, why would he choose to fight head-on? Seeing the black palm coming towards him, Xiao Han dodged slightly to the left and successfully avoided the blow. Then, before the black giant ape could react, he rushed forward again, raised his right foot and kicked Kojin hard on the lower back. Bang! The explosion sounded again. Although the black giant ape was very powerful, it was kicked out and hit the steel support not far away. Boom! The power contained in this kick was stronger than the last time. The cylindrical steel pipe with a diameter of 10 centimeters was deformed by the impact. Humph, with your strength, you dare to come and rob my woman. Xiao Han snorted coldly and rushed up again without hesitation. Seeing that Kojin wanted to stand up, he kicked him again. Bang! The strength of the legs nourished by the true chi has been greatly improved. At this moment, a large amount of true chi is surging in the meridians of the legs, which instantly increases the strength of his right foot by several levels when he kicked out. Boom! Kojin, who received this kick, also slid a long way on the ground. Until now, he still couldn't believe that he was abused by a guy who hadn't transformed. Even a level 3 muscle evolver couldn't defeat him so easily. What's going on? Why is this happening? Who is he? A series of doubts arose in his mind, and Kojin turned over and climbed up from the ground. Although these kicks were heavy, they did not cause any harm to him. Feeling that the pain in his body was disappearing quickly, Kojin immediately said with a fierce look on his face, "It is true that he has some strength, but what can it do? I will definitely snatch this woman today." You are looking for death. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately regretted not bringing out the serpentine knife, otherwise it would not be so troublesome. Originally, he just wanted to teach him a lesson, but he changed his mind now. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves thinking about. For Jiang Xiaoyun's safety, such threats should be completely resolved from the root. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately pulled out a scalpel from his pocket, saying coldly, "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now it's unnecessary. For a scourge like you, it's better to kill you directly to save trouble." Hey! Kojin grinned disdainfully and continued fearlessly, "Do you have the courage to kill me?"